The Best of R.A. Lafferty. Edited by Jonathan Strahan. DB 103956. Copyright 2019 by the Locus Science Fiction Foundation. Read by Mark Ashby. Approximate reading time, 13 hours. This book contains markers allowing direct access to, at Level 1, the front matter, contents, introductions, biography, and acknowledgments, at Level 2, the stories and afterwards, and at Level 3, the sections. Library of Congress Annotation. A posthumously curated collection of the award-winning science fiction author's short fiction from over the course of his career. Each piece also includes an introduction by other prominent science fiction and fantasy authors, including Neil Gaiman, John Scalzi, Robert Silverberg, Connie Willis, Cat Rambo, Jeff VanderMeer, and others. Strong language and some violence. 2019. About the author. R.A. Lafferty began selling fiction regularly in the early 1960s and went full-time as a writer in 1971. His novels include Past Master, 1968, Fourth Mansions, 1969, and the Native American historical Oklahanali, 1972. You can sign up for email updates here. Reader's note. The word here is a hyperlink linking to https://us.macmillan.com/author-alerts ? Author name =R.A. Lafferty &author REFID =200083776 &UTM_source ebook &UTM_medium AD card UTM_term ebook readers UTM_content R.A. Lafferty _author alert sign up _MACDOTCOM &UTM_campaign =9781250778680. End of reader's note. Contents. Not to mention R.A. Lafferty, a personal introduction. Neil Gaiman. Slow Tuesday Night. Introduction by Michael Dirda. Narrow Valley. Introduction by Michael Swanwick. Nor Limestone Islands. Introduction by Michael Bishop. Interurban Queen. Introduction by Terry Bisson. Thus We Frustrate Charlemagne. Introduction by Jack Dan. In Our Block. Introduction by Neil Gaiman. Ride a Tin Can. Introduction by Neil Gaiman. 900 Grandmothers. Introduction by Patton Oswalt, afterward by Andy Duncan. Land of the Great Horses. Introduction by Harlan Ellison, afterward by Gregory Frost. Eurema's Dam. Introduction by Robert Silverberg. Selenium Ghosts of the 1870s. Introduction by Kelly Robson. The Primary Education of the Camiroi. Introduction by Samuel R. Delaney. Continued on Next Rock. Introduction by Nancy Kress, afterward by R.A. Lafferty. Sky. Introduction by Gwenda Bond. Cliffs That Laughed. Introduction by Gregory Feely. 7-Day Terror. Introduction by Connie Willis. Boomer Flats. Introduction by Cat Rambo. Old Foot Forgot. Introduction by John Scalzi. The World as Will and Wallpaper. Introduction by Samuel R. Delaney. Funny Fingers. Introduction by Andrew Ferguson. Thieving Bear Planet. Introduction by Jeff VanderMeer. Days of Grass, Days of Straw. Introduction by Gary K. Wolfe. About the author. Copyright acknowledgments. Reader's note. The title page, copyright notice, and copyright found in the print edition are not included in this recording. End of reader's note. Not to mention R.A. Lafferty, A Personal Introduction. Neil Gaiman. Objectivity is a good thing. We rely on our commentators, our observers, our critics to be objective. It's what makes a critic a good critic and a reviewer a good reviewer. We trust them to tell us about books and films, music and authors. You cannot trust me to tell you anything about R.A. Lafferty. It would be like asking a string tuned to G to give its opinion on the strings of a lower octave. When it hears another G, it's going to thrum in joyous recognition. That's the way of it. It's just how it is. I was about 9 years old, and somebody had left a copy of Judith Merrill's SF-12 in our house. I don't know who. It might conceivably have been my father's. Whoever owned it, I appropriated it, and proceeded to have my mind turned inside out. William Burroughs and Samuel R. Delany, Carol M. Schwiller and Kit Reed, Brian Aldiss and Harvey Jacobs and John Updike and Tuli Kupferberg, J.G. Ballard and Hilary Bailey, Sonia Dorman and Tommaso Landolfi, none of them authors one would automatically recommend to 9-year-olds. I didn't care. I read the stories and took what I could from them. I had a bunch of new favorite authors. I had new rules about what fiction could be. The Brian Aldiss short story Confluence was a dictionary, and one of the 2 stories by R.A. Lafferty was a school curriculum. It was called The Primary Education of the Camiroi, and it was the curriculum for the schools of an alien race who would need to learn how to create life and run planets as part of their schooling. It was really funny. It also struck several nerves with me. I was certain that they should be teaching us that sort of thing in school anyway. The second story, Narrow Valley, was one of the best things in the book, and one of my favorite short stories to this day. It's a tall tale about a beautiful valley that's, well, narrow. It told me things about America and Native Americans, about scientists, about ways of viewing the world, even things about magic that spoke to me and made me happy. When I was 10, my father brought me copies of 3 of the Carl Wollheim World's Best Science Fiction collections, all the way from America. I read 900 Grandmothers and In Our Block. I read Thus We Frustrate Charlemagne. I was in love. I was also lucky. Why, the library in the little Sussex town I lived in had on their shelves all the R.A. Lafferty books published in the UK in hardback by Dennis Dobson and Company is still a mystery to me. Someone who ordered books had good taste, I suppose. But they had them. I read and loved Fourth Mansions, a story about secret societies and animals and men with hairy ears, and The Reefs of Earth, about a family of alien children who are stranded on Earth, and Space Chanty, which is the Odyssey set in space. All of these descriptions are at best incomplete and at worst wildly misleading. I remember the world-shaking moment when I realized that the contents page of The Reefs of Earth, the chapter titles, actually rhymed and made a poem. I remember the joy I took in this. I bought my own copy of the paperback of 900 Grandmothers, the first Lafferty short story collection, from Dark They Were and Golden-Eyed in Berwick Street. I made all my friends read it. As far as I was concerned, Lafferty was the most interesting author out there. I loved what he did with words. I loved the tune of the sentences, the way they sang and jigged, and the sheer delight the author took in words. For Christmas in 1978, my parents gave me a copy of the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction, edited by Peter Nichols and John Clute. I did not know at the time that Peter and John would, each in their own way, become close and valued friends. I did not know that I would one day write with John Clute the entry on Lafferty for the second edition of the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction. All I knew was there were lots and lots of Lafferty books listed that I had not read and did not know existed. I spent years happily hunting for them, not knowing that most of them were, at the time of writing, actually unpublished, something that would drive Clute and Nichols to distraction. I was 21, and I did not know what I wanted to do or to be, but I suspected that I wanted to be a writer. The only story I had completed by then was an R.A. Lafferty pastiche. In the back room of the same library in which I had found the Lafferty books was an author's who's who. I looked up Lafferty in it, knowing that he would not be in there. There was an address listed in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I would never have dared to write to an agent or a publisher, but this looked like a home address. I wrote him a letter, and with it I sent the story. The address was out of date, but the letter was eventually forwarded, and it reached him, and to my genuine astonishment, he wrote back, thanking me for the pretty good sketch or pastiche or something, not a short story, however, although the title page says that it is. It might be saleable, depending on the quirks of the market when you send it out. A good piece wakens a spark of recognition in every breast, so somebody once said. This, of course, wakens a special spark of recognition. And he added, "Why don't you write another piece or two? Things are fun to write, and there doesn't have to be any other reason." My favorite writer told me I should write some more, so I did. I wanted to write an article about him, but nobody wanted to publish it back then. Still, we wrote back and forth, and I asked impertinent questions about writing and his work, and he answered them as best he could. There are few enough authors who simply make me happy. There are authors who make me think, or who trouble me in good ways, or make me worry for their characters. Lafferty did those things, and did them so very well. But he does more than that. I start to smile with pleasure when I start reading a Lafferty story. It's the way the tale is told, the voice of the teller, that brings me so much joy. There isn't anyone out there with whom it's easy to compare Lafferty. Avram Davidson wrote unclassifiable and brilliant stories, and knew more of the world, but his stories did not feel like tall tales, nor were they such great lies told with so straight a face. The Irish novelist Flann O'Brien, a.k.a. Miles Nagopaline, real name Brian O'Nolan, did the tall tales and the straight-faced lies, but he didn't take us so far out of this world. Gene Wolfe is as deep, but seldom as funny. I read all the Lafferty I could. I followed him as the work got darker, then more personal. I followed him from the big publishers to the small presses and the pamphlets. I read the work that I understood and the work that I didn't. I suspected it was being written for an audience of only himself, but even then I took joy in the sentences and the world. I have seen Lafferty's office door on display in a museum in Tulsa, Oklahoma. What else do you need to know? And as I write that, it occurs to me that I've missed out all the biographical stuff, the important information I am sure you actually need in an introduction like this. Raphael Aloysius Lafferty, Ray to his friends, was from Tulsa, Oklahoma. He trained as an electrical engineer and worked for an electrical supply company until he retired, aged 45. He was a professional writer from then until he retired again. He was Catholic. Catholicism plays a big part in my life. Without it, I would be in the gutter entirely. With it, I have only one foot in the gutter. And an alcoholic. Drinking has influenced my writing all in the wrong direction. I am an alcoholic and shouldn't drink at all. But once or twice a year I forget this, and the results are usually sad. More of my writing has been ruined by my drinking than improved by it. Yet there's always a goose there. It's part of the to seek and not to find motif. Somewhere, there must be this mind-expanding elixir. Such delusions are part of life. When I was younger, I got a lot of pleasure and companionship out of drinking, but probably no creative impetus. He was in the Army in WW2 and was sent to the South Pacific, but maintained that at 28, he was 10 years too old when this happened to properly enjoy or appreciate it. He published his first science fiction story, Day of the Glacier, in Original Science Fiction Stories in 1960 when he was 46. I was moderately successful, he said of his writing. It didn't put me on easy street, but it put me on easy alley. He won the Hugo Award in 1973 for Eurema's Dam, which was a good story, but he lost awards with much better stories, and some of his finest stories were never noticed by the people who nominate you for awards. He retired from writing in 1984, having published over 200 short stories and over 20 novels. He had a stroke in 1994 and Alzheimer's in his final years. He died in 2002 in a nursing home in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, 20 minutes from Tulsa. In a brief piece he wrote to accompany a photo of himself in Patty Parrott's 1985 book The Faces of Science Fiction, he said, "When I was 45 years old, I tried to be a writer. I became the best short story writer in the world. I've been telling people that for 20 years, but some of them don't believe me." I believed. It is not impossible that once you also have read this book, you may become a believer as well. Slow Tuesday Night. Introduction by Michael Dirda. While loosely categorized as a science fiction writer, R.A. Lafferty was, to use the old phrase, sui generis. His stories, with their surrealist plots and breathless pace, revel in excess, parenthetical asides, and gonzo bizarreness of every sort. Lafferty fans seldom have any clear idea where his absurdist tall tales are going, but who cares? We're here for the ride. Think back to the first time you read a Lafferty. It might have been Land of the Great Horses, which explains the origin of the gypsies and was included in Harlan Ellison's groundbreaking Dangerous Visions. Perhaps you happened upon Eurema's Dam in an anthology of Nebula Award winners, or just maybe you unearthed an old issue of If in a rundown charity shop and discovered Boomer Flats, in which a trio of eminent scientists travel to a Texas backwater in search of the missing link and there encounter hairy giants, a gorgeous woman named Crayola Catfish, a race of near immortals, and a space traveler known as the Comet. My own introduction to Lafferty came through Gene Wolfe back in the early 1980s. I was interviewing Wolfe about the just-completed Book of the New Sun and asked him what contemporary writers he admired. He immediately answered R.A. Lafferty, so I sensibly went out and bought a copy of the Ace science fiction special, 900 Grandmothers. For some reason, perhaps the title attracted me, the first story I turned to was Slow Tuesday Night. That was enough. I read it with the same delight I had experienced when, as a teenager, I opened Lord Dunsany's Jorkins Remembers Africa or The Most of S.J. Perelman. You know that feeling. You just want to hug yourself with pleasure, while sometimes laughing quietly or murmuring, "This is so good." No précis can convey the sheer exuberance of Slow Tuesday Night. Lafferty mixes courtly diction and comic strip names, sets up expectations and immediately undercuts them, and gradually reveals a world that now seems all too familiar. In 1965, when Slow Tuesday Night first appeared in Galaxy, Lafferty was obviously using the American obsession with speed to critique our idolization of wealth, status, and celebrity. Read today, the story uncannily foretells the viral culture of the Internet. In its opening scene, a panhandler accosts a strolling couple. "Preserve us this night," he said as he touched his hat to them, "and could you good people advance me $1,000 to be about the recouping of my fortunes?" The diction here recalls the arch formality of W.C. Fields or Popeye's scrounging friend J. Wellington Wimpy, "I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today." Neither the panhandler nor the couple seemed to think it unusual for a beggar to ask for $1,000. We soon learn why. After removing the ababios block from our brains, people found that things that had once taken months and years now took only minutes and hours. A person could have one or several pretty intricate careers within an 8-hour period. Soon everything, absolutely everything, goes much, much faster, which also means that nothing lasts for very long. That panhandler, his name is Basil Bagel Baker, would be the richest man in the world within an hour and a half. He would make and lose 4 fortunes within 8 hours, and these not the little fortunes that ordinary men acquire, but titanic things. In the course of a single evening, Ildefonsa Impala, the most beautiful woman in the city, marries again and again. Her honeymoon with newly rich inventor Freddie Fixico is utterly kitsch. The reticulated water of the famous falls was tinted gold, the immediate rocks had been done by Rambles, and the hills had been contoured by Spall. After a luxurious hour, Ildefonsa consults a trend indicator and realizes that Freddie's invention would soon be outmoded and his wealth gone, so she immediately divorces him. Whom shall I marry next? Ildefonsa asks herself on this slow Tuesday night. Meanwhile, Basil has been wheeling and dealing in the money market. He caused to collapse certain industrial empires that had grown up within the last 2 hours and made a good thing of recombining their wreckage. Naturally enough, his wife Judy is chosen one of the 10 best-dressed women during the frou-frou fashion period about 2 o'clock. In such a mayfly world, plays and films run no longer than 6 minutes, and Stanley Skulldugger can be voted the top actor imago of the middle hours of the night. Having decided to produce a philosophical masterpiece, Maxwell Mauser is willing to devote an entire 7 minutes to the task. He turns to the Ideas Index, sets the activator for the amount of wordage needed, and for that extra bit of sparkle switches on a striking analogy blender calibrated to his particular personality signature. The resulting monograph quickly goes viral. This was truly one of the greatest works of philosophy to appear during the early and medium hours of the night, but by dawn it will already be dismissed and forgotten. In Slow Tuesday Night, Lafferty, politically conservative and devoutly Catholic, depicts a society of meaningless flux and impermanence, where there is no abiding city, nor any sense of the spiritual. People surrender to the passing moment, nothing seems to matter very much, no hearts are permanently broken. Yet all this meretricious shallowness is conveyed through a simple yet brilliant conceit. If you speed up the world enough, everything starts to resemble the frenetic climax of a Keystone Cops farce. In 7-Day Terror, Lafferty mentions an untidy suite that looked as though it belonged to a drunken sultan. That's a wonderful simile, but also a fair description of his own gorgeous, shambolic abundance. What we love about Lafferty's stories is the joyfulness of their telling, the playful diction, the topsy-turvy plot surprises, the knowing winks. To expect from them any logic but that of Wonderland is to miss the party. After all, as the Rabelaisian hero of One at a Time says, if you insist on realism and perfect sense, you put unnatural conditions on a tale. I'm pretty sure his creator would agree. Slow Tuesday Night. A panhandler intercepted the young couple as they strolled down the night street. "Preserve us this night," he said as he touched his hat to them, "and could you good people advance me $1,000 to be about the recouping of my fortunes?" "I gave you 1,000 last Friday," said the young man. "Indeed you did," the panhandler replied, "and I paid you back tenfold by messenger before midnight." "That's right, George, he did," said the young woman. "Give it to him, dear. I believe he's a good sort." So the young man gave the panhandler $1,000, and the panhandler touched his hat to them in thanks and went on to the recouping of his fortunes. As he went into Money Market, the panhandler passed Ildefonsa Impala, the most beautiful woman in the city. "Will you marry me this night, Ildy?" he asked cheerfully. "Oh, I don't believe so, Basil," she said. "I marry you pretty often, but tonight I don't seem to have any plans at all. You may make me a gift on your first or second, however. I always like that." But when they had parted, she asked herself, "But whom will I marry tonight?" The panhandler was Basil Bagelbaker, who would be the richest man in the world within an hour and a half. He would make and lose 4 fortunes within 8 hours, and these not the little fortunes that ordinary men acquire, but titanic things. When the Ababios block had been removed from human minds, people began to make decisions faster and often better. It had been the mental stutter. When it was understood what it was, and that it had no useful function, it was removed by simple childhood meta-surgery. Transportation and manufacturing had then become practically instantaneous. Things that had once taken months and years now took only minutes and hours. A person could have one or several pretty intricate careers within an 8-hour period. Freddie Fixico had just invented a Manus module. Freddie was a nyctalops, and the modules were characteristic of these people. The people had then divided themselves, according to their natures and inclinations, into the Aurorians, the Hemorrhobians, and the Nyctalops, or the Dawners, who had their most active hours from 4 a.m. till noon, the Dayflies, who obtained from noon to 8 p.m., and the Night Seers, whose civilization thrived from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. The cultures, inventions, markets, and activities of these three folk were a little different. As a Nyctalops, Freddie had just begun his working day at 8 p.m. on a slow Tuesday night. Freddie rented an office and had it furnished. This took 1 minute, negotiation, selection, and installation being almost instantaneous. Then he invented the Manus module. That took another minute. He then had it manufactured and marketed. In 3 minutes, it was in the hands of key buyers. It caught on. It was an attractive module. The flow of orders began within 30 seconds. By 10 minutes after 8, every important person had one of the new Manus modules, and the trend had been set. The module began to sell in the millions. It was one of the most interesting fads of the night, or at least the early part of the night. Manus modules had no practical function, no more than had Semeki verses. They were attractive, of a psychologically satisfying size and shape, and could be held in the hands, set on a table, or installed in a module niche of any wall. Naturally, Freddie became very rich. Ildefonsa Impala, the most beautiful woman in the city, was always interested in newly rich men. She came to see Freddie about 8:30. People made up their minds fast, and Ildefonsa had hers made up when she came. Freddie made his own up quickly and divorced Judy Fixico in small claims court. Freddie and Ildefonsa went honeymooning to Paraíso Dorado, a resort. It was wonderful. All of Ilde's marriages were. There was the wonderful floodlighted scenery. The recirculated water of the famous falls was tinted gold. The immediate rocks had been done by Rambles, and the hills had been contoured by Spall. The beach was a perfect copy of that at Meervale, and the popular drink that first part of the night was blue absinthe. But scenery, whether seen for the first time or revisited after an interval, is stirring for the sudden intense view of it. It is not meant to be lingered over. Food, selected and prepared instantly, is eaten with swift enjoyment, and blue absinthe lasts no longer than its own novelty. Loving, for Ildefonsa and her paramours, was quick and consuming, and repetition would have been pointless to her. Besides, Ildefonsa and Freddie had taken only the 1-hour luxury honeymoon. Freddie wished to continue the relationship, but Ildefonsa glanced at a trend indicator. The Manus module would hold its popularity for only the first third of the night. Already it had been discarded by people who mattered. And Freddie Fixico was not one of the regular successes. He enjoyed a full career only about 1 night a week. They were back in the city and divorced in small claims court by 9:35. The stock of Manus modules was remaindered, and the last of it would be disposed to bargain hunters among the Dawners, who will buy anything. "Whom shall I marry next?" Ildefonsa asked herself. "It looks like a slow night." "Bagel Baker is buying," ran the word through Money Market, but Bagel Baker was selling again before the word had made its rounds. Basil Bagel Baker enjoyed making money, and it was a pleasure to watch him work as he dominated the floor of the market and assembled runners and a competent staff out of the corner of his mouth. Helpers stripped the panhandler rags off him and wrapped him in a tycoon toga. He sent one runner to pay back 20-fold the young couple who had advanced him $1,000. He sent another with a more substantial gift to Ildefonsa Impala, for Basil cherished their relationship. Basil acquired title to the trend indication complex and had certain falsifications set into it. He caused to collapse certain industrial empires that had grown up within the last 2 hours and made a good thing of recombining their wreckage. He had been the richest man in the world for some minutes now. He became so money-heavy that he could not maneuver with the agility he had shown an hour before. He became a great fat buck, and the pack of expert wolves circled him to bring him down. Very soon he would lose that first fortune of the evening. The secret of Basil Bagel Baker is that he enjoyed losing money spectacularly after he was full of it to the bursting point. A thoughtful man named Maxwell Mauser had just produced a work of actinic philosophy. It took him 7 minutes to write it. To write works of philosophy, one used the flexible outlines and the idea indexes. One set the activator for such a wordage in each subsection. An adept would use the paradox feed-in and the striking analogy blender. One calibrated the particular slant and the personality signature. It had to come out a good work, for excellence had become the automatic minimum for such productions. "I will scatter a few nuts on the frosting," said Maxwell, and he pushed the lever for that. This sifted handfuls of words like chthonic and heuristic and prosemides through the thing so that nobody could doubt it was a work of philosophy. Maxwell Mauser sent the work out to publishers and received it back each time in about 3 minutes. An analysis of it and reason for rejection was always given, mostly that the thing had been done before and better. Maxwell received it back 10 times in 30 minutes and was discouraged. Then there was a break. Ladion's work had become a hit within the last 10 minutes, and it was now recognized that Mauser's monograph was both an answer and a supplement to it. It was accepted and published in less than a minute after this break. The reviews of the first 5 minutes were cautious ones, then real enthusiasm was shown. This was truly one of the greatest works of philosophy to appear during the early and medium hours of the night. There were those who said it might be one of the enduring works and even have a holdover appeal to the dawners the next morning. Naturally, Maxwell became very rich, and naturally Ildefonsa came to see him about midnight. Being a revolutionary philosopher, Maxwell thought that he might make some free arrangement, but Ildefonsa insisted it must be marriage, so Maxwell divorced Judy Mauser in small claims court and went off with Ildefonsa. This Judy herself, though not so beautiful as Ildefonsa, was the fastest taker in the city. She only wanted the men of the moment for a moment, and she was always there before even Ildefonsa. Ildefonsa believed that she took the men away from Judy. Judy said that Ilde had her leavings and nothing else. "I had him first," Judy would always mock as she raced through small claims court. "Oh, that damned urchin," Ildefonsa would moan. "She wears my very hair before I do." Maxwell Mauser and Ildefonsa Impala went honeymooning to Music Box Mountain, a resort. It was wonderful. The peaks were done with green snow by Dunbar and Fiddle. Back at Money Market, Basil Bagel Baker was putting together his third and greatest fortune of the night, which might surpass in magnitude even his fourth fortune of the Thursday before. The chalets were Switzier than the real Swiss and had live goats in every room, and Stanley Skulldugger was emerging as the top actor imago of the middle hours of the night. The popular drink for that middle part of the night was Glotzenglubber, Eve cheese, and Rhine wine over pink ice. And back in the city, the leading Nyctalops were taking their midnight break at the Toppers Club. Of course it was wonderful, as were all of Ildefonsa's, but she had never been really up on philosophy, so she had scheduled only the special 35-minute honeymoon. She looked at the trend indicator to be sure. She found that her current husband had been obsoleted, and his opus was now referred to sneeringly as Mauser's Mouse. They went back to the city and were divorced in small claims court. The membership of the Toppers Club varied. Success was the requisite of membership. Basil Bagel Baker might be accepted as a member, elevated to the presidency, and expelled from it as a dirty pauper from 3 to 6 times a night. But only important persons could belong to it, or those enjoying brief moments of importance. "I believe I will sleep during the dawner period in the morning," Overcall said. "I may go up to this new place, Coimopolis, for an hour of it. They're said to be good. Where will you sleep, Basil?" "Flophouse." "I believe I will sleep an hour by the Midian method," said Bernbanner. "They have a fine new clinic. And perhaps I'll sleep an hour by the Prosenka process and an hour by the Dormitio." "Crackle has been sleeping an hour every period in the natural method," said Overcall. "I did that for half an hour not long since," said Bernbanner. "I believe an hour is too long to give it. Have you tried the natural method, Basil?" "Always. Natural method and a bottle of red-eye." Stanley Skulldugger had become the most meteoric actor imago for a week. Naturally, he became very rich, and Ildefonsa Impala went to see him about 3 a.m. "I had him first," rang the mocking voice of Judy Skulldugger as she skipped through her divorce in small claims court, and Ildefonsa and Stanley Boy went off honeymooning. It is always fun to finish up a period with an actor imago who is the hottest property in the business. There is something so adolescent and boorish about them. Besides, there was the publicity, and Ildefonsa liked that. The rumor mill's ground. Would it last 10 minutes? 30? An hour? Would it be one of those rare Nyctalops marriages that lasted through the rest of the night and into the daylight off hours? Would it even last into the next night, as some had been known to do? Actually, it lasted nearly 40 minutes, which was almost to the end of the period. It had been a slow Tuesday night. A few hundred new products had run their course on the market. There had been a score of dramatic hits, 3-minute and 5-minute capsule dramas, and several of the 6-minute long play affairs. Night Street 9, a solidly sorted offering, seemed to be in as the drama of the night unless there should be a late hit. 100-storied buildings had been erected, occupied, obsoleted, and demolished again to make room for more contemporary structures. Only the mediocre would use a building that had been left over from the Day Flyers or the Dawners, or even the Nyctalops of the night before. The city was rebuilt pretty completely at least 3 times during an 8-hour period. The period drew near its end. Basil Bagelbaker, the richest man in the world, the reigning president of the Toppers Club, was enjoying himself with cronies. His fourth fortune of the night was a paper pyramid that had risen to incredible heights, but Basil laughed to himself as he savored the manipulation it was founded on. 3 ushers of the Toppers Club came in with firm step. "Get out of here, you dirty bum," they told Basil savagely. They tore the tycoon's toga off him and then tossed him his seedy panhandler's rags with a 3-man sneer. "All gone?" Basil asked. "I gave it another 5 minutes." "All gone," said a messenger from Money Market. 9 billion gone in 5 minutes, and it really pulled some others down with it. "Pitch the busted bum out," howled Overcall and Burn Banner and the other cronies. "Wait, Basil," said Overcall. "Turn in the president's crozier before we kick you downstairs. After all, you'll have it several times again tomorrow night." The period was over. The Nyctalops drifted off to sleep clinics or leisure hour hideouts to pass their ebb time. The Aurorians, the Dawners, took over the vital stuff. Now you would see some action. Those Dawners really made fast decisions. You wouldn't catch them wasting a full minute setting up a business. A sleepy panhandler met Ildefonsa Impala on the way. "Preserve us this morning, Ildy," he said, "and will you marry in the coming night?" "Likely I will, Basil," she told him. "Did you marry Judy during the night past?" "I'm not sure. Could you let me have $2, Ildy?" "Out of the question. I believe a Judy Bagelbaker was named one of the 10 best-dressed women during the frou-frou fashion period about 2 o'clock. Why do you need $2? $1 for a bed and $1 for red-eye. After all, I sent you 2 million out of my second." "I keep my 2 sorts of accounts separate. Here's $1, Basil. Now be off. I can't be seen talking to a dirty panhandler." "Thank you, Ildy. I'll get the red-eye and sleep in an alley. Preserve us this morning." Bagelbaker shuffled off, whistling Slow Tuesday Night. And already the Dawners had said Wednesday morning to jumping. Narrow Valley. Introduction by Michael Swanwick. Narrow Valley is possibly Ray Lafferty's single most approachable and humane tale. It fairly bulges with people you'd like to have for neighbors. Clarence Little Saddle and his father, Clarence Big Saddle, of course, but also the beefy man with the land office in his desk, the farmer Tom Dublin who enjoys firing his rifle at friends for a joke, the inexplicably ubiquitous Willie McGilly, and not 1 but 2 smart-mouthed little girls. Their brothers are okay too, but Lafferty had a particular gift for precocious little girls. Admittedly, Robert Rampart Pear is a blowhard, but 1 out of a family of 7 isn't bad. I've lost track of how many people I've converted to Lafferty fans by thrusting forward a copy of 900 Grandmothers, with a thumb bookmarking Narrow Valley and saying, "Here, read this." It's easy to like. This is one of the stories responsible for the notion that Lafferty was principally influenced by American tall tales. It's true that he accomplished a great deal of his effects using deadpan narration of wondrous events. Also that he pretty much ignored the internal psychology of his characters. Henry James he wasn't. If a man's possessions were taken away from him, Lafferty had him throw back his head and lament this fact in words. If a woman lost interest in an enterprise, he indicated it by having her say exactly that. So yes, the assertion is in part valid. But a lot of people have written modern-day tall tales, and not one of them has come close to writing like the Bard of Tulsa. Consider such digressions as Clarence Littlesaddle's riff on the significance of the war bonnet and the lecture on how much larger the moon appears at the horizon than overhead. Consider his beautiful use of dialect. Consider his lovely comic asides and delightful parodies of scientific argot. Tall tales are nothing if not straightforward. Narrow Valley is anything but. This is a sophisticated work written by a sophisticated man. You can tell a lot about a writer by what he chooses to celebrate. There is a grim backstory underlying this tale, and Lafferty, who knew Oklahoma history inside and out, was well aware of it. In the early 17th century, there were 60,000 Pawnee in possession of a great deal of land, and by 1875, well, you can read that for yourself in the opening sentence. But Narrow Valley is, almost paradoxically, one of Lafferty's sunniest works, a comedy, and a paean to resilience and human decency. It is also, as I said, easy to like. You'll see. Narrow Valley. In the year 1893, land allotments in severalty were made to the remaining 821 Pawnee Indians. Each would receive 160 acres of land and no more, and thereafter the Pawnees would be expected to pay taxes on their land, the same as the White Eyes did. "Kitkehake," Clarence Big Saddle cussed. "You can't kick a dog around proper on 160 acres, and I sure am not here before about this pay taxes on land." Clarence Big Saddle selected a nice green valley for his allotment. It was one of the half-dozen plots he had always regarded as his own. He sawed it around the summer lodge that he had there and made it an all-season home, but he sure didn't intend to pay taxes on it. So he burned leaves and bark and made a speech. "That my valley be always wide and flourish and green and such stuff as that," he orated in Pawnee chant style. "But that it be narrow if an intruder come." He didn't have any balsam bark to burn. He threw on a little cedar bark instead. He didn't have any elder leaves. He used a handful of jack oak leaves, and he forgot the word. How you going to work it if you forget the word? "Petahaorat!" he howled out with the confidence he hoped would fool the fates. "That's the same long of a word," he said in a low aside to himself, but he was doubtful. "What am I, a white man, a burr-tailed jack, a new kind of nut to think it will work?" he asked. "I have to laugh at me. Oh well, we see." He threw the rest of the bark and the leaves on the fire, and he hollered the wrong word out again, and he was answered by a dazzling sheet of summer lightning. "Skiddy!" Clarence Big Saddle swore. "It worked. I didn't think it would." Clarence Big Saddle lived on his land for many years, and he paid no taxes. Intruders were unable to come down to his place. The land was sold for taxes 3 times, but nobody ever came down to claim it. Finally, it was carried as open land on the books. Homesteaders filed on it several times, but none of them fulfilled the qualification of living on the land. Half a century went by. Clarence Big Saddle called his son. "I've had it, boy," he said. "I think I'll just go in the house and die." "Okay, Dad," the son Clarence Little Saddle said. "I'm going into town to shoot a few games of pool with the boys. I'll bury you when I get back this evening." So the son Clarence Little Saddle inherited. He also lived on the land for many years without paying taxes. There was a disturbance in the courthouse one day. The place seemed to be invaded in force, but actually there were but one man, one woman, and 5 children. "I'm Robert Rampart," said the man, "and we want the land office." "I'm Robert Rampart, Jr.," said a 9-year-old gangler, "and we want it pretty blamed quick." "I don't think we have anything like that," the girl at the desk said. "Isn't that something they had a long time ago?" "Ignorance is no excuse for inefficiency, my dear," said Mary Mabel Rampart, an 8-year-old who could easily pass for 8.5. "After I make my report, I wonder who will be sitting at your desk tomorrow." "You people are either in the wrong state or the wrong century," the girl said. "The Homestead Act still obtains," Robert Rampart insisted. "There is one tract of land carried as open in this county. I want a file on it." Cecilia Rampart answered the knowing wink of a beefy man at the distant desk. "Hi," she breathed as she slinked over. "I'm Cecilia Rampart, but my stage name is Cecilia San Juan. Do you think that 7 is too young to play ingenue roles?" "Not for you," the man said. "Tell your folks to come over here." "Do you know where the land office is?" Cecilia asked. "Sure. It's the 4th left-hand drawer of my desk, the smallest office we got in the whole courthouse. We don't use it much anymore." The Ramparts gathered around. The beefy man started to make out the papers. "This is the land description," Robert Rampart began. "Why, you've got it down already. How did you know?" "I've been around here a long time," the man answered. They did the paperwork, and Robert Rampart filed on the land. "You won't be able to come onto the land itself, though," the man said. "Why won't I?" Rampart demanded. "Isn't the description accurate?" "Oh, I suppose so, but nobody's ever been able to get to the land. It's become a sort of joke." "Well, I intend to get to the bottom of that joke," Rampart insisted. "I will occupy the land, or I will find out why not." "I'm not sure about that," the beefy man said. "The last man to file on the land about a dozen years ago wasn't able to occupy the land, and he wasn't able to say why he couldn't. It's kind of interesting, the look on their faces after they try it for a day or two, and then give it up." The Ramparts left the courthouse, loaded into their camper, and drove out to find their land. They stopped at the house of a cattle and wheat farmer named Charlie Dublin. Dublin met them with a grin which indicated he had been tipped off. "Come along if you want to, folks," Dublin said. "The easiest way is on foot across my short pasture here. Your land's directly west of mine." They walked the short distance to the border. "My name is Tom Rampart, Mr. Dublin," 6-year-old Tom made conversation as they walked. "But my name is really Ramirez and not Tom. I am the issue of an indiscretion of my mother in Mexico several years ago." "The boy is a kidder, Mr. Dublin," said the mother, Nina Rampart, defending herself. "I have never been in Mexico, but sometimes I have the urge to disappear there forever." "Ah, yes, Mrs. Rampart. And what is the name of the youngest boy here?" Charlie Dublin asked. "Fatty," said Fatty Rampart. "But surely that is not your given name." "Artifacts," said 5-year-old Fatty. "Ah, well, Artifacts, Fatty, are you a kidder too?" "He's getting better at it, Mr. Dublin," Mary Mabel said. "He was a twin till last week. His twin was named Skinny. Mama left Skinny unguarded while she was out tippling, and there were wild dogs in the neighborhood. When Mama got back, do you know what was left of Skinny? 2 neck bones and an ankle bone. That was all." "Poor Skinny," Dublin said. "Well, Rampart, this is the fence and the end of my land. Yours is just beyond." "Is that ditch on my land?" Rampart asked. "That ditch is your land." "I'll have it filled in. It's a dangerous deep cut, even if it is narrow, and the other fence looks like a good one, and I sure have a pretty plot of land beyond it." "No, Rampart. The land beyond the second fence belongs to Hollister Hyde," Charlie Dublin said. "That second fence is the end of your land." "Now, just wait a minute, Dublin. There's something wrong here. My land is 160 acres, which would be a half-mile on a side. Where's my half-mile width? Between the two fences. That's not 8 feet. Doesn't look like it, does it, Rampart? Tell you what, there's plenty of throwing-sized rocks around. Try to throw one across it. I'm not interested in any such boys' games, Rampart exploded. I want my land. But the Rampart children were interested in such games. They got with it with those throwing rocks. They winged them out over the little gully. The stones acted funny. They hung in the air, as it were, and diminished in size. And they were small as pebbles when they dropped down into the gully. None of them could throw a stone across that ditch, and they were throwing kids. You and your neighbor have conspired to fence open land for your own use, Rampart charged. No such thing, Rampart, Dublin said cheerfully. My land checks perfectly. So does Hyde's. So does yours, if we knew how to check it. It's like one of those trick topological drawings. It really is half a mile from here to there, but the eye gets lost somewhere. It's your land. Crawl through the fence and figure it out. Rampart crawled through the fence and drew himself up to jump the gully. Then he hesitated. He got a glimpse of just how deep that gully was. Still, it wasn't 5 feet across. There was a heavy fence post on the ground, designed for use as a corner post. Rampart upended it with some effort. Then he shoved it to fall and bridge the gully, but it fell short, and it shouldn't have. An 8-foot post should bridge a 5-foot gully. The post fell into the gully and rolled and rolled and rolled. It spun as though it were rolling outward, but it made no progress except vertically. The post came to rest on a ledge of the gully, so close that Rampart could almost reach out and touch it, but it now appeared no bigger than a matchstick. There is something wrong with that fence post, or with the world, or with my eyes, Robert Rampart said. I wish I felt dizzy so I could blame it on that. There's a little game that I sometimes play with my neighbor Hyde when we're both out, Dublin said. I've a heavy rifle, and I train it on the middle of his forehead as he stands on the other side of the ditch, apparently 8 feet away. I fire it off then, I'm a good shot, and I hear it whine across. It'd kill him dead if things were as they seem, but Hyde's in no danger. The shot always bangs into that little scuff of rocks and boulders about 30 feet below him. I can see it kick up the rock dust there, and the sound of it rattling into those little boulders comes back to me in about 2.5 seconds. A bullbat, poor people call it the nighthawk, raveled around in the air and zoomed out over the narrow ditch, but it did not reach the other side. The bird dropped below ground level and could be seen against the background of the other side of the ditch. It grew smaller and hazier, as though at a distance of 300 or 400 yards. The white bars on its wings could no longer be discerned. Then the bird itself could hardly be discerned, but it was far short of the other side of the 5-foot ditch. A man identified by Charlie Dublin as the neighbor Hollister Hyde had appeared on the other side of the little ditch. Hyde grinned and waved. He shouted something, but could not be heard. Hyde and I both read mouths, Dublin said, so we can talk across the ditch easy enough. Which kid wants to play chicken? Hyde will barrel a good-sized rock right at your head, and if you duck or flinch, you're chicken. Me, Audifax Rampart challenged. And Hyde, a big man with big hands, did barrel a fearsome, jagged rock right at the head of the boy. It would have killed him if things had been as they appeared, but the rock diminished to nothing and disappeared into the ditch. Here was a phenomenon. Things seemed real-sized on either side of the ditch, but they diminished coming out over the ditch either way. Everybody game for it? Robert Rampart Jr. asked. We won't get down there by standing here, Mary Mabel said. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, said Cecilia. I got that from an ad for a sex comedy. Then the 5 Rampart kids ran down into the gully. Ran down is right. It was almost as if they ran down the vertical face of a cliff. They couldn't do that. The gully was no wider than the stride of the biggest kids. But the gully diminished those children. It ate them alive. They were doll-sized. They were acorn-sized. They were running for minute after minute across a ditch that was only 5 feet across. They were going deeper in it and getting smaller. Robert Rampart was roaring his alarm, and his wife Nina was screaming. Then she stopped. "What am I carrying on so loud about?" she asked herself. "It looks like fun. I'll do it too." She plunged into the gully, diminished in size as the children had done, and ran at a pace to carry her 100 yards away across a gully only 5 feet wide. That Robert Rampart stirred things up for a while then. He got the sheriff there, and the highway patrolman. A ditch had stolen his wife and 5 children, he said, and maybe had killed them. And if anybody laughs, there may be another killing. He got the colonel of the State National Guard there and a command post set up. He got a couple of airplane pilots. Robert Rampart had one quality. When he hollered, people came. He got the newsmen out from T-Town and the eminent scientists, Dr. Velikov Vonk, Arpad Arkabaranin, and Willie McGilly. That bunch turns up every time you get on a good one. They just happen to be in that part of the country where something interesting is going on. They attacked the thing from all 4 sides and the top, and by inner and outer theory. If a thing measures half a mile on each side, and the sides are straight, there just has to be something in the middle of it. They took pictures from the air, and they turned out perfect. They proved that Robert Rampart had the prettiest 160 acres in the country, the larger part of it being a lush green valley, and all of it being half a mile on a side, and situated just where it should be. They took ground-level photos then, and it showed a beautiful half-mile stretch of land between the boundaries of Charlie Dublin and Hollister Hyde. But a man isn't a camera. None of them could see that beautiful spread with the eyes in their heads. Where was it? Down in the valley itself, everything was normal. It really was half a mile wide and no more than 80 feet deep with a very gentle slope. It was warm and sweet and beautiful with grass and grain. Nina and the kids loved it, and they rushed to see what squatter had built that little house on their land, a house or a shack. It had never known paint, but paint would have spoiled it. It was built of split timbers dressed near smooth with axe and draw knife, chinked with white clay, and sodded up to about half its height. And there was an interloper standing by the little lodge. "Here, what are you doing on our land?" Robert Rampart, Jr. demanded of the man. "Now you just shamble off again wherever you came from. I'll bet you're a thief, too, and those cattle are stolen." "Only the black and white calf," Clarence Littlesaddle said. "I couldn't resist him, but the rest are mine. I guess I'll just stay around and see that you folks get settled all right." "Is there any wild Indians around here?" Fatty Rampart asked. "No, not really. I go on a bender about every 3 months and get a little bit wild, and there's a couple Osage boys from Greyhorse that get noisy sometimes, but that's about all," Clarence Littlesaddle said. "You certainly don't intend to palm yourself off on us as an Indian," Mary Mabel challenged. "You'll find us a little too knowledgeable for that." "Little girl, you might as well tell this cow there's no room for her to be a cow since you're so knowledgeable. She thinks she's a shorthorn cow named Sweet Virginia. I think I'm a Pawnee Indian named Clarence. Break it to us real gentle if we're not." "If you're an Indian, where's your war bonnet? There's not a feather on you anywhere." "How can you be sure? There's a story that we got feathers instead of hair on—" "Oh, I can't tell a joke like that to a little girl. How come you're not wearing the Iron Crown of Lombardy if you're a white girl? How you expect me to believe you're a little white girl and your folks came from Europe a couple 100 years ago if you don't wear it? There are 600 tribes, and only one of them, the Oglala Sioux, had the war bonnet, and only the big leaders, never more than 2 or 3 of them alive at one time, wore it." "Your analogy is a little strained," Mary Mabel said. "Those Indians we saw in Florida and the ones at Atlantic City had war bonnets, and they couldn't very well have been the kind of Sioux you said. And just last night on the TV in the motel, those Massachusetts Indians put a war bonnet on the president and called him the Great White Father. You mean to tell me that they were all phonies? Hey, who's laughing at who here?" "If you're an Indian, where's your bow and arrow?" Tom Rampart interrupted. "I bet you can't even shoot one." "You're sure right there," Clarence admitted. "I never shot one of those things but once in my life. They used to have an archery range in Boulder Park over in T-Town, And you could rent the things and shoot at targets tied to hay bales. Hey, I barked my whole forearm and nearly broke my thumb when the bowstring thwacked home. I couldn't shoot that thing at all. I don't see how anybody ever could shoot one of them. Okay, kids, Nina Rampart called to her brood. Let's start pitching this junk out of the shack so we can move in. Is there any way we can drive our camper down here, Clarence? Sure, there's a pretty good dirt road, and it's a lot wider than it looks from the top. I got a bunch of green bills and an old Night Charlie in the shack. Let me get them, and then I'll clear out for a while. The shack hasn't been cleaned out for 7 years since the last time this happened. I'll show you the road to the top, and you can bring your car down it. Hey, you old Indian, you lied, Cecilia Rampart shrilled from the doorway of the shack. You do have a war bonnet. Can I have it? I didn't mean to lie. I forgot about that thing, Clarence Littlesaddle said. My son Clarence Bareback sent that to me from Japan for a joke a long time ago. Sure, you can have it. All the children were assigned tasks carrying the junk out of the shack and setting fire to it. Nina Rampart and Clarence Littlesaddle ambled up to the rim of the valley by the vehicle road that was wider than it looked from the top. Nina, you're back! I thought you were gone forever, Robert Rampart jittered at seeing her again. What? Where are the children? Why, I left them down in the valley, Robert. That is, down in that little ditch right there. Now you've got me worried again. I'm going to drive the camper down there and unload it. You'd better go on down and lend a hand too, Robert, and quit talking to all these funny-looking men here. And Nina went back to Dublin's place for the camper. It would be easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for that intrepid woman to drive a car down into that narrow ditch, the eminent scientist Dr. Velikov Vonk said. You know how that camel does it? Clarence Littlesaddle offered, appearing of a sudden from nowhere. He just closes one of his own eyes and flops back his ears and plunges right through. A camel is mighty narrow when he closes one eye and flops back his ears. Besides, they use a big-eyed needle in the act. Where'd this crazy man come from? Robert Rampart demanded, jumping 3 feet in the air. Things are coming out of the ground now. I want my land. I want my children. I want my wife. Whoops, here she comes driving it. Nina, you can't drive a loaded camper into a little ditch like that. You'll be killed or collapsed. Nina Rampart drove the loaded camper into the little ditch at a pretty good rate of speed. The best of belief is that she just closed one eye and plunged right through. The car diminished and dropped, and it was smaller than a toy car, but it raised a pretty good cloud of dust as it bumped for several hundred yards across a ditch that was only 5 feet wide. Rampart, it's akin to the phenomenon known as looming, only in reverse, the eminent scientist Arpad Arkabaranen explained as he attempted to throw a rock across the narrow ditch. The rock rose very high in the air, seemed to hang at its apex while it diminished to the size of a grain of sand, and then fell into the ditch not 6 inches of the way across. There isn't anybody going to throw across a half-mile valley, even if it looks 5 feet. Look at a rising moon sometimes, Rampart. It appears very large, as though covering a great sector of the horizon, but it only covers 1/2 of a degree. It is hard to believe that you could set 720 of such large moons side by side around the horizon, or that it would take 180 of the big things to reach from the horizon to a point overhead. It is also hard to believe that your valley is 1,200 times as wide as it appears, but it has been surveyed, and it is. I want my land, I want my children, I want my wife, Robert chanted dully. Damn, I let her get away again. I tell you, Rampy, Clarence Littlesaddle squared on him, a man that lets his wife get away twice doesn't deserve to keep her. I give you till nightfall, then you forfeit. I've taken a liking to the brood. One of us is going to be down there tonight. After a while, a bunch of them were off in that little tavern on the road between Cleveland and Osage. It was only 1/2 mile away. If the valley had run in the other direction, it would have been only 6 feet away. It is a psychic nexus in the form of an elongated dome, said the eminent scientist Dr. Velikov Vonk. It is maintained subconsciously by the concatenation of at least 2 minds, the stronger of them belonging to a man dead for many years. It has apparently existed for a little less than 100 years, and in another 100 years it will be considerably weakened. We know from our checking out folk tales of Europe, as well as Cambodia, that these ensorcelled areas seldom survive for more than 250 years. The person who first set such a thing in being will usually lose interest in it and in all worldly things within 100 years of his own death. This is a simple thanato-psychic limitation. As a short-term device, the thing has been used several times as a military tactic. This psychic nexus, as long as it maintains itself, causes group illusion, but it is really a simple thing. It doesn't fool birds or rabbits or cattle or cameras, only humans. There is nothing meteorological about it. It is strictly psychological. I'm glad I was able to give a scientific explanation to it, or it would have worried me. It is continental fault coinciding with a noospheric fault, said the eminent scientist Arpad Arkabaranen. The valley really is half a mile wide, and at the same time it really is only 5 feet wide. If we measured correctly, we would get these dual measurements. Of course it is meteorological. Everything, including dreams, is meteorological. It is the animals and cameras which are fooled as lacking a true dimension. It is only humans who see the true duality. The phenomenon should be common among the whole continental fault where the earth gains or loses half a mile that has to go somewhere. Likely it extends through the whole sweep of the cross timbers. Many of those trees appear twice, and many do not appear at all. A man in the proper state of mind could farm that land or raise cattle on it, but it doesn't really exist. There is a clear parallel in the Luftspiegelungtal sector in the Black Forest of Germany, which exists or does not exist, according to the Mad Mountain in Morgan County, Tennessee, which isn't there all the time, and also the Little Lobo Mirage south of Presidio, Texas, from which 20,000 barrels of water were pumped in 1 2.5-year period before the Mirage reverted to Mirage status. I'm glad I was able to give a scientific explanation to this, or it would have worried me. I just don't understand how he worked it, said the eminent scientist Willie McGilly. Cedar bark, jack oak leaves, and the world Petahalrat. The thing's impossible. When I was a boy and we wanted to make a hideout, we used bark from the skunk spruce tree, the leaves of a box elder, and the word was Boadicea. All 3 elements are wrong here. I cannot find a scientific explanation for it, and it does worry me. They went back to Narrow Valley. Robert Rampart was still chanting dully, I want my land, I want my children, I want my wife. Nina Rampart came chugging up out of the narrow ditch in the camper and emerged through that little gate a few yards down the fence row. Supper's ready, and we're tired of waiting for you, Robert, she said. A fine homesteader you are, afraid to come on to your own land. Come along now, I'm tired of waiting for you. I want my land, I want my children, I want my wife, Robert Rampart still chanted. Oh, there you are, Nina. You stay here this time. I want my land, I want my children, I want an answer to this terrible thing. It is time we decided who wears the pants in this family, Nina said stoutly. She picked up her husband, slung him over her shoulder, carried him to the camper and dumped him in, slammed, as it seemed, a dozen doors at once, and drove furiously down into the narrow valley, which already seemed wider. Why, that place was getting normaler and normaler by the minute. Pretty soon it looked almost as wide as it was supposed to be. The psychic nexus in the form of an elongated dome had collapsed. The continental fault that coincided with the noospheric fault had faced facts and decided to conform. The Ramparts were in effective possession of their homestead, and Narrow Valley was as normal as any place anywhere. I have lost my land, Clarence Little Saddle moaned. It was the land of my father, Clarence Big Saddle, and I meant it to be the land of my son, Clarence Bareback. It looked so narrow that people did not notice how wide it was, and people did not try to enter it. Now I have lost it. Clarence Little Saddle and the eminent scientist Willie McGilly were standing on the edge of Narrow Valley, which now appeared its true half-mile extent. The moon was just rising, so big that it filled a third of the sky. Who would have imagined that it would take 180 of such monstrous things to reach from the horizon to a point overhead, and yet you could sight it with sighters and figure it so? "I had a little bear cat by the tail, and I let go," Clarence groaned. "I had a fine valley for free, and I have lost it. I am like that hard-luck guy in the funny paper, or Job in the Bible. Destitution is my lot." Willie McGilly looked around furtively. They were alone on the edge of the half-mile-wide valley. "Let's give it a booster shot," Willie McGilly said. Hey, those two got with it. They started a snapping fire and began to throw the stuff onto it. Bark from the dog-elm tree. How do you know it won't work? It was working. Already the other side of the valley seemed 100 yards closer, and there were alarmed noises coming up from the people in the valley. Leaves from a black locust tree, and the valley narrowed still more. There was, moreover, terrified screaming of both children and big people from the depths of Narrow Valley, and the happy voice of Mary Mabel Rampart chanting, "Earthquake! Earthquake!" "That my valley be always wide and flourish and such stuff, and green with money and grass," Clarence Littlesaddle orated in Pawnee chant style. "But that it be narrow if intruders come, smash them like bugs." People, that valley wasn't over 100 feet wide now, and the screaming of the people in the bottom of the valley had been joined by the hysterical coughing of the camper cars starting up. Willie and Clarence threw everything that was left on the fire. But the word, who remembers the word? "Corsicana, Texas!" Clarence Littlesaddle howled out with confidence he hoped would fool the fates. He was answered not only by a dazzling sheet of summer lightning, but also by thunder and raindrops. "Chaixi!" Clarence Littlesaddle swore. "It worked! I didn't think it would. It will be all right now. I can use the rain." The valley was again a ditch only 5 feet wide. The camper car struggled out of Narrow Valley through the little gate. It was smashed flat as a sheet of paper, and the screaming kids and people in it had only one dimension. "It's closing in! It's closing in!" Robert Rampart roared, and he was no thicker than if he had been made out of cardboard. "We're smashed like bugs," the Rampart boys intoned. "We're thin like paper." "Mort, ruine, écrasement," spoke-acted Cecilia Rampart like the great tragedienne she was. "Help! Help!" Nina Rampart croaked, but she winked at Willie and Clarence as they rolled by. "This homesteading jag always did leave me a little flat." "Don't throw those paper dolls away. They might be the Ramparts," Mary Mabel called. The camper car coughed again and bumped along on level ground. This couldn't last forever. The car was widening out as it bumped along. "Did we overdo it, Clarence?" Willie McGilly asked. "What did one Flatlander say to the other?" "Dimension of us never got around," Clarence said. "No, I don't think we overdid it, Willie. That car must be 18 inches wide already, and they all ought to be normal by the time they reach the main road. The next time I do it, I think I'll throw wood grain plastic on the fire to see who's kidding who." Nor Limestone Islands. Introduction by Michael Bishop. Lafferty strikes the reader as sui generis, a literary creator like no other. But he also comes across as uniquely himself, a writer so potently fizzy and tipsy-making that one could say his prose laffervesces. See the first paragraph of Nor Limestone Islands, a tale arising from Lafferty's interest in geology, mineralogy, rock hounding, story mining, and architectural and literary lapidaries. Disarmingly, he had the ability to appear to be an expert in every ology imaginable. That paragraph reads, "A lapidary is one who cuts, polishes, engraves, and sets small stones. He is also a scrivener who sets in little stones or pieces here and there and attempts to make a mosaic out of them." With that dubious hook, Our Oklahoman leprechaun not only defines a term that may not feel wholly familiar, but also compares the intricately fitted jigsaw puzzle of an architectural mosaic to the mix-and-match literary method by which he has structured Limestone Islands. Listen to this tale's limestone salesman make a pitch to a roomful of city officials. We want everybody to come and visit us, but hardly anybody wants to. Right now, my country, sky-high Stotzamotza, is about 3 miles from here. My emphasis. This spiel evokes Part 3, A Voyage to Laputa, of my most admired book in the world, Gulliver's Travels. Laputa's lodestone-directed flying islands first boggled my starving preteen mind in Tulsa, Oklahoma, circa 1958. Thus, in 1984, I chose Limestone Islands to represent R.A. Lafferty in an anthology titled Light Years and Dark, Science Fiction and Fantasy of and for Our Time. And here is how I introduced it. How does a 105-pound girl assemble a 30-million-ton pink pagoda in 6 hours? R.A. Lafferty will tell you in this charming article about floating limestone islands and the intrepid Miss Phosphor McCabe, whose breathtaking photographs of sky-high Stotzamotza, see plates 1 to 22, are unfortunately not included in the text. Lafferty, you see, is famous, perhaps notorious is the better word, for the inveterate unorthodoxy of his story concepts and narrative strategies. His work is immediately recognizable as his in a way that the work of other writers is not always identifiable as theirs and nobody else's. This distinctiveness would seem to leave Lafferty wide open to parody, but he writes with such droll originality that any attempt to burlesque him turns instead into a pale pastiche of his methods, and hence into a kind of homage. New wave? Old wave? Who cares? Lafferty is surfing the crest of a comber whose quirky break only he knows how to ride. That remains pretty much the case today. Indeed, those who manage to create better-than-passable parodies cum homage to Lafferty, like Neil Gaiman, usually come away from the experience understanding both how hard such stories are to write and why no one else tries to build a career emulating our sui generis Raphael Aloysius Lafferty. Limestone Islands. A lapidary is one who cuts, polishes, engraves, and sets small stones. He is also a scrivener with a choppy style who sets in little stones or pieces here and there and attempts to make a mosaic out of them. But what do you call one who cuts and sets very large stones? Take a small lapis or stone, for instance. The origin of painting as an art in Greece is connected with definite historical personages, but that of sculpture is lost in the mists of legend. Its authentic history does not begin until about the year 600 BC. It was regarded as an art imparted to men by the gods, for such is the thought expressed in the assertion that the earliest statues fell from heaven. Statuaria ars, sculpture, Harper's Dictionary of Classical Literature and Antiquities. We set that little stone in one corner, even though it contains a misunderstanding of what fell from heaven. It wasn't finished statues. Then we set another small stone. We haven't the exact citation of this. It's from Charles Fort or from one of his imitators. It's of a scientist who refused to believe that several pieces of limestone had fallen from the sky, even though 2 farmers had seen them fall. They could not have fallen from the sky, the scientist said, because there is no limestone in the sky. What would the scientist have done if he had been confronted with the question of whales in the sky? We set that little stone of wisdom into one corner, and we look around for other stones to set. The limestone salesman was making his pitch to the city commissioners. He had been making a poor pitch, and he was a poor salesman. All he had was price, much less than 1/10 that of the other bidders, and superior quality. But the limestone salesman did not make a good appearance. He was bare-chested and colossally deep-chested. He had only a little shoulder jacket above and a folded drape below. On his feet he had the crepida, or Hermes sandals, made of buckskin apparently, a silly affectation. He was darkly burned in skin and hair, but the roots of his hair and of his skin indicated that he was blond in both. He was golden bearded, but the beard, and in fact the whole man, was covered with chalk dust or rock dust. The man was sweaty, and he smelled. His was a composite smell of limestone and edged bronze and goats and clover and honey and ozone and lentils and sour milk and dung and strong cheese. "No, I don't believe that we want to deal with you at all," the mayor of the city was saying. "The other firms are all reputable and long established." "Our firm is long established," the limestone salesman said. "It has been doing business from the same, cart for 9,000 years. "Balderdash," the Streets and Sewers Commissioner swore. "You won't even give us the address of your firm, and you haven't put in a formal bid." "The address is Stutzamutza," the limestone salesman said. "That's all the address I can give you. There isn't any other address. And I will put in a formal bid if you will show me how to do it. I offer you 300 tons of the finest marble limestone, cut exactly to specification and set in place, guaranteed to take care of your project, guaranteed to be without flaw, in either pure white or variegated. I offer this delivered and set within 1 hour, all for the price of $300 or 300 bushels of cracked corn."
"Oh, take it, a Miss Phosphor McCabe cried out. "We elect you gentlemen to do our business for us at bargain prices. Do not pass up this fine bargain, I beg you."
Phosphor McCabe was a lady photographer who had 9 fingers in every pie.
"You be quiet, young lady, or we will have you put out of the hearing room," said the Parks and Playgrounds Commissioner. "You will wait your turn, and you will not interfere in other cases. I shudder to think what your own petition will be today. Was ever a group so put upon by cranks as ourselves?"
"You have a very bad reputation, man," the Finance Commissioner said to the limestone salesman. "Insofar as anyone has heard of you before, there is some mumble that your limestone or marble is not substantial, that it will melt away like hailstones. There is even a rumor that you had something to do with the terrible hailstorm of the night before last." We just had a little party at our place that night," the limestone salesman said. "We had a few dozen bottles of Tontatown wine from some stone that we set over in Arkansas, and we drank it up. We didn't hurt anybody or anything with those hailstones. Hey, some of them were as big as basketballs, weren't they? But we were careful where we let them fall. How often do you see a hailstorm as wild as that doesn't do any damage at all to anything?"
"We can't afford to look silly," the Schools and Activities Commissioner said. "We have been made to look silly in quite a few cases lately, not all of them our own fault. We can't afford to buy limestone for a project like this from someone like you." "I wonder if you could get me about 120 tons of good quality pink granite?" asked a smiling pinkish man in the hearing room.
"No, that's another island entirely," the limestone salesman said. "I'll tell them if I see them." "Mr. Chalupa, I don't know what your business is here today," the mayor said severely to the smiling pinkish man, "but you will wait your turn, and you will not mix into this case. Lately it seems that our open hearings are just one nut after another." "How can you lose?" the limestone salesman asked the commissioners. "I will supply and cut and set the stones. If you are not satisfied, I will leave the stones at no cost, or I will remove them again. And not until you are completely satisfied do you pay me the $300 or the 300 bushels of cracked corn."
"I want to go to your country with you," Miss Phosphor McCabe burst out. "I am fascinated by what I have heard of it. I want to do a photographic article about it for the Heritage Geographical magazine. How far away is your country now?"
"All right," the limestone salesman said. "I'll wait for you. We'll go just as soon as I have transacted my business and you have transacted yours. We like everybody, and we want everybody to come and visit us, but hardly anybody wants to. Right now, my country is about 3 miles from here. Last chance, gentlemen. I offer you the best bargain in quality marble limestone that you'll ever find if you live 200 years. And I hope you do all live to be 200. We like everybody, and we'd like to see everybody live 200 years at least." "Absolutely not," said the mayor of the city.
We'd be the laughing stock of the whole state if we did business with someone like you. What kind of a country of yours are you talking about that's only 3 miles from here? Absolutely not. You are wasting your time and ours, man.
No, it just couldn't be, said the Streets and Sewers Commissioner. What would the papers print if they heard that we had bought limestone from somebody nearly as disreputable as a Saucerian? Rejected, said the Parks and Playgrounds Commissioner. We were elected to transact the city's business with economy and dignity.
Ah, well, all right, the limestone salesman said. You can't sell a style of bait every time you try. Good day, commissioners. No hurry, lady. I'll wait for you. And the limestone salesman went out, leaving, as it seemed, a cloud of rock dust in his wake.
What a day, the Schools and Activities Commissioner moaned. What a procession of jokers we have had. Anyhow, that one can't be topped.
I'm not so sure, the mayor grumbled. Miss Phosphor McCabe is next.
Oh, I'll be brief, Phosphor said brightly. All I want is a permit to build a pagoda on that 30-acre hill that my grandfather left me. It won't interfere with anything. There won't be any utilities to run to it, and it will be pretty.
Why do you want to build a pagoda? The Streets and Sewers Commissioner asked.
So I can take pictures of it, and just because I want to build a pagoda.
What kind of a pagoda will it be? The Parks and Playgrounds Commissioner asked.
A pink pagoda.
How big will it be? The Schools and Activities Commissioner asked.
30 acres big and 400 feet high. It will be big and it won't bother anything.
Why do you want it so big? The mayor asked.
So it will be 10 times as big as the Black Pagoda in India. It'll be real pretty and an attraction to the area.
Do you have the money to build this with? The Streets and Sewers Commissioner asked.
No, I don't have hardly any money. If I sell my photographic article With Camera and Canoe on Sky High Stutzamutza to the Heritage Geographical magazine, I will get some money for it. And I have been snapping unrehearsed camera portraits of all you gentlemen for the last few minutes, and I may be able to sell them to Comic Weekly if I can think of cute headings for them. As to the money to build the pink pagoda, I'll think of something.
Miss McCabe, your request is remanded or remaindered or whatever, which is the same thing as being tabled, the mayor said.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure. The legal commissioner is absent today, but he always says something like that when we want to pass the buck for a little while.
It means come back in 1 week, Miss McCabe, the Streets and Sewers Commissioner said. All right, Miss Phosphor McCabe agreed. I couldn't possibly start on the pink pagoda before a week anyhow. And now we set this odd-shaped stone over in the other corner. The 17th century discovery of the Polynesian islands by common seamen was one of the ancient paradise promises fulfilled. The green islands, the blue sea, the golden beaches and the golden sunlight, the dusky girls, fruit incomparable, fish incomparable, roast pig and baked bird beyond believing, breadfruit and volcano, absolute and continuing perfection of weather, brown-skinned paradise maidens such as are promised in Alcoran, song and string music and surf music. This was the promised paradise of the islands, and it came true. But even this was a weak thing beside the less known, the earlier and continuing discovery of the floating islands, or the Travertine Islands, by more intrepid farers. The girls of the floating islands are lighter, except for the cool blacks on the greenstone Dolomites, than the Polynesian maidens. They are more intelligent and much more full of fun, are more handsome and fuller-bodied, are of an artier and more vital culture. They are livelier. Oh, how they are livelier. And the regions themselves defy description. For color and zest, there is nothing in Polynesia or Aegea or Antilla to compare at all. And all the Travertine people are so friendly. Perhaps it is well that they are little known and little visited. We may be too weak for their experience. Facts of the Paradise Legend by Harold Bluewater. Look closely at that little stone ere we leave it. Are you sure that you have correctly noted the shape of it? Then a still smaller stone to be set in, here where there seems too empty a little gap. It's a mere quotation.
In lapidary inscription, a man is not upon oath. Dr. Johnson. Miss Phosphor McCabe did visit the limestone salesman's country, and she did do the photographic article with camera and canoe in sky-high Stutzamutza. The stunning, eye-blowing, heart-swelling, joy-filled color photography cannot be given here, but these are a few extracts from the sustaining text. Stutzamutza is a limestone land of such unbelievable whiteness as to make the eyes ache with delight. It is this super whiteness as a basis that makes all the other colors stand out with such clarity. There cannot be anywhere a bluer sky than, for most of the hours and days, surrounds Stutzamutza. See plates 1 and 2. There cannot be greener fields, where there are fields, nor more silvery water, plates 4 and 5. The waterfalls are absolute rainbows, especially Final Falls, when it flows clear off the high land, plate 6. There cannot be more variegated cliffs, blue, black, pink, ochre, red, green, but always with that more white than white basic, plate 7. There cannot be such a sun anywhere else. It shines here as it shines nowhere on the world. Due to the high average elevation of Stutzamutza, there will be some boggled eyes when I reveal just what I do mean by the average elevation of this place. The people are all wonderfully deep-chested or deep-breasted. They are like something out of fable. The few visitors who come here from lower, from more mundane elevations, are uniform in their disbelief. Oh, they will say, there can't be girls like that. There are, however. See plate 8. How long has this been going on? These occasional visitors ask. It has been going on for the 9,000 years of recorded Stutzamutza history, and beyond that it has been going on as long as the world has been going on. Perhaps due to their deep-breastedness, the Stutzamutza people are superb in their singing. They are lusty, they are loud, they are beautiful and enchanting in this. Their instruments, besides the conventional flutes and bagpipes, with their great lung power, these people do wonderful things with the bagpipes, and lyric harps and tabors are the thunder drum, plate 9, and the 13-foot-long trumpets, plates 10 and 11. It is doubted whether any other people anywhere would be able to blow these roaring trumpets. Perhaps it is due also to their deep-breastedness that the Stutzamutza people are also lustily affectionate. There is something both breathtaking and breath-giving in their Olympian carnality. They have a robustness and glory in their man and woman interfluence that leave this underdeveloped little girl more than amazed, plates 10 to 19. Moreover, these people are witty and wise and always pleasant. It is said that originally there was not any soil at all on Stutzamutza. The people would trade finest quality limestone, marble, and dolomite for equal amounts of soil, be it the poorest clay or sand. They filled certain crevices with this soil and got vegetation to begin, and in a few thousand years they built countless verdant terraces, knolls, and valleys. Grapes, olives, and clover are now grown in profusion. Wine and oil and honey gladden the deep hearts of the people. The wonderful blue-green clover, see plate 20, is grazed by the bees and the goats. There are 2 separate species of goat, the meadow and pasture goat kept for its milk and cheese and mohair, and the larger and wilder mountain goat hunted on the white crags and eaten for its flavorsome randy meat. Woven mohair and dressed buckskin are used for the Stutzamutza clothing. The people are not voluminously clothed, in spite of the fact that it becomes quite chilly on the days when the elevation suddenly increases. There is very little grain grown on Stutzamutza. Mostly, quarried stones are bartered for grain. Quarrying stone is the main industry. It is really the only one on Stutzamutza. The great quarries and their cutaways sometimes reveal amazing fossil deposits. There is a complete fossilized body of a whale. It is an extinct Zeuglodon or Eocene whale. See plate 21. If this is whale indeed, then this all must have been under ocean once, I said to one of my deep-chested friends. Oh, certainly, he said. Nowhere else is limestone formed than in ocean. Then how has it risen so far above it? I asked. That is something for the geologists and the hyphologists to figure out, my friend said.
The fascinating aspect of the water on Stutzemutze is its changeableness. A lake is sometimes formed in a single day, and it may be emptied out in one day again by mere tipping. The rain is prodigious sometimes, when it is decided to come into that aspect. To shoot the rapids on the sudden swollen rivers is a delight. Sometimes ice will form all over Stutzemutze in a very few minutes. The people delight in this sudden ice, all except the little under-equipped guest. The beauty of it is stupendous, so is its cold. They shear the ice off in great sheets and masses and blocks, and let it fall for fun. But all lesser views are forgotten when one sees the waterfalls tumbling in the sunlight, and the most wonderful of all of them is Final Falls. Oh, to watch it fall clear off Stutzemutze, see Plate 22, to see it fall into practically endless space, 30,000 feet, 60,000 feet, turning into mist, into sleet or snow or rain or hail, depending on the sort of day it is, to see the miles-long rainbow of it extending to the vanishing point so far below your feet. There is a particularly striking pink marble cliff toward the north end of the land, the temporary north end of the land. You like it? You can have it, my friends say. That is what I had been fishing for them to say. Yes, Miss Phosphor McCabe did the really stunning photographic article for Heritage Geographical magazine. Heritage Geographical did not accept it, however. Miss Phosphor McCabe had arrived at some unacceptable conclusions, the editor said. What really happened is that I arrived at an unacceptable place, Miss Phosphor said. I remained there for 6 days. I photographed it and I narrated it. We'd never get by with that, the editor said. Part of the trouble was Miss Phosphor McCabe's explanations of just what she did mean by the average elevation of Stutzemutze. It was quite high, and by days of increasing elevation. Now here is another stone of silly shape. At first glimpse it will not seem possible to fit it into the intended gap, but the eye is deceived. This shape will fit into the gap nicely. It is a recollection in age of a thing observed during a long lifetime by a fine weather eye. Already as a small boy I was interested in clouds. I believed that certain clouds preserve their identities and appear again and again, and that some clouds are more solid than others. Later, when I took meteorology and weather courses at the university, I had a classmate who held a series of seemingly insane beliefs. At the heart of these was the theory that certain apparent clouds are not vapor masses at all, but are floating stone islands in the sky. He believed that there were some 30 of these islands, most of them composed of limestone, but some of them of basalt or sandstone, even of shale. He said that one, at least, of them was composed of potstone or soapstone. This classmate said that these floating islands were sometimes large, one of them being at least 5 miles long, that they were intelligently navigated to follow the best camouflage, the limestone islands usually traveling with masses of white fleecy clouds, the basalt islands traveling with dark thunderheads, and so on. He believed that these islands sometimes came to rest on Earth, that each of them had its own several nests in unfrequented regions, and he believed that the floating islands were peopled. We had considerable fun with Mad Anthony Tumley, our eccentric classmate. His ideas, we told each other, were quite insane, and indeed Anthony himself was finally institutionalized. It was a sad case, but one that could hardly be discussed without laughter. But later, after more than 50 years in the weather profession, I have come to the conclusion that Anthony Tumley was right in every respect. Several of us veteran weathermen share this knowledge now, but we have developed a sort of code for the thing, not daring to admit it openly, even to ourselves. Whales in the Sky is the code name for this study, and we pretend to keep it on a humorous basis. Some 30 of these floating stone islands are continuously over our own country. There may be more than 100 of them in the world. They are tracked on radar. They are sighted again and again in their slightly changed forms. Some of them now and then seem to slough off small masses of stone and deposit it somehow on Earth. They are known. They are named. They are even visited by some persons of odd character, always a peculiar combination of simplicity, acceptance, intelligence, and strange rapport.
There are persons and families in rural situations who employ these peopled islands to carry messages and goods for them. In rural and swampland Louisiana, there was once some wonder that the people did not more avail themselves of the intercoastal canal barges to carry their supplies and their products to market. How are the barges better than the stone islands that we have always used? These people ask. They aren't on a much more regular schedule, they aren't much faster, and they won't give you anything like the same amount of service in exchange for 100 weight of rice. Besides that, the Stone Island people are our friends, and some of them have intermarried with us Cajuns. There are other regions where the same easy cooperation obtains. Many of the Stone Island people are well known along certain almost regular routes. These people are all of a powerful and rather coarse beauty. They are good-natured and hearty. They actually traffic in stone, trading amazing tonnages of top-grade building stone for grain and other simple provisions. There is no scientific explanation at all of how these things can be, how the Stone Islands are able to float in the sky, but that they do so is the open secret of perhaps 1 million persons. Really, I am now too wealthy to be put in a madhouse, though I made my money in a rather mad traffic which would not be generally believed. I am too old to be laughed at openly. I will merely be smiled at as an eccentric. I have now retired from that weather profession which served me as a front for many years, which profession, however, I loved and still love. I know what I know. There are more things in the zone 15 miles above the earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy, Horatio. Memories of 52 Years as a Weather Observer by Hank Fairday, privately printed 1970. Miss Phosphor McCabe did another really stunning photographic article for the Heritage Geographical magazine. It had a catchy title, All Right, Then You Tell Me How I Did It, or The Building of the Pink Pagoda. The Pink Pagoda is complete, except for such additions as I shall have made whenever the notion strikes me, and whenever my high-flying friends are in the neighborhood. It is by far the largest structure in the world, and also, in my opinion, the most beautiful, but it is not massive in appearance. It is light and airy. Come see it in the stone, all of you. Come see it in the color photography, plates 1 to 129, if you are not able to come yourself. This wonderful structure gives the answers to hundreds of questions if you will just open your eyes and your ears. Of ancient megalithic structures, it has sometimes been asked how 100 or more of 100-ton blocks of stone could have been piled up and fitted so carefully that even a knife blade could not be inserted between the blocks. It's easy. You usually don't set 100 100-ton blocks unless for a certain ornamentation. You set one 10,000-ton block, and the joinings are merely simulated. In the Pink Pagoda, I have had set blocks as heavy as 300,000 tons of pink limestone. See plate 21. They bring the whole island down in place. They split off what block is wanted at that location, and believe me, they are some splitters. Then they withdraw the island a little bit and leave the block in place. Well, how else was it done? How did I get the 150,000-ton main capstone in place 450 feet in the air? With ramps? Oh, stop it. You'll scare the cuckoos. The stone pillars and turrets all around and below it are like three-dimensional lacework, and that main capstone had to go on last. It wasn't done by rocking it up on ramps, even if there had been a place for the ramps. It was all done on one Saturday afternoon, and here are the sequence pictures showing just how it was done. It was done by using a floating island, and by detaching pieces of that island as it was floated into place. I tell you that there is no other way that a 105-pound girl can assemble a 30-million-ton pink pagoda in 6 hours. She has got to have a floating island with a north cliff of pink limestone, and she has got to be very good friends with the people on that island. Please come and see my pink pagoda. All the people and all the officials avert their eyes from it. They say that it is impossible that such a thing could be there, and therefore it cannot be there. But it is there. See it yourself, or see plates 4, 9, 33, 70 especially. And it is pretty. See plates 19, 24, 5,
54. But best, come see it as it really is. Miss Phosphor McCabe did that rather astonishing photographic article for the Heritage Geographical magazine. Heritage Geographical refused to publish it, though, stating that such things were impossible, and they refused to come and see the Pink Pagoda itself, which is a pity, since it is the largest and most beautiful structure on Earth. It stands there yet, on that 30-acre hill right on the north edge of town, and you have not heard the last stone of it yet. The latest, a bad-natured little addition, will not be the last. Miss Phosphor swears that it will not be. There was a flimsy-winged enemy flew down, shortly after the first completion of the pagoda, and set the latest very small stone, it is called the Egg of Doubt stone, on top of the main capstone. 'Twas a crabbed-written little stone, and it read, "I will not trow two-headed calves, say never seens and also halves. I'll not believe a hollow earth, say skepticals of doubtful birth. I'll not concede Atlantis you, nor yet Lemuria or Mu, nor woodsmen in northwestern lands, nor bandy-legged Saucerians, nor ancient technologic myth, nor charm of timeless megalith. I will not credit whales that fly, nor limestone islands in the sky." Unfolk Ballad. That crabby little ballad stone on the top almost spoils the Pink Pagoda for me, but it will be removed, Miss Phosphor McCabe says, just as soon as her traveling friends are back in this neighborhood and she can get up there. That is all that we have to say on the subject of stone setting. Does anyone else have something further to add? Interurban Queen. Introduction by Terry Bisson. Although his Oklahanali will surely someday take its proper place alongside Huckleberry Finn and Moby Dick as one of the great American novels, Raphael Aloysius Lafferty is more known for his short stories than his novels, and not all that widely known. For Lafferty is that most tender, wretched, and essential of creatures, the writer's writer, celebrated by, beloved of, but mostly visible only, check the intros, to his own proud primitive tribe. And even in the cult we call SF, Lafferty is an outlier, a dark star, a visitor from the Oort cloud of literature, our poet. Not romantic, how much more pallid Bradbury, but rather Elizabethan in the exuberant precision of his words, metaphysical in the playful contrariness of his ideas, difficult but fun. No, not the most important writer of SF's post-Golden Age. How could such an original prevail? But how not persist? Once discovered, he is never let go. He is with us forever. His is a slant spell, but once you fall under it, you remain enchanted. So here is Interurban Queen. Not his greatest story. It's a middling Lafferty, which places it in the top rank of short fiction worldwide. It's an alternate history, a form Lafferty, a conservative Midwestern engineer, often used as a lever to upend his familiar Oklahoma quotidian. It's a utopian tale, another field in which Lafferty liked to romp, with a solid business engine and a sunny, murderous heart. Come along. You are on an outing with your great-granddaughter through the green and pleasant landscape of your dreams. Rifles are handed out. Interurban Queen. It was the year 1907 when I attained my majority and came into a considerable inheritance, the old man said. I was a very keen young man, keen enough to know that I didn't know everything. I went to knowledgeable men and asked their advice as to how I might invest this inheritance. I talked with bankers and cattlemen and the new oilmen. These were not stodgy men. They had an edge on the future, and they were excited and exciting about the way that money might be made to grow. It was the year of statehood, and there was an air of prosperity over the new state. I wished to integrate my patrimony into that new prosperity. Finally, I narrowed my choice to two investments, which then seemed about of equal prospect, though you will now smile to hear them equated. One of them was the stock-selling company of a certain Harvey Goodrich, a rubber company, and with the new automobile coming into wider use, it seemed that rubber might be a thing of the future. The other was a stock-selling transportation company that proposed to run an interurban railway between the small towns of Kiefer and Mounds. It also proposed, at a future time, to run branches to Glenpool, to Bixby, to Kellyville, to Slick, to Bristow, to Beggs, even to Okmulgee and Sepulpa. At that time it also seemed that these little interurban railways might be things of the future. An interurban already ran between Tulsa and Sand Springs, and one was building between Tulsa and Sepulpa. There were more than 1,000 of these small trolley railroads operating in the nation, and thoughtful men believed that they would come to form a complete national network, might become the main system of transportation. But now the old man Charles Archer was still a young man. He was listening to Joe Elias, a banker in a small but growing town. "It is a riddle you pose me, young man, and you set me thinking," Elias said. "We have dabbled in both, thinking to have an egg under every hen. I begin to believe that we were wrong to do so. These two prospects are types of two futures, and only one of them will obtain. In this state, with its new oil discoveries, it might seem that we should be partial to rubber, which has a tie-in with the automobile, which has a tie-in with petroleum fuel. This need not be. I believe that the main use of oil will be in powering the new factories, and I believe that rubber is already oversold as to industrial application, and yet there will be a new transportation. Between the horse and the mainline railways there is a great gap. I firmly believe that the horse will be eliminated as a main form of transportation. We are making no more loans to buggy or buckboard manufacturers nor to harness makers. I have no faith in the automobile. It destroys something in me. It is the interurbans that will go into the smallest localities, and will so cut into the mainline railroads as to leave no more than a half-dozen of the long-distance major lines in America. Young man, I would invest in the interurban with complete confidence." Charles Archer was listening to Carl Bigheart, a cattleman. "I ask you, boy, how many head of cattle can you put into an automobile, or even into what they call a lorry or truck? Then I ask you how many you can put into an honest cattle car which can be coupled onto any interurban on a country run. The interurban will be the salvation of us cattlemen. With the fencing regulations, we cannot drive cattle even 20 miles to a railroad, but the little interurbans will go into the deep country, running along every second or third section line. And I will tell you another thing, boy. There is no future for the automobile. We cannot let there be. Consider the man on horseback, and I have been a man on horseback for most of my life. Well, mostly he is a good man, but there is a change in him as soon as he mounts. Every man on horseback is an arrogant man, however gentle he may be on foot. I know this in myself and in others. He was necessary in his own time, and I believe that time is ending. There was always extreme danger from the man on horseback. Believe me, young man, the man in the automobile is 1,000 times as dangerous. The kindest man in the world assumes an incredible arrogance when he drives an automobile, and this arrogance will increase still further if the machine is allowed to develop greater power and sophistication. I tell you, it will engender absolute selfishness in mankind if the driving of automobiles becomes common. It will breed violence on a scale never seen before. It will mark the end of the family as we know it, the 3 or 4 generations living happily in one home. It will destroy the sense of neighborhood and the true sense of nation. It will create giantized cankers of cities, false opulence of suburbs, ruinized countryside, and unhealthy conglomeration of specialized farming and manufacturing. It will breed rootlessness and immorality. It will make every man a tyrant. I believe the private automobile will be suppressed. It will have to be. This is a moral problem, and we are a moral nation and world. We will take moral action against it. And without the automobile, rubber has no real future. Opt for the interurban stock, young man. Young Charles Archer was listening to Nolan Cushman, an oilman. "I will not lie to you, young fellow. I love the automobile, the motor car. I have 3, custom built. I am an emperor when I drive. Hell, I'm an emperor anyhow. I bought a castle last summer that had housed emperors. I'm having it transported stone by stone to my place in the Osage. Now, as to the motor car, I can see how it should develop. It should develop with the roads, they becoming leveled and metalled or concreted, and the cars lower and lower and faster. We would develop them so, if we were some species other than human. It is the logical development, but I hope it will not come, and it will not. That would be to make it common, and the commonality of men cannot be trusted with this power. Besides, I love a high car, and I do not want there to be very many of them. They should only be allowed to men of extreme wealth and flair. How would it be if the working men were ever permitted them? It would be murderous if they should come into the hands of ordinary men. How hellish a world would it be if all men should become as arrogant as myself? No, the automobile will never be anything but a rich man's pride. The rubber will never be anything but a limited adjunct to that special thing. Invest in your interurban. It is the thing of the future, or else I dread that future." Young Charles Archer knew that this was a crossroads of the world. Whichever turning was taken, it would predicate a certain sort of nation and world and humanity. He thought about it deeply. Then he decided. He went out and invested his entire inheritance in his choice. "I considered the 2 investments, and I made my choice," said Charles Archer, the old man now in the now present. "I put all I had into it, $35,000, a considerable sum in those days. You know the results." "I am one of the results, great-grandfather," said Angela Archer. "If you had invested differently, you would have come to different fortune, you would have married differently, and I would be different or not at all. I like me here and now. I like everything as it is." 3 of them were out riding early one Saturday morning, the old man Charles Archer, his great-granddaughter Angela, and her fiancé Peter Brady. They were riding through the quasi-urbia, the rich countryside. It was not a main road, and yet it had a beauty, partly natural and partly contrived, that was as exciting as it was satisfying. Water always beside the roadway, that was the secret. There were the carp ponds, one after another. There were the hatcheries. There were the dancing, rocky streams that in a less enlightened age might have been mere gutter runs or roadway runs. There were the small and rapid trout streams, and boys were catching big trout from them. There were the deep bush trees there, sumac, witch hazel, sassafras, incense trees they might almost have been. There were the great trees themselves, pecan and hickory and black walnut, standing like high backdrops, and between were the lesser trees, willow, cottonwood, sycamore. Catheads and sedge-grass and reeds stood in the water itself, and tall Sudan grass and blue stem on the shores, and always the clovers there, and the smell of wet sweet clover. "I chose the wrong one," said old Charles Archer as they rode along through the textured country. "One can now see how grotesque was my choice, but I was young. In 2 years the stock-selling company in which I had invested was out of business, and my loss was total. So early and easy riches were denied me, but I developed an ironic hobby, keeping track of the stock of the enterprise in which I did not invest. The stock I could have bought for $35,000 would now make me worth $9 million. "Ugh, don't talk of such a thing on such a beautiful day," Angela objected. "They heard another of them last night," Peter Brady commented. "They've been hearing this one off and on for a week now and haven't caught him yet." "I always wish they wouldn't kill them when they catch them," Angela bemoaned. "It doesn't seem quite right to kill them." A goose girl was herding her white honking charges as they gobbled weeds out of fields of morning onions. Flowering kale was shining green-purple, and okra plants were standing. Jersey cows grazed along the roadway, and the patterned plastic, almost as patterned as the grasses, filled the roadway itself. There were clouds like yellow dust in the air. Bees.
Stingless bees they were, but dust itself was not, that there never be dust again. "They will have to find out and kill the sly clunker-makers," said old man Charles Archer. "Stop the poison at its source." "There's too many of them and too much money in it," said Peter Brady. "Yes, we kill them. One of them was found and killed Thursday, and 3 nearly finished clunkers were destroyed, but we can't kill them all. They seem to come out of the ground like snakes." "I wish we didn't have to kill them," Angela said. There were brightly colored firkins of milk standing on loading stoas, for this was a milk shed. There were chickens squawking in 9-story-high coops as they waited the pickups, but they never had to wait long. Here were 1,000 dozen eggs on a refrigeration porch, there a clutch of piglings or of red steers. Tomato plants were staked 2 meters high. Sweet corn stood, not yet come to tassel. They passed cucumber vines and cantaloupe vines, and the potato hills rising up blue-green. There were grapevines in their tight acres, deep alfalfa meadows, living fences of Osage orange and white thorn. Carrot tops zephyred like green lace. Cattle were grazing fields of red clover and of peanuts, that most magic of all clovers. Men mowed hay. "I hear him now," Peter Brady said suddenly. "You couldn't. Not in the daytime. Don't even think of such a thing," Angela protested. Farm ducks were grazing with their heads under water in the roadway ponds and farm ponds. Bower oaks grew high in the roadway parks. Sheep fed in hay grazer that was higher than their heads. They were small white islands in it. There was local wine and chalk beer and cider for sale at small booths, along with limestone sculpture and painted fruitwood carvings. Kids danced on loading stoas to little post-mounted music canisters, and goats licked slate outcroppings in search of some new mineral. The Saturday riders passed a roadway restaurant with its tables out under the leaves and under a little rock overhang. A 1-meter-high waterfall gushed through the middle of the establishment, and a 2-meter-long bridge of set shale stone led to the kitchen. Then they broke onto view after never-tiring view of the rich and varied quasi-urbia, the roadway farms, the fringe farms, the berry patches, in their seasons, Juneberries, huckleberries, blueberries, dewberries, elderberries, high-bush cranberries, red raspberries, boysenberries, loganberries, 9 kinds of blackberries, strawberries, greenberries. Orchards. Can there ever be enough orchards? Plum, peach, sand plum and chokecherry, black cherry, apple and crabapple, pear, blue-fruited pawpaw, persimmon, crooked quince, melon patches, congregations of beehives, pickle patches, cheese farms, flax farms, close-clustered towns, 20 houses in each, 20 persons in a house, 20 of the little settlements along every mile of roadway, country honky-tonks, as well as high-dog clubs already open and hopping with action in the early morning, roadway chapels with local statuary and with their rich box poor boxes. One dropped money in the top if one had it and the spirit to give it. One tripped it out the bottom if one needed it. And the little refrigeration niches with bread, cheese, beef rolls, and always the broached cask of country wine, that there be no more hunger on the roadways forever. "I hear it too," old Charles Archer cried out suddenly. "High-pitched and off to the left. And there's the smell of monoxide and, gah, rubber. Conductor! Conductor!" The conductor heard it, as did others in the car. The conductor stopped the cars to listen. Then he phoned the report and gave the location as well as he might, consulting with the passengers. There was rough country over to the left, rocks and hills, and someone was driving there in broad daylight. The conductor broke out rifles from the locker, passing them out to Peter Brady and 2 other young men in the car, and to 3 men in each of the other 2 cars. A competent-seeming man took over the communication, talking to men on a line further to the left, beyond the mad driver, and they had him boxed into a box no more than half a mile square. "You stay, Angela, and you stay, Grandfather Archer," Peter Brady said.
Here is a little .30 carbine. Use it if he comes in range at all. We hunt him down now." Then Peter Brady followed the conductor and the rifle-bearing men, 10 men on a death hunt, and there were now 4 other groups out on the hunt, converging on their whining, coughing target. "Why do they have to kill them, great-grandfather? Why not turn them over to the courts?"
"The courts are too lenient. All they give them is life in prison."
"But surely that should be enough. It will keep them from driving the things, and some of the unfortunate men might even be rehabilitated."
"Angela, they are the greatest prison breakers ever. Only 10 days ago, Madman Gudge killed 3 guards, went over the wall at State Prison, evaded all pursuit, robbed the cheesemakers' cooperative of $15,000, got to a sly clunker maker, and was driving one of the things in a wild area within 30 hours of his breakout. It was 4 days before they found him and killed him. They are insane, Angela, and the mental hospitals are already full of them. Not one of them has ever been rehabilitated."
"Why is it so bad that they should drive? They usually drive only in the very wild places, and for a few hours in the middle of the night."
"Their madness is infectious, Angela. Their arrogance would leave no room for anything else in the world. Our country is now in balance. Our communication and travel is minute and near perfect, thanks to the wonderful trolleys and the people of the trolleys. We are all one neighborhood. We are all one family. We live in love and compassion, with few rich and few poor, and arrogance and hatred have all gone out from us. We are the people with roots and with trolleys. We are one with our earth."
Would it hurt that the drivers should have their own limited place to do what they wanted, if they did not bother sane people?
"Would it hurt if disease and madness and evil were given their own limited place? But they will not stay in their place, Angela. There is the diabolical arrogance in them, the rampant individualism, the hatred of order. There can be nothing more dangerous to society than the man in the automobile. Were they allowed to thrive, there would be poverty and want again, Angela, and wealth and accumulation, and cities."
"But cities are the most wonderful things of all. I love to go to them."
"I do not mean the wonderful excursion cities, Angela. There would be cities of another and blacker sort. They were almost upon us once when a limitation was set on them. Uniqueness is lost in them. There would be mere accumulation of rootless people, of arrogant people, of duplicated people, of people who have lost their humanity. Let them never rob us of our involuted countryside or our quasi-urbia. We are not perfect, but what we have we will not give away for the sake of wild men."
"The smell, I cannot stand it."
"Monoxide. How would you like to be born in the smell of it, to live every moment of your life in the smell of it, to die in the smell of it?"
No, not that." The rifle shots were scattered but serious. The howling and coughing of the illicit clunker automobile were nearer. Then it was in sight, bouncing and bounding weirdly out of the rough rock area and into the tomato patches, straight toward the trolley Interurban. The clunker automobile was on fire, giving off the ghastly stench of burning leather and rubber and noxious monoxide and seared human flesh. The man, standing up at the broken wheel, was a madman, howling out of his head. He was a young man, but sunken-eyed and unshaven, bloodied on the left side of his head and the left side of his breast, foaming with hatred and arrogance. "Kill me! Kill me!" he croaked like clattering broken thunder. "There will be others! We will not leave off driving so long as there is one desolate place left, so long as there is one sly clunker-maker left." He went rigid, he quivered, he was shot again, but he would die howling. "Damn you all to Trolley Haven! A man in an automobile is worth 1,000 men on foot. He is worth 1,000,000 men in a trolley car. You never felt your black heart rise up in you when you took control of one of the monsters. You never felt the lively hate choke you off in rapture as you sneered down the whole world from your bouncing center of the universe. Damn all decent folks! I'd rather go to hell in an automobile than to heaven in a trolley car." A spoked wheel broke, sounding like one of the muted volleys of rifle fire coming from behind him. The clunker automobile pitched onto its nose, upended, turned over, and exploded in blasting flames. And still in the middle of the fire could be seen the two hypnotic eyes with their darker flame, could be heard the demented voice. "The crankshaft will still be good! The differential will still be good! A sly clunker maker can use part of it! Part of it will drive again! Aye!" Some of them sang as they rode away from the site in the trolley cars, and some of them were silent and thoughtful. It had been an unnerving thing. "It curdles me to remember that I once put my entire fortune into that future," great-grandfather Charles Archer moaned. "Well, that is better than to have lived in such a future." A young couple had happily loaded all their belongings onto a baggage trolley and were moving from one of the excursion cities to live with kindred in Quasi-Urbia. The population of that excursion city, with its wonderful theaters and music halls and distinguished restaurants and literary coffee houses and alcoholic oases and amusement centers, had now reached 7,000 persons, the legal limit for any city. Oh, there were 1,000 excursion cities, and all of them delightful, but a limit must be kept on size. A limit must be kept on everything. It was a wonderful Saturday afternoon. Fowlers caught birds with collapsible kite-cornered nets. Kids rode free out to the diamonds to play trolley league ball. Old gaffers rode out with pigeons in pigeon boxes to turn them loose and watch them race home. Shore netters took shrimp from the semi-saline Little Shrimp Lake. Banjo players serenaded their girls in grassy lanes. The world was one single bronze gong song, with the melodious clang of trolley cars threading the country on their green iron rails, with the sparky fire following them overhead and their copper gleaming in the sun. By law there must be a trolley line every mile, but they were oftener. By law no one trolley line might run for more than 25 miles. This was to give a sense of locality, but transfers between the lines were worked out perfectly. If one wished to cross the nation, one rode on some 120 different lines. There were no more long-distance railroads. They also had had their arrogance, and they also had had to go. Carp in the ponds, pigs in the clover, a unique barn factory in every hamlet and every hamlet unique, bees in the air, pepper plants in the lanes, and the whole land as sparky as trolley fire and right as rails. Thus we frustrate Charlemagne. Introduction by Jack Dan. Rump of Skunk and Madness, or How to Read R.A. Lafferty. Yes, it looks perfectly simple on the surface. Lafferty's prose is short on adjectives and long on what would seem to be the voice of the American tall tale. His characters are ciphers, seemingly one-dimensional caricatures, and the tall voice is innocently jocular, as it seems to invent its own convoluted syntax, explains historical incidents at length, punctuates events with impossibly over-the-top details, and tramples through philosophical swamplands like Paul Bunyan in a hurry to get to the end of the story. We can't help but notice that there is more going on than we can see, and although there are bits and pieces we don't understand, words we don't know, incidents and outre theories that may or may not be historically correct, ostensibly irrelevant sidebars, we can't get off the runaway train until it stops. As is widely acknowledged, Lafferty is a one-off. He can't be imitated. He's been compared to Gene Wolfe because of the influence and presence of Christianity in his work, and he's been compared to Mark Twain, probably for the yarnish nature of his prose. But comparisons don't really work with Lafferty. After all the comparisons are made, we are still left wondering what the hell just happened after we read a Lafferty story. And why do these stories stick in our minds like childhood memory, like fairy tales that scared the bejesus out of us? Perhaps it's because they are just that, philosophical fairy tales for adults. And so to Thus We Frustrate Charlemagne, which for my money is one of his best short stories. It is quintessential Lafferty, and it works on all the levels, sure to leave you scratching your head as the parable inserts itself firmly into your memory. The story is classic counterfactual fiction. It is an illustration of what happens when you change history to create alternate history, and it comes into being through the writer's choice of a divergence point, which creates a new branch that confounds history as we think we know it. Lafferty will leave you to tangle with the possible consequences of the battles of Roncesvalles and William of Occam's concept of terminalism. And if you're as obsessive as I am, you'll probably find yourself looking up some terms. All that aside, consider as you read whether this is a science fiction story at all, or whether it might just be an anti-science fiction story. Note 1. I recommend Paul Kincaid's excellent article in Through the Dark Labyrinth, https://www.google.com.au/AMP/2014/08/reprint-thus-we-frustrate-AMP/. End of note. The author playfully uses the tropes of science fiction, of alternate history, but the science is pretty much just another version of magic, a trope in itself. And the history, we believe it because Lafferty sprinkles in such learned esoterica that it somehow feels right. And some of it is. Suffice it to say, the story you're about to read is simple and confusing and makes absolute sense. Welcome to the antinomical Lafferty. Welcome to his happily constructed dystopia. As the critic and scholar Don Webb said, Lafferty's fiction creates the unknown rather than the known. Enjoy the peep show. Thus We Frustrate Charlemagne. "We've been on some tall ones," said Gregory Smirnoff of the Institute, "but we've never stood on the edge of a bigger one than this, nor viewed one with shakier expectations. Still, if the calculations of Epictetus are correct, this will work." "People, it will work," Epict said. This was Epictetus, the Ctistec machine? Who'd have believed it? The main bulk of Epict was 5 floors below them, but he had run an extension of himself up to this little penthouse lounge. All it took was a cable, no more than a yard in diameter, and a functional head set on the end of it. And what a head he chose! It was a sea serpent head, a dragon head, 5 feet long and copied from an old carnival float. Epict had also given himself human speech of a sort, a blend of Irish and Jewish and Dutch comedian patter from ancient vaudeville. Epict was a comic to his last para-DNA relay when he rested his huge, boggle-eyed, crested head on the table there and smoked the biggest stogies ever born. But he was serious about this project. "We have perfect test conditions," the machine Epict said, as though calling them to order. "We set out basic texts, and we take careful note of the world as it is. If the world changes, then the texts should change here before our eyes. For our test pilot, we have taken that portion of our own middle-sized city that can be viewed from this fine vantage point. If the world in its past-present continuity is changed by our meddling, then the face of our city will also change instantly as we watch it. We have assembled here the finest minds and judgments in the world, 8 humans and 1 Ctistec machine, myself. Remember that there are 9 of us. It might be important." The 9 finest minds were Epictetus, the transcendent machine who put the K in Ctistec, Gregory Smirnoff, the large-souled director of the Institute, Valerie Mock, an incandescent lady scientist, her overshadowed and overintelligent husband, Charles Cogsworth, the humorless and inerrant Glasser, Aloysius Shiplap, the seminal genius, Willie McGilly, a man of unusual parts, the seeing third finger on his left hand he had picked up on one of the planets of Captain's star, and no false modesty, Audifax O'Hanlon, and Diogenes Pontifex. The latter two men were not members of the Institute on account of the minimal decency rule, but when the finest minds in the world are assembled, these two cannot very well be left out. "We are going to tamper with one small detail in past history and note its effect," Gregory said. "This has never been done before openly. We go back to an era that has been called a patch of light in the vast gloom, the time of Charlemagne. We consider why that light went out and did not kindle others. The world lost 400 years by that flame expiring when the tinder was apparently ready for it. We go back to that false dawn of Europe and consider where it failed. The year was 778, and the region was Spain. Charlemagne had entered alliance with Marsilius, the Arab king of Saragossa, against the Caliph Abdurrahman of Cordova. Charlemagne took such towns as Pamplona, Huesca, and Gerona, and cleared the way to Marsilius in Saragossa. The Caliph accepted the situation. Saragossa should be independent, a city open to both Muslims and Christians. The northern marches to the border of France should be permitted their Christianity, and there would be peace for everybody. This Marsilius had long treated Christians as equals in Saragossa, and now there would be an open road from Islam into the Frankish Empire. Marsilius gave Charlemagne 33 scholars, Muslim, Jewish, and Christian, and some Spanish mules to seal the bargain, and there could have been a cross-fertilization of cultures. But the road was closed at Roncesvalles, where the rear guard of Charlemagne was ambushed and destroyed on its way back to France. The ambushers were more Basque than Moslems, but Charlemagne locked the door at the Pyrenees and swore that he would not let even a bird fly over that border thereafter. He kept the road closed, as did his son and his grandsons. But when he sealed off the Moslem world, he also sealed off his own culture. In his latter years, he tried a revival of civilization with a ragtag of Irish half-scholars, Greek vagabonds, and Roman copyists who almost remembered an older Rome. These weren't enough to revive civilization, and yet Charlemagne came close with them. Had the Islam door remained open, a real revival of learning might have taken place then rather than 400 years later. We are going to arrange that the ambush at Roncesvalles did not happen, and that the door between the two civilizations was not closed. Then we will see what happens to us." "Intrusion like a burglar bent," said Epict. "Who's a burglar?" Glasser demanded. "I am," Epict said. "We all are. It's from an old verse. I forget the author. I have it filed in my main mind downstairs if you're interested." "We set out a basic text of Hilarius," Gregory continued. "We note it carefully, and we must remember it the way it is. Very soon that may be the way it was. I believe that the words will change on the very page of this book as we watch them, just as soon as we have done what we intend to do." The basic text marked in the open book read, "The trader Gano, playing a multiplex game, with money from the court of a caliph, hired Basque Christians, dressed as Saragossan Mozarabs, to ambush the rear guard of the Frankish force. To do this, it was necessary that Gano keep in contact with the Basques, and at the same time delay the rear guard of the Franks. Gano, however, served both as guide and scout for the Franks. The ambush was effected. Charlemagne lost his Spanish mules, and he locked the door against the Moslem world." That was the text by Hilarius. When we, as it were, push the button, give the nod to Epictistes, this will be changed, Gregory said. Epict, by a complex of devices which he has assembled, will send an avatar, partly of mechanical and partly of ghostly construction, and something will have happened to the trader Gano along about sundown one night on the road to Roncesvalles. "I hope the avatar isn't expensive," Willie McGilly said. "When I was a boy, we got by with a dart whittled out of slippery elmwood." "This is no place for humor," Glasser protested. "Who did you as a boy ever kill in time, Willie?" "Lots of them.
King Wu of the Manchu, Pope Adrian VII, President Hardy of our own country, King Marcel of Auvergne, the philosopher Gabriel Toeplitz. It's a good thing we got them. They were a bad lot. But I never heard of any of them, Willie, Glasser insisted. Of course not. We killed them when they were kids. Enough of your fooling, Willie, Gregory cut it off. Willie's not fooling, the machine Epic said. Where do you think I got the idea? Regard the world, Aloysius said softly. We see our own middle-sized town with half a dozen towers of pastel-colored brick. We will watch it as it grows or shrinks. It will change if the world changes. There's 2 shows in town I haven't seen, Valerie said. Don't let them take them away. After all, there are only 3 shows in town. We regard the beautiful arts as set out in the reviews here, which we have also taken as basic texts, Audifax O'Hanlon said. You can say what you want to, but the arts have never been in meaner shape. Painting is of 3 schools only, all of them bad. Sculpture is the heaps of rusted metal school and the obscene tinker toy effects. The only popular art, graffiti on Miniaturio walls, has become unimaginative, stylized, and ugly. The only thinkers to be thought of are the dead Teilhard de Chardin and the stillborn Sartre, Zielinski, Eichinger. Oh well, if you're going to laugh, there's no use going on. All of us here are experts on something, Cogsworth said. Most of us are experts on everything. We know the world as it is. Let us do what we are going to do, and then look at the world. Push the button, Epic, Gregory Smirnoff ordered. From his depths, Epictistes, the Ktistek machine, sent out an avatar, partly of mechanical and partly of ghostly construction. Along about sundown on the road from Pamplona to Roncesvalles, on August 14th of the year 778, the trader Gano was taken up from the road and hanged on a carob tree, the only one in those groves of oak and beech, and all things thereafter were changed. Did it work, Epic? Is it done? Louis Lobachevsky demanded. I can't see a change in anything. The Avatar is back and reports his mission accomplished, Epic stated. I can't see any change in anything either. Let's look at the evidence, Gregory said. The 13 of them, the 10 humans and the Ktistek, Kresmoidek, and Proaesthematic machines, turned to the evidence, and with mounting disappointment. There is not one word changed in the hilarious text, Gregory grumbled, and indeed the basic text still read, the King Marsilius of Saragossa, playing a multiplex game, took money from the Caliph of Cordova for persuading Charlemagne to abandon the conquest of Spain, which Charlemagne had never considered and couldn't have effected, took money from Charlemagne in recompense for the cities of the northern marches being returned to Christian rule, though Marsilius himself had never ruled them, and took money from everyone as toll on the new trade passing through his city. Marsilius gave up nothing but 33 scholars, the same number of mules, and a few wagon-loads of book manuscripts from the old Hellenistic libraries. But a road over the mountains was opened between the 2 worlds, and also a sector of the Mediterranean coast became open to both. A limited opening was made between the 2 worlds, and a limited reanimation of civilization was effected in each. No, there is not one word of the text changed, Gregory grumbled. History followed its same course. How did our experiment fail? We tried, by a device that seems a little cloudy now, to shorten the gestation period for the new birth. It would not be shortened. The town is in no way changed, said Aloysius Shiplap. It is still a fine large town with 24 imposing towers of varicolored limestone and Midland marble. It is a vital metropolis, and we all love it, but it is now as it was before. There are still 24 good shows in town that I haven't seen, Valerie said happily as she examined the billings. I was afraid that something might have happened to them. There is no change at all in the beautiful arts as reflected in the reviews here that we have taken as basic texts,
said Audifax O'Hanlon. "You can say what you want to, but the arts have never been in finer shape." "It's a link of sausage," said the machine Cresmoady. "Nor know the road whoever ran it thrice," said the machine Proaste. "That's from an old verse. I forget the author. I have it filed in my main mind in England, if you're interested."
"Oh, yes, it's the three-cornered tale that ends where it begins," said the machine Epictistes. "But it is good sausage, and we should enjoy it. Many ages have not even this much." "What are you fellows babbling about?" Audifax asked, without really wanting to know. "The art of painting is still almost incandescent in its bloom. The schools are like clustered galaxies, and half the people are doing some of this work for pleasure. Scandinavian and Maori sculpture are hard put to maintain their dominance in the field where almost everything is extraordinary. The impassioned comic has released music from most of its bonds. Since speculative mathematics and psychology have joined the popular performing arts, there is considerably more sheer fun in life. There's a piece here on Pete Teilhard putting him into context as a talented science fiction writer with a talent for outre burlesque. The brain-world motif was overworked when he tackled it, but what a shaggy comic extravaganza he did make of it. And there's Muldoon, Zielinski, Popper, Gander, Eichinger, White Crow, Hornwanger. We owe so much to the juice of the cultists. In the main line there are whole congeries and continents of great novels and novelists. And ever-popular art, graffiti on Mingitorio walls, maintains its excellence. Travel Unlimited offers a 99-day art tour of the world keyed to the viewing of the exquisite and hilarious miniatures on the walls of its own restrooms. Ah, what a copious world we live in.
"It's more grass than we can graze," said Willie McGilly. "The very bulk of achievement is stupefying. Ah, I wonder if there is subtle revenge in my choice of words. The experiment, of course, was a failure, and I'm glad, like a full world."
"We will not call the experiment a failure, since we have covered only a third of it," said Gregory. "Tomorrow we will make our second attempt on the past, and if there is a present left to us after that, we will make a third attempt the following day." "Shove it, good people, shove it," the machine Epictistes said. "We will meet here again tomorrow. Now you to your pleasures, and we to ours."
The people talked that evening away from the machines, where they could make foolish conjectures without being laughed at.
"Let's pull a random card out of the pack and go with it," said Louis Lobachevsky. "Let's take a purely intellectual crux of a little later date and see if the changing of it will change the world."
"I suggest Occam," said Johnny Conduli.
"Why?" Valerie demanded.
"He was the last and least of the medieval schoolmen. How could anything he did or did not do affect anything?"
"Oh, no, he held the razor to the jugular," Gregory said. "He'd have severed the vein if the razor hadn't been snatched from his hand. There is something amiss here, though. It is as though I remembered when things were not so stark with Occam, as though in some variant Occam's terminalism did not mean what we know that it did mean." "Sure, let's cut the jugular," said Willie. "Let's find out the logical termination of terminalism and see just how deep Occam's razor can cut." "We'll do it," said Gregory. "Our world has become something of a fat slob. It cloys. It has bothered me all evening. We will find whether purely intellectual attitudes are of actual effect. We'll leave the details to Epic, but I believe the turning point was in the year 1323, when John Luttrell came from Oxford to Avignon, where the Holy See was then situated. He brought with him 56 propositions taken from Occam's commentary on the sentences, and he proposed their condemnation. They were not condemned outright, but Occam was whipped soundly in that first assault, and he never recovered. Luttrell proved that Occam's nihilism was a bunch of nothing, and the Occam thing did die away, echoing dimly through the little German courts where Occam traveled peddling his wares, but he no longer peddled them in the main markets. Yet his viewpoint could have sunk the world if, indeed, intellectual attitudes are of actual effect. We wouldn't have liked Luttrell, said Aloysius. He was humorless, and he had no fire in him, and he was always right. And we would have liked Occam. He was charming, and he was wrong, and perhaps we will destroy the world yet. There's a chance that we will get our reaction if we allow Occam free hand. China was frozen for thousands of years by an intellectual attitude, one not nearly so unsettling as Occam's. India is hypnotized into a queer stasis which calls itself revolutionary and which does not move, hypnotized by an intellectual attitude. But there was never such an attitude as Occam's. So they decided that the former Chancellor of Oxford, John Luttrell, who was always a sick man, should suffer one more sickness on the road to Avignon in France, and that he should not arrive there to lance the Occam thing before it infected the world. "Let's get on with it, good people," Epic rumbled the next day. "Me, I'm to stop a man getting from Oxford to Avignon in the year 1323. Well, come, take your places, and let's get the thing started." And Epictetus's great sea serpent head glowed every color as he puffed on a 7-branched pukaduka and filled the room with wonderful smoke. "Everybody ready to have his throat cut?" Gregory asked cheerfully. "Cut them," said Diogenes Pontifex, "but I haven't much hope for it. If our yesterday's essay had no effect, I cannot see how one English schoolman chasing another to challenge him in an Italian court in France in bad Latin nearly 700 years ago on 56 points of unscientific abstract reasoning can have effect." "We have perfect test conditions here," said the machine Epic. "We set out a basic text from Cobblestone's History of Philosophy. If our test is effective, then the text will change before our eyes. So will every other text and the world. We have assembled here the finest minds and judgments in the world," the machine Epictetus said. 10 humans and 3 machines. Remember that there are 13 of us. It might be important." "Regard the world," said Aloysius Shiplap. "I said that yesterday, but it is required that I say it again. We have the world in our eyes and in our memories. If it changes in any way, we will know it." "Push the button, Epic," said Gregory Smirnoff. From his depths, Epictetus the Katistek machine sent out an avatar, partly of mechanical and partly of ghostly construction. And along about sundown on the road from Mende to Avignon in the old Languedoc district of France, in the year 1323, John Luttrell was stricken with one more sickness. He was taken to a little inn in the mountain country, and perhaps he died there. He did not, at any rate, arrive at Avignon. "Did it work, Epic? Is it done?" Aloysius asked. "Let's look at the evidence," said Gregory. The 4 of them, the 3 humans and the ghost Epic, who was a Kachenko mask with a speaking tube, turned to the evidence with mounting disappointment. "There is still the stick and the 5 notches in it," said Gregory. "It was our test stick. Nothing in the world is changed." "The arts remain as they were," said Aloysius. "Our picture here on the stone on which we have worked for so many seasons is the same as it was. We have painted the bears black, the buffaloes red, and the people blue. When we find a way to make another color, we can represent birds also. I had hoped that our experiment might give us that other color. I had even dreamed that birds might appear in the picture on the rock before our very eyes." "There's still rump of skunk to eat and nothing else," said Valerie. "I had hoped that our experiment would have changed it to haunch of deer." "All is not lost," said Aloysius. "We still have the hickory nuts. That was my last prayer before we began our experiment. Don't let them take the hickory nuts away. I prayed." They sat around the conference table that was a large flat natural rock and cracked hickory nuts with stone fist hammers. They were nude in the crude, and the world was as it had always been. They had hoped by magic to change it. "Epic has failed us," said Gregory. "We made his fame out of the best sticks, and we platted his face out of the finest weeds and grasses.
We chanted him full of magic and placed all our special treasures in his cheek pouches. So what can the magic mask do for us now?" Ask it, said Valerie. They were the 4 finest minds in the world, the 3 humans, Gregory, Aloysius, and Valerie, the only humans in the world unless you count those in the other valleys, and the ghost Epict, a Kachenko mask with a speaking tube. "What do we do now, Epict?" Gregory asked. Then he went around behind Epict to the speaking tube. "I remember a woman with a sausage stuck to her nose," said Epict in the voice of Gregory. "Is that any help?" "It may be some help," Gregory said after he had once more taken his place at the Flat Rock conference table. "It is from an what's old about it? I made it up myself this morning, folk tale about the 3 wishes." "Let Epic tell it," said Valerie. "He does it so much better than you do." Valerie went behind Epic to the speaking tube and blew smoke through it from the huge, loose blackleaf uncured stogie that she was smoking. "The wife wastes 1 wish for a sausage," said Epic in the voice of Valerie. "A sausage is a piece of deer meat tied in a piece of a deer's stomach. The husband is angry that the wife has wasted a wish, since she could have wished for a whole deer and had many sausages. He gets so angry that he wishes the sausage might stick to her nose forever. It does, and the woman wails, and the man realized that he had used up the 2nd wish. I forget the rest." "You can't forget it, Epic," Aloysius cried in alarm. "The future of the world may depend on your remembering. Here, let me reason with that damned magic mask." And Aloysius went behind Epic to the speaking tube. "Oh, yes, now I remember," Epic said in the voice of Aloysius. "The man used the 3rd wish to get the sausage off his wife's nose, so things were the way they had been before." "But we don't want it the way it was before," Valerie howled. "That's the way it is now, rump of skunk to eat, and me with nothing to wear but my ape cape. We want it better. We want deerskins and antelope skins." "Take me as a mystic or don't take me at all," Epic signed off. "Even though the world has always been so, yet we have intimations of other things," Gregory said. "What folk hero was it who made the dart? And of what did he make it?" "Willie McGilly was the folk hero," said Epic in the voice of Valerie, who had barely got to the speaking tube in time, "and he made it out of slippery elmwood." "Could we make a dart like the folk hero Willie made?" Aloysius asked. "We gotta," said Epic. "Could we make a slinger and whip it out of our own context and into— Could we kill an avatar with it before he killed somebody else?" Gregory asked excitedly. "We sure will try," said the ghost Epic, who was nothing but a Kachenko mask with a speaking tube. "I never did like those avatars." You think Epic was nothing but a Kachenko mask with a speaking tube. There was a lot more to him than that. He had red garnet rocks inside him and real sea salt. He had powder made from beaver eyes. He had rattlesnake rattles and armadillo shields. He was the first Ktistek machine. "Give me the word, Epic," Aloysius cried a few moments later as he fitted the dart to the slinger. "Fling it! Get that avatar Fink!" Epic howled. Along about sundown in an unnumbered year, on the road from nowhere to Eom, an avatar fell dead with a slippery elm heart in his chest. "Did it work, Epic? Is it done?" Charles Cogsworth asked in excitement. "It must have. I'm here. I wasn't in the last one." "Let's look at the evidence," Gregory suggested calmly. "Damn the evidence," Willie McGilly cussed. "Remember where you heard it first." "Is it started yet?" Glasser asked. "Is it finished?" Audifax O'Hanlon questioned. "Push the button, Epic," Diogenes barked. "I think I missed part of it. Let's try it again." "Oh, no," Valerie forbade. "Not again. That way is rump of skunk and madness." In Our Block. Introduction by Neil Gaiman.
This was not the first short story of Lafferty's I read, nor even the first I fell in love with. It was, however, the first story I ever took apart, as best I could, to try and work out how he did it. I would have been about 11. I didn't know what an American city block actually was. It was an indeterminate word that meant simply a region, as far as I was concerned. I came from towns and cities with winding, random streets, but I loved the story. It was a shaggy dog story without a punchline, a tall tale without apparent conflict, in which all that happened was that two friends walked around a block and talked to people they found. A letter was dictated. It was about new people coming in, about immigrants, about people working hard and moving on. It was about taking the extraordinary for granted, and I loved the way the words worked. So I read it, and I reread it, and I read it aloud, and I tried to understand it. I would never know what a Dort glide was, nor, I suspected, did Lafferty, but I felt that if I could understand how this short story was built and constructed, I would understand how to write. I loved the way the people in the shanties spoke. I wanted to speak like the typist, or her sister in the bar. I hoped one day to be able to say, "See how foxy I turn all your questions," but I never had an opportunity to. I only had one tongue, so to reply with my other tongue was also right out. Coming back to it as an adult, and I have read it every year or so, I find that I love it as much as I ever did. It's cockeyed and joyful, but it's also a glorious, blue-collar, low-rent story about a block in Oklahoma where the people arriving just want to fit in. It's about immigration and about what people bring to the places they visit. It's about revealing secrets. And it's a writer's story, too, about the places that ideas come from. I imagine Ray Lafferty walking past a tin shack he had not noticed before on his way to a local bar, and having a story in his head by the time that he returned home that night. In our block. There were a lot of funny people in that block. "You ever walk down that street?" Art Slick asked Jim Boomer, who had just come onto him there. "Not since I was a boy. After the overall factory burned down, there was a faith healer had his tent pitched there one summer. The street's just 1 block long, and it dead ends on the railroad embankment. Nothing but a bunch of shanties and weed-filled lots. The shanties looked different today, though, and there seemed to be more of them. I thought they pulled them all down a few months ago." "Jim, I've been watching that first little building for 2 hours. There was a tractor truck there this morning with a 40-foot trailer, and it loaded out of that little shanty. Cartons about 8 inches by 8 inches by 3 feet came down that chute. They weighed about 35 pounds each from the way the men handled them. Jim, they filled that trailer up with them and then pulled it off." "What's wrong with that, Art?" "Jim, I said they filled that trailer up. From the drag on it, it had about a 60,000-pound load when it pulled out. They loaded a carton every 3.5 seconds for 2 hours. That's 2,000 cartons. "Sure, lots of trailers run over the load limit nowadays. They don't enforce it very well." "Jim, that shack's no more than a cracker box 7 feet on a side. Half of it is taken up by a door, and inside a man in a chair behind a small table. You couldn't get anything else in that half. The other half is taken up by whatever that chute comes out of. You could pack 6 of those little shacks on that trailer." "Let's measure it," Jim Boomer said. "Maybe it's bigger than it looks." The shack had a sign on it: "Make, sell, ship anything, cut price." Jim Boomer measured the building with an old steel tape. The shack was a 7-foot cube, and there were no hidden places. It was set up on a few piers of broken bricks, and you could see under it. "Sell you a new 50-foot steel tape for $1, said the man in the chair in the little shack. "Throw that old one away." The man pulled the steel tape out of a drawer of his table desk, though Art Slick was sure it had been a plain flat-top table with no place for a drawer. Fully retractable, rhodium-plated, Dort glide, Ramsey swivel, and it forms its own carrying case. $1, the man said. Jim Boomer paid him $1 for it. How many of them you got? I can have 100,000 ready to load out in 10 minutes, the man said. 88 cents each in 100,000 lots. Was that a trailer load of steel tapes you shipped out this morning? Art asked the man. No, that must have been something else. This is the first steel tape I ever made. Just got the idea when I saw you measuring my shack with that old beat-up one. Art Slick and Jim Boomer went to the rundown building next door. It was smaller, about a 6-foot cube, and the sign said Public Stenographer. The clatter of a typewriter was coming from it, but the noise stopped when they opened the door. A dark, pretty girl was sitting in a chair before a small table. There was nothing else in the room and no typewriter. I thought I heard a typewriter in here, Art said. Oh, that is me. The girl smiled. Sometimes I amuse myself, make typewriter noises like a public stenographer is supposed to. What would you do if someone came in to have some typing done? What are you think? I do it, of course. Could you type a letter for me? Sure as can, man friend. 2 bits a page. Good work. Carbon copy, envelope, and stamp. Let's see how you do it. I will dictate to you while you type. You dictate first, then I write. No sense mix up 2 things at one time. Art dictated a long and involved letter that he had been meaning to write for several days. He felt like a fool droning it to the girl as she filed her nails. Why is public stenographer always sit filing her nails? She asked as Art droned. But I tried to do it right, file them down, grow them out again, then file them down some more. Been doing it all morning. It seems silly. That is all, Art said when he had finished dictating. Not P.S. Love and Kisses? The girl asked. Hardly. It's a business letter to a person I barely know. I always say P.S. Love and Kisses to persons I barely know, the girl said. Your letter will make 3 pages, 6 bits. Please you both step outside about 10 seconds and I write it. Can't do it when you watch. She pushed them out and closed the door. Then there was silence. What are you doing in there, girl? Art called. Want I sell you a memory course, too? You forget already? I type a letter, the girl called. But I don't hear a typewriter going. What is? You want verisimilitude, too? I should charge extra. There was a giggle, and then the sound of very rapid typing for about 5 seconds. The girl opened the door and handed Art the 3-page letter. It was typed perfectly, of course. There is something a little odd about this, Art said. Oh, the ungrammar of the letter is your own, sir. Should I have correct? No, it is something else. Tell me the truth, girl. How does the man next door ship out trailer loads of material from a building 10 times too small to hold this stuff? He cuts prices. Well, what are you people? The man next door resembles you. My brother-uncle. We tell everybody we are Menominee Indians. There is no such tribe, Jim Boomer said flatly. Is there not? Then we will have to tell people we are something else. You got to admit it sounds like Indian. What's the best Indian to be? Shawnee, said Jim Boomer. Okay, then we be Shawnee Indians. See how easy it is? We're already taken, Boomer said. I'm a Shawnee, and I know every Shawnee in town. Hi, cousin, the girl cried and winked. That's from a joke I learned, only the begin was different. See how foxy I turn all your questions. I have 2 bits coming out of my dollar, Art said. I know, the girl said. I forgot for a minute what design is on the back of the 2 bitser piece, so I stall while I remember it. Yes, the funny bird standing on the bundle of firewood. One moment till I finish it. Here. She handed the quarter to Art Slick. And you tell everybody there's a smoothie public stenographer here who types letters good. Without a typewriter, said Art Slick. Let's go, Jim. P.S. Love and Kisses, the girl called after them. The Cool Man Club was next door, a small and shabby beer bar. The bar girl could have been a sister of the public stenographer. "We'd like a couple of buds, but you don't seem to have a stock of anything," Art said.
"Who needs stock?" the girl asked. "Here is beers."
Art would have believed that she brought them out of her sleeves, but she had no sleeves. The beers were cold and good. "Girl, do you know how the fellow on the corner can ship a whole trailer load of material out of a space that wouldn't hold a tenth of it?" Art asked the girl.
"Sure. He makes it and loads it out at the same time. That way it doesn't take up space, like if he made it before time."
"But he has to make it out of something," Jim Boomer cut in.
No, the girl said. "I study your language. I know words. Out of something is to assemble, not to make. He makes."
"This is funny." Slick gaped. "Budweiser is misspelled on this bottle, the I before the E."
"Oh, I goof," the bar girl said. "I couldn't remember which way it goes, so I make it one way on one bottle and the other way on the other. Yesterday a man ordered a bottle of Progress beer, and I spelled it Proggers on the bottle. Sometimes I get things wrong. Here, I fix yours."
She ran her hand over the label, and then it was spelled correctly. "But that thing is engraved and then reproduced," Slick protested.
"Oh, sure, all fancy stuff like that," the girl said. "I got to be more careful. One time I forget and make Jack's Taste beer in a Schlitz bottle, and the man didn't like it. I had to swish change the taste while I pretended to give him a different bottle. One time I forgot and produced a green bottle beer in a brown bottle. It is the light in here. It just makes it look brown," I told the man. "Hell, we don't even have a light in here. I go swish fast and make the bottle green. It's hard to keep from making mistake when you're stupid."
"No, you don't have a light or a window in here, and it's light," Slick said. "You don't have refrigeration. There are no power lines to any of the shanties in this block. How do you keep the beer cold?"
"Yes, is the beer not nice and cold? Notice how tricky I evade your question. Will you good men have 2 more beers?"
"Yes, we will, and I'm interested in seeing where you get them," Slick said.
"Oh, look, is snakes behind you?" the girl cried. "Oh, how you startle and jump." She laughed. "It's all joke. Do you think I will have snakes in my nice bar?"
But she had produced 2 more beers, and the place was as bare as before. "How long have you tumblebugs been in this block?" Boomer asked.
"Who keep track?" the girl said. "People come and go."
"You're not from around here," Slick said. "You're not from anywhere I know. Where do you come from? Jupiter?"
"Who wants Jupiter?" The girl seemed indignant. "Do business with a bunch of insects there is all. Freeze your tail, too."
"You wouldn't be a kidder, would you, girl?" Slick asked.
"I sure do try hard. I learn a lot of jokes, but I tell them all wrong yet. I get better, though. I try to be the witty bar girl so people will come back."
"What's in the shanty next door toward the tracks?"
"My cousin's sister," said the girl. "She set up shop just today. She grow any color hair on bald-headed men. I tell her she's crazy. No business. If they wanted hair, they wouldn't be bald-headed in the first place."
"Well, can she grow hair on bald-headed men?" Slick asked.
"Oh, sure. Can't you?"
There were 3 or 4 more shanty shops in the block. It didn't seem that there had been that many when the men went into the Cool Man Club. "I don't remember seeing this shack a few minutes ago," Boomer said to the man standing in front of the last shanty on the line.
"Oh, I just made it," the man said.
Weathered boards, rusty nails, and he had just made it. "Why didn't you, make a decent building while you were at it?" Slick asked. "This is more inconspicuous," the man said. "Who notices when an old building appears suddenly? We're new here and want to feel our way in before we attract attention. Now I'm trying to figure out what to make. Do you think there is a market for a luxury automobile to sell for $100? I suspect I would have to respect the local religious feeling when I make them, though." "What is that?" Slick asked. "Ancestor worship. The old gas tank and fuel system still carried as vestiges after natural power is available. Oh, well, I'll put them in. I'll have one done in about 3 minutes if you want to wait." No, I've already got a car, Slick said. Let's go, Jim. That was the last shanty in the block, so they turned back. I was just wondering what was down in this block where nobody ever goes, Slick said. There's a lot of odd corners in our town if you look them out. There are some queer guys in the shanties that were here before this bunch, Boomer said. Some of them used to come up to the Red Rooster to drink. One of them could gobble like a turkey. One of them could roll one eye in one direction and the other eye the other way. They shoveled hulls at the cottonseed oil float before it burned down. They went by the public stenographer shack again. No kidding, honey. How do you type without a typewriter? Slick asked. Typewriter is too slow, the girl said. I asked how, not why, Slick said. I know. Is it not nifty the way I turn away a phrase? I think I will have a big oak tree growing in front of my shop tomorrow for shade. Either of you nice men have an acorn in your pocket? No. How do you really do the typing, girl? You promise you won't tell anybody? I promise. I make the marks with my tongue, the girl said. They started slowly on up the block. Hey, how do you make the carbon copies? Jim Boomer called back. With my other tongue, the girl said. There was another 40-foot trailer loading out of the first shanty in the block. It was bundles of half-inch plumber's pipe coming out of the chute in 20-foot lengths. 20-foot rigid pipe out of a 7-foot shed. I wonder how he can sell trailer loads of such stuff out of a little shack like that. Slick, puzzled, still not satisfied. Like the girl says, he cuts prices, Boomer said. Let's go over to the Red Rooster and see if there's anything going on. There always were a lot of funny people in that block. Ride a Tin Can. Introduction by Neil Gaiman. When I wrote to R.A. Lafferty as a very young man, I asked him about his favorite of his own short stories. He mentioned 3 stories that I had read and loved, Ginny Wrapped in the Sun, Configuration of the North Shore, and Continued on Next Rock, and one that I hadn't. It was called Ride a Tin Can. Shortly afterward, I bought a copy of Strange Doings and read Ride a Tin Can, and was disappointed. It made me sad. I think I wanted to be uplifted. I wanted the thing that Lafferty did where his apocalypses were joyful things one went into with delight, and here were the Shelney race going into an apocalypse with joyful delight, and I walked away from the story feeling that I might just have read the saddest story in the world. I felt manipulated, because it was an ending that called for tears, told in a way that did not allow for tears. I did not trust tears anyway. Ride a Tin Can left me disappointed in humanity. It was a story I could admire, but I could not love, and which I did not look forward to rereading. As an older reader, I can love it. I can love it for the shape of the story, the 3 tiny tales that hover at the end of understanding. I love it for the world-building that is never fully described, for the relationship between the Shelney and the Skokie and the frogs and the trees. I love it for Holly Harkle, a human woman who is goblin enough to talk to goblins under their tree-root home, goblin enough to ride a tin can herself. It's a story nobody else could have written, pulled off in a way nobody else would have imagined, that describes a genocide that hurts without a word wasted. I think, we are better than this. Surely we must be better than this. And I think, how do you write a story like that anyway? Write a story like that and make it look easy. But he does. Somehow he does. It's okay if you cry. Ride a Tin Can. These are my notes on the very sticky business. They are not in the form of a protest, which would be useless. Holly is gone, and the Shelney will all be gone in the next day or 2, if indeed there are any of them left now. This is for the record only. Holly Harkle and myself, Vincent Van Hoosier, received funds and permission to record the lore of the Shelney through the intercession of that old correlator John Holmberg. This was unexpected. All lorists have counted John as their worst enemy. After all, we have been at great expense to record the minutiae of pig grunts and the sound of earthworms, Holmberg told me, and we have records of squeakings of hundreds of species of orbital rodents. We have veritable libraries of the song and cackle of all the birds and pseudo-ornins. Well, let us add the Shelney to our list. I do not believe that their thumping on tree roots or blowing into jug gourds is music. I do not believe that their sing-song is speech any more than the squeaking of doors is speech. We have recorded, by the way, the sound of more than 30,000 squeaking doors, and we have had worse. Let us have the Shelney, then, if your hearts are set on it. You'll have to hurry. They're about gone. And let me say in all compassion that anyone who looks like Miss Holly Harkle deserves her heart's desire. That is no more than simple justice. Besides, the bill will be footed by the Singing Pig Breakfast Food Company. These companies are bitten by the small flea of remorse every now and then, and they want to pitch a few coins into some fund for luck. It's never many coins that they want to pitch. The remorse bug that bites them is never a very large one. You may be able to stretch it to cover your project, though, Van Hoosier. So we had our appropriation and our travel, Miss Holly and myself. Holly Harkle had often been in disrepute for her claims to understand the languages of various creatures. There was special outrage to her claim that she would be able to understand the Shelney. Now that was odd. No disrepute attached to Captain Charbonnet for his claim to understand the planetary simians, and if there was ever a phony claim it was this. No disrepute attached to Meyerowitz for his claim of finding esoteric meanings in the patterns of vole droppings. But there seemed something incredible in the claim of the goblin-faced Holly Harkle that not only would she be able to understand the Shelney instantly and completely, but that they were not low scavenger beasts at all, that they were genuine goblin people who played goblin music and sang goblin songs. Holly Harkle had a heart and soul too big for her dwarfish body, and a brain too big for her curious little head. That, I suppose, is what made her so lumpy everywhere. She was entirely compounded of love and concern and laughter, and much of it bulged out from her narrow form. Her ugliness was one of the unusual things, and I believe that she enjoyed giving it to the worlds. She had loved snakes and toads. She had loved monkeys and misbegottens. She had come to look weirdly like them when we studied them. She was a snake when we studied them. She was a toad when they were our subject. She studied every creature from the inside of it. And here there was an uncommon similarity even for her. Holly loved the Shelney instantly. She became a Shelney, and she hadn't far to go. She moved and scooted and climbed like a Shelney. She came down trees head first like a Shelney or a squirrel. She had always seemed to me to be a little other than human, and now she was avid to record the Shelney things before they be gone. As for the Shelney themselves, some scientists have called them humanoid, and then braced themselves for the blow and howl. If they were humanoid, they were certainly the lowest and oddest humanoids ever. But we folklorists knew intuitively what they were. They were goblins, pure and simple. I do not use the adjectives here as a cliché. The tallest of them were less than 3 feet tall. The oldest of them were less than 7 years old. They were perhaps the ugliest creatures in the universe, and yet of a pleasant ugliness. There was no evil in them at all. Scientists who have tested them have insisted that there was no intelligence in them at all. They were friendly and open, too friendly, too open, as it happened, for they were fascinated by all human things to their harm, but they were no more human than a fairy or an ogre is human, less than a monkey. "Here is a den of them," Holly divined that first day. It was the day before yesterday. "There will be a whole coven of them down under here, and the door is down through the roots of this tree. When I got my doctorate in primitive music, I never imagined that I would be visiting brownies down under tree roots. I should say that I never so much as hoped that I would be. There was so much that they didn't teach us. There was even one period in my life when I ceased to believe in goblins." The latter I do not believe. Suddenly Holly was into a hole in the ground head first, like a gopher, like a ground squirrel, like a Shelney. I followed her, letting myself down carefully and not head first. I myself would have to study the Shelney from the outside. I myself would never be able to crawl inside their green goblin skins, never be able to croak or carol with their frog tongues, never feel what made their pop eyes pop. I myself would not even have been able to sense out their dens. And at the bottom of the hole, at the entrance to the den itself, was an encounter which I disbelieved at the time I was seeing and hearing it. There occurred a conversation which I heard with my own ears, they having become transcendent for the moment. It was in the frog-croak Shelney talk between Holly Harkle and the 5-year-old ancient who guarded the coven, and yet it was in a sort of English, and I understood it. "Knockle, knockle," this from Holly. "Crows in cockle," this from the guard. "Wogs and Wally." "Who you?" "Holly." "What's a dinning?" "Coming inning." So they let us in. But if you think you can enter a Shelney coven without first rhyming with the 5-year-old ancient who guards it, then it's plain that you've never been in one of the places. And though the philologists say that the speech of the Shelney is meaningless croaking, yet it was never meaningless to Holly, and in flashes it was not meaningless to me. The secret guess of Holly was so. Holly had insisted that the Shelney spoke English within the limits of their vocal apparatus, and they told her at this very first session that they never had had any language of their own, because no one had ever made one for us. So they used English as soon as they came to hear it. "We would pay you for the use of it if we had anything to pay you with," they said. It is frog-croak English, but only the pure of ear can understand it. I started the recorder, and Holly started the Shelney. Quite soon she had them playing on those jug-shaped flutes of theirs, frog music, ineffably sad Shonach skerries, rook, crow, and daw squabbling melody. They were pleasant, weird little pieces of music that sounded as though they were played underwater. It would be hard to imagine them not played under the ground, at least. The tunes were short, just as all tunes of children are short. There was no real orchestration, though that should have been possible with the 7 flutes differently jugged and tuned. Yet there was true melody in these, short, complete, closed melody, dwarfed perfection. They were underground fugues full of worm's blood and cool as root cider. They were locust and chaffer and cricket din. Then Holly got one of the most ancient of the Shelney to tell stories while the jug flutes chortled. Here are the 2 of them that we recorded that first day. Others who listen to them today say that there is nothing to them but croaking. But I heard them with Holly Harkle. She helped interpret them to me, so I can hear and understand them perfectly in frog-croak English. Take them, grisly posterity. I am not sure that you deserve even this much of the Shelney. The Shelney who lost his burial tooth. It is told this way. There was a Shelney who lost his burial tooth before he died. Every Shelney begins life with 6 teeth, and he loses one every year. Then, when he is very old and has only 1 tooth left, he dies. He must give the last tooth to the skokie burial person to pay for his burial. But this Shelney had either lost 2 teeth in 1 year, or else he had lived to too great an age. He died, and he had no tooth left to pay with. "I will not bury you if you have no tooth left to pay me with," said the skokie burial person. "Should I work for nothing?" "Then I will bury myself," said the dead Shelney. "You don't know how," said the skokie burial person. "You don't know the places that are left. You will find that all the places are full. I have agreement that everybody should tell everybody that all the places are full, so only the burial person may bury. That is my job." Nevertheless, the dead Shelney went to find a place to bury himself. He dug a little hole in the meadow, but wherever he dug he found that it was already full of dead Shelneys or skokies or frogs, and they always made him put all the dirt back that he had dug. He dug holes in the valley, and it was the same thing. He dug holes on the hill, and they told him that the hill was full too. So he went away crying, for he could find no place to lie down. He asked the Anlaith whether he could stay in their tree, and they said no, he could not. They would not let any dead folks live in their tree. He asked the Ace if he could stay in their pond, and they said no, he could not. They would not allow any dead folks in their pond. He asked the Shonach if he could sleep in their den, and they said no, he could not. They liked him when he was alive, but a dead person has hardly any friends at all. So the poor dead Shelney wanders yet and can find no place to rest his head. He will wander forever unless he can find another burial tooth to pay with. They used to tell it so. One comment on this burial story. The Shelney do have careful burial, but the burial crypts are plainly dug, not by the six-fingered Shelney, but by the seven-clawed Skokie. There must be substance to the Skokie burial person. Moreover, the Skokie, though higher on the very low scale than the Shelney, do not bury their own. Furthermore, there are no Shelney remains going back more than about 30 equivalent years. There are no random lying or fossil Shelney at all, though such remains are common for every other species here. The second story of the first day. The Shelney who turned into a tree. This is how they tell it. There was a woman who was neither Shelney nor Skokie nor frog. She was Sky Woman. One day she came with her child and sat down under the Shelney tree. When she got up to go, she left her own child, who was asleep, and picked up a Shelney child by mistake. Then the Shelney woman came to get her own child, and she looked at it. She did not know what was wrong, but it was a Sky People child. "Oh, it has pink skin and flat eyes. How can that be?" the Shelney woman asked. But she took it home with her, and it still lives with the Shelney, and everyone has forgotten the difference. Nobody knows what the Sky Woman thought when she got the Shelney child home and looked at it. Nevertheless, she kept it, and it grew and was more handsome than any of them. But when the second year came and the young Shelney was grown, it walked in the woods and said, "I do not feel like a Sky People, but if I am not a Sky People, then what am I? I am not a duck, I am not a frog, and if I am a bird, what kind of bird am I? There is nothing left. It must be that I am a tree." There was reason for this. We Shelney do look a little bit like trees, and we feel a little bit like trees. So the Shelney put down roots and grew bark and worked hard at being a tree. He underwent all the hardships that are the life of a tree. He was gnawed by goats and gobnew. He was rough-tongued by cattle and crom. He was infested by slugs and befouled by the nameless animal. Moreover, parts of him were cut away for firewood. But he kept feeling the jug music creeping up all the way from his undertoes to his hair, and he knew that this music was what he had always been looking for. It was the same jug and time music that you hear even now. Then a bird told the Shelney that he was not really a tree, but that it was too late for him to leave off growing like a tree. He had brothers and sisters and kindred living in the hole down under his roots, the bird said, and they would have no home if he stopped being a tree. "This is the tree that is the roof of our den where we are even now. This tree is our brother who was lost and who forgot that he was a Shelney." This is the way it has always been told. On the second day it was remarkable how much Holly had come to look like a Shelney, and she was hardly taller than they were. Ah well, she has come to look like every sort of creature we have ever studied together. Holly insists that the Shelney have intelligence, and I half agree with her, but the paragraph in the basic manual of this world is against us. A tendency to attribute to the Shelney an intelligence which they do not possess, perhaps due to their fancied human resemblance. In maze running they are definitely inferior to the rodents. In the manipulation of latches and stops they are less adept than the earth raccoons or the asteroid Rojon. In tool handling and true mimicry they are far from equal to the simians. In simple foraging and the instinct for survival they are far below the hog or the harzle. In mneme, the necessary prelude to intelligence, they are on about par with the turtles. Their speech lacks the verisimilitude of the talking birds, and their music is below that of the insects. They make poor watchdogs and inadequate scarecrows. It appears that the move to ban Shelniphagi, though perhaps sincere, is ill-advised. After all, as an early spaceman put it, what else are they good for? Well, we have to admit that the Shelny are not as intelligent as rats or hogs or harzels, yet I, surely due to the influence of Holly, feel a stronger affinity to them than to rats or hogs or coons or crows or whatever. But no creature is so helpless as the Shelny. How do they even get together? The Shelny have many sorts of songs, but they do not have any romantic songs in our sense. After all, they are small children till they die of old age. Their sexual relationship seems distinguished either by total unawareness or by extreme bashfulness. "I don't see how they bring it off at all, Vincent," Holly said the second day, which was yesterday. "They are here, so they must have been born. But how do these bashful and scatterbrained 3-year-olds ever get together to bring it off? I can't find anything at all in their legends or acting patterns, can you? In their legends, all their children are foundlings. They are born or discovered under a blueberry bush, my translation of spionum, or alternately, and in other cycles, they are found under a quicken tree or in a cucumber patch. In common sense, we must assume that the Shelny are placental and viviparous, but should we apply common sense to goblin folk? They also have a legend that they are fungoid and spring out of the ground at night like mushrooms, and that if a Shelny woman wishes a child, she must buy a fungoid slip from a skokie and plant it in the ground. Then she will have her child ready the next morning. But Holly was depressed yesterday morning. She had seen some copy by our sponsor, the Singing Pig Breakfast Food Company, and it disturbed her. "Singing Pig, the children love it, nourishing novelty, nursery rhyme characters in a can for your convenience, real meat from real goblins, no fat, no bones. If your can has a lucky number tab, you can receive free a facsimile Shelny jug flute. Be the first on your block to serve Singing Pig, the meat from real goblins, cornstarch and natural flavor added." Oh well, it was only an advertisement that they used back on World. We had our recording to do. "Vincent, I don't know how they got here," Holly said, "but I know they won't be here very long. Hurry, hurry, we have to get it down. I will make them remembered somehow." Holly got them to play on the tines that second day, which was yesterday. There had been an impediment the day before, she said. The tines may not be played for one until the second day of acquaintance. The Shelny do not have stringed instruments. Their place is taken by the tines, the vibrating, singing forks. They play these many-pronged, tuned forks like harps, and in playing them they use the tree roots for sounding boards, so that even the leaves in the air above partake a little of the music. The tines, the forks, are themselves of wood, of a certain very hard but light wood that is sharp with chert and lime dust. They are wood, I believe, in an early stage of petrifaction. The tine fork music usually follows the jug flute music, and the ballads that are sung to it have a dreamlike sadness of tone that belies the childish simplicity of the texts. Here are 2 more of those ballad stories that we recorded on the second day, which was yesterday. The Skokie Who Lost His Wife. This is the way they tell it. A Skokie heard a Shelny jug flute jugging one night. "That is the voice of my wife," the Skokie said. "I'd know it anywhere." The Skokie came over the moors to find his wife. He went down into the hole in the ground that his wife's voice was coming from, but all he found there was a Shelny playing a jug flute. "I am looking for my poor lost wife," the Skokie said. "I have heard her voice just now coming out of this hole. Where is she?" "There is nobody here but myself," the Shelny said. "I am sitting here alone playing my flute to the moons whose light runs down the walls of my hole." "But I heard her here," said the Skokie, "and I want her back." "How did she sound?" asked the Shelny. "Like this?" And he jugged some jug music on his flute. "Yes, that is my wife," said the Skokie. "Where have you hidden her? That is her very voice." "That is nobody's wife," the Shelny told the Skokie. "That is just a little tune that I made up." "You play with my wife's voice, so you must have swallowed my wife," the Skokie said. "I will have to take you apart and see." "If I swallowed anybody's wife, I'm sorry," said the Shelny. "Go ahead, then." So the Skokie took the Shelny apart and scattered the pieces all over the hole and some of them on the grass outside, but he could not find any part of his wife. "I have made a mistake," said the Skokie. "Who would have thought that one who had not swallowed my wife could make her voice on the flute?" "It is all right," said the Shelny, "so long as you put me together again. I remember part of the way I go. If you remember the rest of the way, then you can put me together again." But neither of them remembered very well the way the Shelny was before he was taken apart. The Skokie put him together all wrong. There were not enough pieces for some parts and too many for others. "Let me help," said a frog who was there. "I remember where some of the parts go. Besides, I believe it was my own wife he swallowed. That was her voice on the flute. It was not a Skokie voice." The frog helped, and they all remembered what they could, but it did not work. Parts of the Shelny could not be found again, and some of the parts would not go into him at all. When they had him finished, the Shelny was in great pain and could hardly move, and he didn't look much like a Shelny. "I've done all I can," the Skokie said. "That's the way you'll have to be. Where is Frog?" "I'm inside," said Frog. "That's where you will have to stay," the Skokie said. "I've had enough of both of you. Enough, and these pieces left over. I will just take them with me. Maybe I can make someone else out of them." That is the way the Shelny still is, put together all wrong. In his wrong form he walks the country by night, being ashamed to go by day. Some folks are startled when they meet him, not knowing this story. He still plays his jug flute with the lost Skokie wife's voice and with Frog's voice. Listen, you can hear it now. The Shelny goes in sorrow and pain because nobody knows how to put him together right. The Skokie never did find his lost wife. This is how it is told. And then there was the second story that we recorded yesterday, the last story, though we did not know it then, that we would record of the Shelny. The Singing Pigs. This is how they say it. We have the ancient story of the singing pigs who sing so loud that they fly up into the sky on the tail of their own singing. Now we ourselves, if we can sing loud enough, if we can jug the flutes strong enough, if we can tang the tines deep enough, will get to be the singing pigs of our own story. Many already have gone away as singing pigs. There come certain bellmen with music carts. They play wrangle-dangle sky music. They come for love of us. And if we can hurry fast enough when they come, we can go with them. We can ride a tin can over the sky. Bong, bong, that is the bellman with the music cart now. All the Shelny hurry. This is the day you may get to go. Come all you Shelny from the valley and the stream, and jump on the cart for the free ride. Come all the Shelny from the meadows and the woods. Come up from the tree roots and the holes underground. The Skokie don't get to go. The frogs don't get to go, only the Shelny get to go. Cry if the cart is too full and you don't get to go today, but don't cry too long. The bellmen say that they will come back tomorrow and every day till there are no Shelny left at all. Come all you little singing pig Shelny, a bellman shouts. Come get your free rides in the tin cans all the way to earth. Hey, Ben, what other animal jumps onto the slaughter wagon when you only ring a bell? Come along, little Shelny pigs, room for 10 more on this wagon. That's all, that's all. We'll have lots more wagons going tomorrow. We'll take all of you, all of you. Hey, Ben, did you ever see little pigs cry when there's no more room for them on the slaughter wagon? These are the high, kind words that a bellman speak for love of us. Not even have to give a burial tooth or other tooth to pay for the ride. Frogs can't go, Skokies can't go, only the Shelny get to go. Here are the wonderful things. From the wagon, the Shelny get to go to one room where all their bones are taken out. This does never happen to Shelny before. In another room, the Shelny are boiled down to only half their size, little as little boy Shelny. Then they all get to play the game and crawl into the tin cans. And then they get their free ride in the tin cans all the way to earth. Ride a tin can. Wipe off your sticky tears, you who missed the music cart today. Go to sleep early tonight and rise early tomorrow. Sing your loudest tomorrow, so the bellmen will know where to come. Jug the flutes very strong tomorrow, tang the tines deep, say whoop whoop, here we are, bellmen. All laugh when they go with the bellmen in the music cart, but there is story that some day a Shelney woman will cry instead of laugh when they take her. What can be the matter with this woman that she will cry? She will cry out, damn you, it's murder. They're almost people. You can't take them. They're as much people as I am. Double damn you, you can't take me. I'm human. I know I look as funny as they do, but I'm human. Oh, oh, oh. This is the funniest thing of the story, the prophecy thing part. Oh, 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 the woman will say. Oh, 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 the jug flutes will echo it. What will be the matter with the Shelney woman who cries instead of laughs? This is our last story, wherever it is told. When it is told for the last time, then there will be no more stories here. There will be no more Shelney. Who needs stories and jug flute music who can ride a tin can? That is how it has been said. Then we went out, for the last time as it happened, from the Shelney burrow, and as always there was the rhyming with the 5-year-old ancient who guarded the place. What to crowing? Got to going. Jinx on jolly, golly, Holly. Were it other, bug my brother? Holly crying, sing her flying, jugging, shouting. Going outing. Now this was remarkable. Holly Harkle was crying when we came out of the burrow for the, as it happened, last time. She was crying great goblin tears. I almost expected them to be green. Today I keep thinking how amazingly the late Holly Harkle had finally come to look like the Shelney. She was a Shelney. It is all the same with me now, she said this morning. Would it be love if they should go and I should stay? It is a sticky business. I tried to complain, but those people were still ringing that bell and chanting, all you little pig Shelney singers, come jump on the cart, ride a tin can to earth. Hey, Ben, look at them jump on the slaughter wagon. It was inexcusable, I said. Surely you could tell a human from a Shelney. Not that one, said the bell ringer. I tell you they all jumped on the wagon willingly, even the funny-looking one who was crying. Sure, you can have her bones if you can tell which ones they are. I have Holly's bones. That is all. There was never a creature like her, and now it is over with. But it is not over. Singing Pig Breakfast Food Company, beware. There will be vengeance. It has been told. 900 Grandmothers. Introduction by Patton Oswalt. And the oldest of the oldest grandmothers knows how the universe began. Or does she? And does she, or they, know how to live forever? This is R.A. Lafferty dangling a simple, delicious carrot in front of his not-simple protagonist, a space plunderer named Saren Swicegood. Of course, Saren would like to think of himself as a special aspects man, a more refined breed than his compatriots who take brutish names like Manbreaker and Barrelhouse. These names, they feel, make it easier for them to pillage. A name like Saren Swicegood is for someone who's searching for more esoteric and rarefied booty. But it's this rarefied, pretentious, and ultimately greedy search that destroys poor Saren quicker than the short-term cash-money goals of his colleagues. Knowledge is power, but ultimate knowledge just out of reach is soul poison. Did I mention this story is also hilarious? 900 Grandmothers. Saren Swicegood was a promising young special aspects man, but like all special aspects, he had one irritating habit. He was forever asking the question, how did it all begin? They all had tough names except Saren: Manbreaker Crag, Heave Huckle, Blast Berg, George Blood, Move Mannion. When Move says move, you move. Trouble Trent. They were supposed to be tough, and they had taken tough names at the naming. Only Saren kept his own, to the disgust of his commander, Manbreaker. Nobody can be a hero with a name like Saren Swicegood, Manbreaker would thunder. Why don't you take Storm Shannon? That's good. Or Gut Boy Barrelhouse, or Slash Slagle, or Neville Knife. You barely glanced at the suggested list.
I'll keep my own, Saren always said, and that is where he made his mistake. A new name will sometimes bring out a new personality. It had done so for George Blood. Though the hair on George's chest was a graft job, yet that and his new name had turned him from a boy into a man. Had Saren assumed the heroic name of Gutboy Barrelhouse, he might have been capable of rousing endeavors and man-sized angers rather than his tittering indecisions and flouncy furies. They were down on the big asteroid Proavitus, a sphere that almost tinkled with the potential profit that might be shaken out of it, and the tough men of the expedition knew their business. They signed big contracts on the native velvet-like bark scrolls and on their own parallel tapes. They impressed, inveigled, and somewhat cowed the slight people of Proavitus. Here was a solid two-way market, enough to make them slaver, and there was a whole world of oddities that could lend themselves to the luxury trade.
"Everybody's hit it big but you," Manbreaker crackled in kindly thunder to Saren after 3 days there. "But even Special Aspects is supposed to pay its way. Our charter compels us to carry one of your sort to give a cultural twist to the thing, but it needn't be restricted to that. What we go out for every time, Saren, is to cut a big fat hog in the rump. We make no secret of that. But if the hog's tail can be shown to have a cultural twist to it, that will solve a requirement. And if that twist in the tail can turn us a profit, then we become mighty happy about the whole thing. Have you been able to find out anything about the living dolls, for instance? They might have both a cultural aspect and a market value."
"The living dolls seem a part of something much deeper," Saren said. "There's a whole complex of things to be unraveled. The key may be the statement of the Proavitoi that they do not die."
"I think they die pretty young, Saren. All those out and about are young, and those I have met who do not leave their houses are only middling old."
"Then where are their cemeteries?"
"Likely they cremate the old folks when they die."
"Where are the crematories?"
"They might just toss the ashes out or vaporize the entire remains. Probably they have no reverence for ancestors."
"Other evidence shows their entire culture to be based on an exaggerated reverence for ancestors."
"You find out, Saren. You're Special Aspects, man."
Saren talked to Nakoma, his Proavitoi counterpart, as translator. Both were expert, and they could meet each halfway in talk. Nakoma was likely feminine. There was a certain softness about both the sexes of the Proavitoi, but the men of the expedition believed that they had them straight now. "Do you mind if I ask some straight questions?" Saren greeted her today. "Sure is not. How else I learn the talk well but by talking?" "Some of the Proavitoi say that they do not die, Nakoma. Is this true?" "How is not be true? If they die, they not be here to say they do not die." "Oh, I joke. No, we do not die. It is a foolish alien custom which we see no reason to imitate. On Proavitus, only the low creatures die." "None of you does?" "Why, no. Why should one want to be an exception in this?" "But what do you do when you get very old?" "We do less and less then. We come to a deficiency of energy. Is it not the same with you?" "Of course. But where do you go when you become exceedingly old?" "Nowhere. We stay at home then. Travel is for the young and those of the active years." "Let's try it from the other end," Saren said. "Where are your father and mother, Nakoma?" "Out and about. They aren't really old." "And your grandfathers and grandmothers?" "A few of them still get out. The older ones stay home." "Let's try it this way. How many grandmothers do you have, Nakoma?" "I think I have 900 grandmothers in my house. Oh, I know that isn't many, but we are the young branch of a family. Some of our clan have very great numbers of ancestors in their houses." "And all these ancestors are alive?" What else? Who would keep things not alive? How would such be ancestors?
Saren began to hop around in his excitement. Could I see them? He twittered.
It might not be wise for you to see the older of them, Nakoma cautioned. It could be an unsettling thing for strangers, and we guard it. A few tens of them you can see, of course.
Then it came to Saren that he might be onto what he had looked for all his life. He went into a panic of expectation.
Nakoma, it would be finding the key, he fluted. If none of you has ever died, then your entire race would still be alive. Sure, is like you count fruit. You take none away, you still have them all. But if the first of them are still alive, then they might know their origin. They would know how it began. Do they? Do you? Oh, not I. I am too young for the ritual.
But who knows? Doesn't someone know?
Oh, yes. All the old ones know how it began.
How old? How many generations back from you till they know?
10, no more. When I have 10 generations of children, then I will also go to the ritual.
The ritual? What is it?
Once a year, the old people go to the very old people. They wake them up and ask them how it all began. The very old people tell them the beginning. It is a high time. Oh, how they hottle and laugh. Then the very old people go back to sleep for another year. So it is passed down to the generations. That is the ritual.
The Proovitoi were not humanoid. Still less were they monkey faces, though that name was now set in the explorers' lingo. They were upright and robed and swathed, and were assumed to be two-legged under their garments, though, as Manbreaker said, they might go on wheels for all we know. They had remarkable flowing hands that might be called everywhere digited. They could handle tools, or employ their hands as if they were the most intricate tools. George Blood was of the opinion that the Proovitoi were always masked, and that the men of the expedition had never seen their faces. He said that those apparent faces were ritual masks, and that no part of the Proovitoi had ever been seen by the men except for those remarkable hands, which perhaps were their real faces. The men reacted with cruel hilarity when Saren tried to explain to them just what a great discovery he was verging on. "Little Saren is still on the how did it begin, Jag," Manbreaker jeered. "Saren, will you never give off asking which came first, the chicken or the egg?"
"I will have that answer very soon," Saren sang. "I have the unique opportunity. When I find how the Proovitoi began, I may have the clue to how everything began. All of the Proovitoi are still alive, the very first generation of them."
"It passes belief that you can be so simple-minded," Manbreaker moaned. "They say that one has finally mellowed when he can suffer fools gracefully. By God, I hope I never come to that." But 2 days later it was Manbreaker who sought out Saren Swicegood on nearly the same subject. Manbreaker had been doing a little thinking and discovering of his own. "You are special aspects, man, Saren," he said, "and you have been running off after the wrong aspect."
"What is that?"
"It don't make a damn how it began. What is important is that it may not have to end."
"It is the beginning that I intend to discover," said Saren.
"You fool, can't you understand anything? What do the Proovitoi possess so uniquely that we don't know whether they have it by science or by fool luck?"
Their chemistry, I suppose."
"Sure. Organic chemistry has come of age here. The Proovitoi have every kind of nexus and inhibitor and stimulant. They can grow and shrink and telescope and prolong what they will. These creatures seem stupid to me. It is as if they had these things by instinct. But they have them. That is what is important. With these things, we can become the patent medicine kings of the universes, for the Proovitoi do not travel or make any outside contacts. These things can do anything or undo anything. I suspect that the Proovitoi can shrink cells, and I suspect that they can do something else."
"No, they couldn't shrink cells. It is you who talk nonsense now, Manbreaker."
"Never mind. Their things already make nonsense of conventional chemistry. With the pharmacopoeia that one could pick up here, a man need never die. That's the stick horse you've been riding, isn't it? But you've been riding it backward with your head to the tail. The proovitoi say that they never die.
They seem pretty sure that they don't. If they did, they would be the first to know it, as Nakoma says.
What? Have these creatures humor?
Some.
But, Saren, you don't understand how big this is.
I'm the only one who understands it so far. It means that if the proovitoi have always been immortal as they maintain, then the oldest of them are still alive. From them I may be able to learn how their species, and perhaps every species, began.
Manbreaker went into his dying buffalo act then. He tore his hair and nearly pulled out his ears by the roots. He stomped and pawed and went off bull-bellowing. It don't make a damn how it began, you fool. It might not have to end. So loud that the hills echoed back, It don't make a damn, you fool. Saren Swicegood went to the house of Nakoma, but not with her on her invitation. He went without her when he knew that she was away from home. It was a sneaky thing to do, but the men of the expedition were trained in sneakery. He would find out better without a mentor about the 900 grandmothers, about the rumored living dolls. He would find out what the old people did do if they didn't die, and find if they knew how they were first born. For his intrusion, he counted on the innate politeness of the proovitoi. The house of Nakoma, of all the people, was in the cluster on top of the large flat hill, the Acropolis of Provitus. They were earthen houses, though finely done, and they had the appearance of growing out of and being a part of the hill itself. Saren went up the winding, ascending flagstone paths, and entered the house which Nakoma had once pointed out to him. He entered furtively, and encountered one of the 900 grandmothers, one with whom nobody need be furtive. The grandmother was seated and small and smiling at him. They talked without real difficulty, though it was not as easy as with Nakoma, who could meet Saren halfway in his own language. At her call, there came a grandfather who likewise smiled at Saren. These two ancients were somewhat smaller than the proovitoi of active years. They were kind and serene. There was an atmosphere about the scene that barely missed being an odor, not unpleasant, sleepy, reminiscent of something, almost sad.
"Are there those here older than you?" Saren asked earnestly.
"So many, so many. Who could know how many?" said the grandmother.
She called in other grandmothers and grandfathers older and smaller than herself, these no more than half the size of the active proovitoi, small, sleepy, smiling. Saren knew now that the proovitoi were not masked. The older they were, the more character and interest there was in their faces. It was only of the immature active proovitoi that there could have been a doubt. No masks could show such calm and smiling old age as this. The queer textured stuff was their real faces. So old and friendly, so weak and sleepy, there must have been a dozen generations of them there back to the oldest and smallest. "How old are the oldest?" Saren asked the first grandmother.
"We say that all are the same age, since all are perpetual," the grandmother told him. "It is not true that all are the same age, but it is indelicate to ask how old."
"You do not know what a lobster is," Saren said to them, trembling. "But it is a creature that will boil happily if the water on him is heated slowly. He takes no alarm, for he does not know at what point the heat is dangerous. It is that gradual here with me. I slide from one degree to another with you, and my credulity is not alarmed. I am in danger of believing anything about you if it comes in small doses, and it will. I believe that you are here and as you are for no other reason than that I see and touch you. Well, I'll be boiled for a lobster then before I turn back from it. Are there those here even older than the ones present?" The first grandmother motioned Saren to follow her. They went down a ramp through the floor into the older part of the house, which must have been underground. Living dolls. They were here in rows on the shelves, and sitting in small chairs in their niches, doll-sized indeed, and several hundred of them. Many had wakened at the intrusion. Others came awake when spoken to or touched. They were incredibly ancient, but they were cognizant in their glances and recognition. They smiled and stretched sleepily, not as humans would, but as very old puppies might. Saren spoke to them, and they understood each other surprisingly. "Lobster, lobster," said Saren to himself. "The water has passed the danger point, and it hardly feels different. If you believe your senses in this, then you will be boiled alive in your credulity." He knew now that the living dolls were real, and that they were the living ancestors of the Proovitoi. Many of the little creatures began to fall asleep again. Their waking moments were short, but their sleeps seemed to be likewise. Several of the living mummies woke a second time while Saren was still in the room, woke refreshed from very short sleeps, and were anxious to talk again. "You are incredible!" Saren cried out, and all the small and smaller and still smaller creatures smiled and laughed their assent. Of course they were. All good creatures everywhere are incredible, and were there ever so many assembled in one place? But Saren was greedy. A room full of miracles wasn't enough. "I have to take this back as far as it will go," he cried avidly. "Where are the even older ones?"
"There are older ones, and yet older, and again older," said the first grandmother, "and thrice over older ones. But perhaps it would be wise not to seek to be too wise. You have seen enough. The old people are sleepy. Let us go up again."
Go up again, out of this? Saren would not. He saw passages and descending ramps down into the heart of the great hill itself. There were whole worlds of rooms about him and under his feet. Saren went on and down, and who was to stop him? Not dolls and creatures much smaller than dolls. Manbreaker had once called himself an old pirate who reveled in the stream of his riches, but Saren was the young alchemist who was about to find the stone itself. He walked down the ramps through centuries and millennia. The atmosphere he had noticed on the upper levels was a clear odor now, sleepy, half-remembered, smiling, sad, and quite strong. That is the way time smells. "Are there those here even older than you?" Saren asked a small grandmother whom he held in the palm of his hand.
"So old and so small that I could hold in my hand," said the grandmother in what Saren knew from Nakoma to be the older, uncompounded form of the Proavitus language. Smaller and older the creatures had been getting as Saren went through the rooms. He was boiled lobster now, for sure. He had to believe it all. He saw and felt it. The wren-sized grandmother talked and laughed and nodded that there were those far older than herself, and in doing so she nodded herself back to sleep. Saren returned her to her niche in the hive-like wall, where there were thousands of others, miniaturized generations. Of course he was not in the house of Nakoma now. He was in the heart of the hill that underlay all the houses of Proavitus, and these were the ancestors of everybody on the asteroid. "Are there those here even older than you?" Saren asked a small grandmother whom he held on the tip of his finger. "Older and smaller," she said, "but you come near the end."
She was asleep, and he put her back in her place. The older they were, the more they slept. He was down to solid rock under the roots of the hill. He was into the passages that were cut out of that solid rock, but they could not be many or deep. He had a sudden fear that the creatures would become so small that he could not see them or talk to them, and so he would miss the secret of the beginning. But had not Nakoma said that all the old people knew the secret? Of course. But he wanted to hear it from the oldest of them. He would have it now, one way or the other. "Who is the oldest? Is this the end of it? Is this the beginning? Wake up! Wake up!" he called when he was sure he was in the lowest and oldest room.
"Is it ritual?"
asked some who woke up. Smaller than mice they were, no bigger than bees, maybe older than both. "It is a special ritual," Saren told them. "Relate to me how it was in the beginning." What was that sound? Too slight, too scattered to be a noise. It was like a billion microbes laughing. It was the hilarity of little things waking up to a high time. "Who is the oldest of all?" Saren demanded, for their laughter bothered him. "Who is the oldest and first?"
"I am the oldest, the ultimate grandmother," one said gaily. "All the others are my children. Are you also of my children?"
"Of course," said Saren, and the small laughter of unbelief flittered out from the whole multitude of them.
"Then you must be the ultimate child, for you are like no other. If you be, then it is as funny at the end as it was in the beginning."
"How was it in the beginning?" Saren bleated. "You are the first. Do you know how you came to be?"
"Oh, yes, yes,"
laughed the ultimate grandmother, and the hilarity of the small things became a real noise now. "How did it begin?" demanded Saren, and he was hopping and skipping about in his excitement.
"Oh, it was so funny a joke the way things began that you would not believe it,"
chittered the grandmother.
"A joke, a joke."
"Tell me the joke, then. If a joke generated your species, then tell me that cosmic joke."
"Tell yourself," tinkled the grandmother. "You are a part of the joke if you are of my children. Oh, it is too funny to believe. How good to wake up and laugh and go to sleep again."
Blazing green frustration, to be so close and to be balked by a giggling bee. "Don't go to sleep again! Tell me at once how it began!" Saren shrilled, and he had the ultimate grandmother between thumb and finger.
"This is not ritual," the grandmother protested. "Ritual is that you guess what it was for 3 days, and we laugh and say, no, 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 it was something 9 times as wild as that. Guess some more."
"I will not guess for 3 days. Tell me at once or I will crush you," Saren threatened in a quivering voice.
"I look at you, you look at me. I wonder if you will do it,"
the ultimate grandmother said calmly. Any of the tough men of the expedition would have done it, would have crushed her, and then another and another and another of the creatures till the secret was told. If Saren had taken on a tough personality and a tough name, he'd have done it. If he'd been Gutboy Barrelhouse, he'd have done it without a qualm. But Saren Swicegood couldn't do it. "Tell me," he pleaded in agony. "All my life I've tried to find out how it began, how anything began, and you know."
"We know. Oh, it was so funny how it began, so joke, so fool, so clown, so grotesque thing. Nobody could guess, nobody could believe."
"Tell me, tell me." Saren was ashen and hysterical.
"No, no, you are no child of mine," chortled the ultimate grandmother. "Is too joke a joke to tell a stranger. We could not insult a stranger to tell so funny, so unbelieve. Strangers can die. Shall I have it on conscience that a stranger died laughing?"
"Tell me, insult me, let me die laughing." But Saren nearly died crying from the frustration that ate him up as a million bee-sized things laughed and hooted and giggled.
"Oh, it was so funny the way it began."
And they laughed and went on laughing until Saren Swicegood wept and laughed together and crept away and returned to the ship still laughing. On his next voyage, he changed his name to Blaze Bolt and ruled for 97 days as king of a sweet sea island in M81. But that is another and much more unpleasant story. Afterward, by Andy Duncan. I first encountered 900 Grandmothers in the Norton Book of Science Fiction, edited by Ursula K. Le Guin and Brian Atterbury with Karen Joy Fowler, an anthology that turned out to be important to my fiction writing career. It was published in fall 1993, during my first year in the graduate creative writing program at North Carolina State University. I don't think I bought a copy immediately, but in January 1994 I had my first workshop with Nebula Award winner John Kessel, who peered at my manuscript and peered at me and peered at my manuscript again and said, "There's a long, rich history of this sort of thing, and you're part of it whether you know it or not." From that point, Kessel was my sensei, and on his recommendation I snapped up a copy of the Norton, a box of marvels that tells a novice SF writer you can do anything you want as long as it's strange. When I flew to the Clarion West Writers' Workshop that summer, also on Kessel's recommendation, the Norton was one of the 2 inspirational hardcovers in my luggage. The other was Faulkner's Absalom, for which I never will be asked to write an introduction. Of all the stories in the Norton that spoke directly to me, 900 Grandmothers may have spoken the loudest. In her Norton essay, Le Guin discusses science fiction's tendency to literalize metaphors, and Lafferty's story precisely literalizes one of the foundational metaphors of my upbringing in rural South Carolina, where I was taught to venerate a long chain of ancestors growing ever smaller as they receded into the distance. Their secrets were closely guarded, but as I stumbled through the late 20th century, those generations were often audible in the background, like peepers in the spring. I was pretty sure they were laughing. Moreover, all my important ancestors, the conveyors of culture and especially language, seemed to be women. Lafferty's unforgettable living dolls of the planet Proavitus, Latin for ancestral, I'm told, embody the famous Faulkner line from Requiem for a Nun, "The past is never dead, it's not even past." Rereading Lafferty's story now, I wonder about the fate of the Proavitoi. What happens to them in the space between the story's last 2 sentences? "With the pharmacopoeia that one could pick up here, a man need never die," says Manbreaker Cragg, who envisions his team becoming the patent medicine kings of the universe. Will these slight people survive Manbreaker's unstranding of their organic chemistry? Consider that Lafferty was a lifelong resident of Oklahoma, a state wrested from the natives by any number of Manbreaker Craggs, and many of his writings ponder the exploitation of the indigenous peoples of North America. Along with language itself, it is the unavoidable theme of his great novel, Oklahanali. I believe Lafferty knows exactly what happens to the Proavitoi, but spares us at the end by diverting our attention to another and much more unpleasant story. As the ultimate grandmother might have said, it was too joke a joke to tell a stranger, perhaps. Lafferty could not insult a stranger to tell so funny, so unbelieve. Land of the Great Horses. Introduction by Harlan Ellison. Trademark. Look out your window. What do you see? The gang fight on the corner, with teeny boppers using church keys on each other's faces, the scissors grinder with his multicolored cart and tinkling bells, a pudgy woman in a print dress too short for her fat legs hoeing her lawn, a 3-alarm fire with children trapped on the 5th story, a mad dog attached to the leg of a peddler of Seventh-day Adventist literature, an impending race riot with a representative of Ram on a sound truck. Any or all? It takes no special powers of observation to catalog the unclassifiable. But now look again. What do you see? What you usually see? An empty street. Now catalog. Curbstones, without which cars would run up onto front lawns. Mailboxes, without which touch with the world would be diminished. Telephone poles and wires, without which communication would screech to a halt. Gutters, sewers, and manholes, without which you would be flooded when it rains. Blacktop, without which the car you own wouldn't last a month on the crushed rock. The breeze, without which, well, a day is diminished. What are these things? They are the obvious, so obvious they become invisible. How many water hydrants and mailboxes did you pass today? None? Hardly. You passed dozens, but you did not see them. They are the incredibly valuable, absolutely necessary, totally ignored staples of a well-run community. Speculative fiction is a small community. It has its obvious flashy resonance. Knight, Sheckley, Sturgeon, Bradbury, Clark, Vonnegut. We see them and take note of them and know what they're about. But the community would not run 1,000th as well as it does without the quiet writers, the ones who turn out story after story, not hack work, but really excellent stories, time after time. The kind you settle back and think about after finishing them, saying, that was a good story. And you promptly forget who wrote it. Perhaps later you recall the story. Oh yeah, remember that one about... And then you wrinkle down and say, what the hell was the name of the guy who wrote it? He's done a bunch of things, you know, pretty fair writer. The problem is a matter of cumulativeness. Each story is an excellence standing alone, but somehow it never makes a totality, an image of a writer, a career in perspective. This is the sad but obvious thing about R.A. Lafferty's place in speculative fiction. He is a man of substantiality whose writing is top flight, not merely competent fiction, but genuinely exemplary fiction. He has been writing for how many years? More than 6, but less than 15, something like that. Yet he is seldom mentioned when fans gather to discuss the writers. Even though he has been anthologized many times, been included in Judith Merrill's Year's Best SF on several occasions, and the Carl Wollheim World's Best Anthology twice, and appeared in almost all the science fiction magazines, he is the invisible man. It will be rectified here. Raphael Aloysius Lafferty will emerge, will speak, will declare himself, and then you will read another extra brilliant story by him, and damn it, this time remember. Lafferty speaking. I am, not necessarily in this order, 51 years old, a bachelor, an electrical engineer, a fat man. Born in Iowa, came to Oklahoma when I was 4 years old, and except for 4 years in the Army, have been here all my life. Also, 1 year on a little civil service job in Washington, D.C. The only college I've ever attended was a couple of years in the University of Tulsa's night school division long ago, mostly math and German. I've spent close to 30 years working for electrical jobbers, mostly as buyer and price quotation man. During WW2, I was stationed in Texas, North Carolina, Florida, California, Australia, New Guinea, Morotai, Dutch East Indies, now Indonesia, and the Philippines. I was a good staff sergeant, and at one time I could talk pretty fair Pasar, Malay, and Tagalog of the Philippines. What does a man say about himself? Never the important things. I was a heavy drinker for a few years and gave it up about 6 years ago. This left a gap. When you give up the company of the more interesting drinkers, you give up something of the colorful and fantastic. So I substituted writing science fiction. Something I read in one of the writers' magazines gave me the silly idea that science fiction would be easy to write. It isn't for me. I wasn't raised on the stuff like most of the writers in this form seem to have been. My hobby is language, any language. I've got at least $1,000 in self-teach grammars and readers and dictionaries and linguaphone and cortinaphone courses. I've picked up a rough reading knowledge of all the languages of the Latin, German, and Slavic families, as well as Irish and Greek, but actually Spanish, French, and German are the only ones I read freely with respectable speed. I'm a Catholic of the out-of-season or conservative variety. As to politics, I am the only member of the American Centrist Party, whose tenets I will one day set out in an ironic utopia story. I'm a compulsive walker. Turn me loose in a strange town, and I'll explore every corner of it on foot inside a week. I don't think of myself as a very interesting fellow. This is the editor again for a final comment. Lafferty is about as uninteresting as his stories, which is to say, not at all. As entered for the prosecution's case against R.A.'s contention that he's a neb, the following story, one of my particular favorites in this book. Note, the introduction above is reproduced from its original appearance in Dangerous Visions and is copyright 1967, the Kilimanjaro Corporation, with the kind permission of the author. Land of the Great Horses. They came and took our country away from us, the people had always said, but nobody understood them. Two Englishmen, Richard Rockwell and Cyrano Smith, were rolling in a terrain buggy over the Thar Desert. It was bleak red country, more rock than sand. It looked as though the top had been stripped off it and the naked underland left uncovered. They heard thunder, and it puzzled them. They looked at each other, the blond Rockwell and the dark Smith. It never thundered in the whole country between New Delhi and Bahawalpur. What would this rainless North India desert have to thunder with? "Let's ride the ridges here," Rockwell told Smith, and he sent the vehicle into a climb. "It never rains here, but once before I was caught in a draw in a country where it never rained. I nearly drowned." It thundered again, heavy and rolling, as though to tell them that they were hearing right. "This draw is named Kuti Tavdavi, Little River," Smith said darkly. "I wonder why." Then he jerked back as though startled at himself. "Rockwell, why did I say that? I never saw this draw before. How did a name like that pop into my mind? But it's the low draw that would be a little river if it ever rained in this country. This land can't have significant rain. There's no high place to tip whatever moisture goes over." "I wonder about that every time I come," said Rockwell, and raised his hand toward the shimmering heights, the land of the great horses, the famous mirage. "If it were really there, it would tip the moisture. It would make a lush savanna of all this." They were mineral explorers doing ground minutiae on promising portions of an aerial survey. The trouble with the Thar was that it had everything: lead, zinc, antimony, copper, tin, bauxite, in barely submarginal amounts. Nowhere would the Thar pay off, but everywhere it would almost pay. Now it was lightning about the heights of the mirage, and they had never seen that before. It had clouded and lowered. It was thundering in rolling waves, and there was no mirage of sound. "There is either a very large and very busy bird up there, or this is rain," Rockwell said. And it had begun to rain, softly but steadily. It was pleasant as they chuckered along in the vehicle through the afternoon. Rain in the desert is always like a bonus. Smith broke into a happy song in one of the Northwest India tongues, a tune with a ribald swing to it, though Rockwell didn't understand the words. It was full of double rhymes and vowel-packed words such as a child might make up. "How the devil do you know the tongues so well?" Rockwell asked. "I find them difficult, and I have a good linguistic background." "I didn't have to learn them," Smith said. "I just had to remember them. They all cluster around the Borojib itself." "Around the what? How many of the languages do you know?" "All of them. The Seven Sisters, they're called. Punjabi, Kashmiri, Gujarati, Marathi, Sindhi, Hindi." "Your Seven Sisters only number 6, Rockwell jibed. "There's a saying that the seventh sister ran off with a horse trader," Smith said. "But that seventh lass is still encountered here and there around the world." Often they stopped to survey on foot. The very color of the new rivulets was significant to the mineral men, and this was the first time they had ever seen water flow in that country. They continued on fitfully and slowly, and ate up a few muddy miles. Rockwell gasped once and nearly fell off the vehicle. He had seen a total stranger riding beside him, and it shook him. Then he saw that it was Smith as he had always been, and he was dumbfounded by the illusion, and soon by something else. "Something is very wrong here," Rockwell said. "Something is very right here," Smith answered him, and then broke into another song in an Indian tongue. "We're lost," Rockwell worried out loud. "We can't see any distance for the rain, but there shouldn't be rising ground here. It isn't mapped." "Of course it is," Smith sang. "It's the Jalochar." "The what? Where did you get a name like that? The map's a blank here, and the country should be." "Then the map is defective. Man, it's the sweetest valley in the world. It will lead us all the way up. How could the map forget it? How could we all forget it for so long?" "Smith, what's wrong?
You're pie-eyed."
"Everything's right, I tell you. I was reborn just a minute ago. It's a-coming home."
"Smith, we're riding through green grass."
"I love it. I could crop it like a horse."
"That cliff, Smith. It shouldn't be that close. It's part of the...
Why, sir, that is Lolo Trusul."
"But it's not real. It's not on any topography map."
"Map, sir?
I'm a poor Callow man who wouldn't know about things like that."
"Smith,
you're a qualified cartographer."
"Does seem that I followed a trade with a name like that. But the cliff is real enough. I climbed it in my other boyhood. And that yonder, sir, is Dropengoro-Rez, the grassy mountain, and the high plateau ahead of us, which we begin to climb, is Disborograi, the land of the great horses."
Rockwell stopped the terrain buggy and leaped off. Smith followed him in a happy daze. "Smith, you're wide-eyed crazy," Rockwell gasped. "And what am I? We're terribly lost somehow. Smith, look at the log chart and the bearings recorder."
"Log chart, sir?
I'm a poor Callow man who wouldn't know." "Damn you, Smith, you made these instruments. If they're correct, we're 700 feet too high and have been climbing for 10 miles into a highland that's supposed to be part of a mirage. These cliffs can't be here. We can't be here. Smith!" But Saruno Smith had ambled off like a crazy man. "Smith, where are you trotting off to? Can't you hear me?"
"You call to me, sir?"
asked Smith.
"And by such a name?"
"Are the two of us as crazy as the country?" Rockwell moaned. "I've worked with you for 3 years. Isn't your name Smith?"
"Why, yes, sir. I guess it might be Englished as Horse Smith or Blacksmith, but my name is Petalangro, and I'm going home."
And the man who had been Smith started on foot up to the land of the great horses. "Smith, I'm getting on the buggy and I'm going back," Rockwell shouted. "I'm scared liverless of this country that changes. When a mirage turns solid, it's time to quit. Come along now. We'll be back in Bikaner by tomorrow morning. There's a doctor there and a whiskey bar. We need one of them."
"Thank you, sir, but I must go up to my home," Smith sang out. "It was kind of you to give me a ride along the way."
"I'm leaving you, Smith. One crazy man is better than 2.
"Ashava Sarishan,"
Smith called a parting. "Smith, unriddle me one last thing," Rockwell called, trying to find a piece of sanity to hold to. "What is the name of the 7th sister?"
"Deep Romany,"
Smith sang, and he was gone up into the high plateau that had always been a mirage. In an upper room on Olive Street in St. Louis, Missouri, a half-and-half couple were talking half-and-half. "The res has risered," the man said. "I can sung it like Brishindo. Let's jol."
"All right," the wife said, "if you're awa."
"Hell, I bet I can ricar plenty bano on the beda we got here. I'll have Kako come kinny it aro."
"With a little bachi, we'd be jolled by Ariat," said the wife.
"Nashiva, woman, nashiva."
"All right," the wife said, and she began to pack their suitcases.
In Camargo, in the Chihuahua state of Mexico, a shade tree mechanic sold his business for 100 pesos and told his wife to pack up. They were leaving.
"To leave now when business is so good?" she asked.
"I only got one car to fix, and I can't fix that," the man said.
"But if you keep it long enough, he will pay you to put it together again, even if it isn't fixed. That's what he did last time. And you've a horse to shoe?"
"I am afraid of that horse. It has come back, though. Let's go."
"Are you sure we will be able to find it?"
"Of course I'm not sure. We will go in our wagon, and our sick horse will pull it."
"Why will we go in the wagon when we have a car of sorts?"
"I don't know why. But we will go in the wagon, and we will nail the old giant horseshoe up on the lintel board." A carney in Nebraska lifted his head and smelled the air. "He's come back," he said. "I always knew we'd know. Any other Romanies here?" "I got a little rart in me," said one of his fellows. "This Novelengero Divas is only a 2-bit carnival anyhow. We'll tell the boss to shove it up his chev and we'll be gone. In Tulsa, a used car dealer named Gypsy Red announced the hottest sale on the row. Everything for nothing. I'm leaving. Pick up the papers and drive them off. 9 new heaps and 30 good ones, all free. You think we're crazy? The people asked. There's a catch. Red put the papers for all the cars on the ground and put a brick on top of them. He got in the worst car on the lot and drove it off forever. All free, he sang out as he drove off. Pick up the papers and drive the cars away. They're still there. You think people are crazy to fall for something like that probably has a catch to it? In Galveston, a barmaid named Margaret was asking merchant seamen how best to get passage to Karachi. Why Karachi? One of them asked her. I thought it would be the nearest big port, she said. It's come back, you know. I kind of felt this morning it had come back, he said. I'm a chal myself. Sure, we'll find something going that way. In thousands of places, Fawny men and Dukkarin women, Kakibaskros and Hegadusis, clowns and commission men, counts of Condom and dukes of Little Egypt parveled in their chips and got ready to roll. Men and families made sudden decisions in every country. Atinganoi gathered in the hills above Salonika in Greece and were joined by others from Serbia and Albania and the Rhodope hills of Bulgaria. Zingari of North Italy gathered around Pavia and began to roll toward Genoa to take ship. Bohemios of Portugal came down to Porto and Lisbon. Gitanos of Andalusia and all southern Spain came to Sanlúcar and Malaga. Zigeuner from Thuringia and Hanover thronged to Hamburg to find ocean passage. Geboga and their mixed-blood Shelta cousins from every nook and coil of Ireland found boats at Dublin and Limerick and Bantry. From deeper Europe, Tsigani began to travel overland eastward. The people were going from 200 ports of every continent and over 1,000 highroads, many of them long forgotten. Palauros, Calo, Manouche, Melelo, Tsigani, Moro, Romani, Flamenco, Cinto, Sicara, the many-named people was traveling in its thousands. The Romani Rai was moving. 2 million gypsies of the world were going home. At the Institute, Gregory Smirnoff was talking to his friends and associates. You remember the thesis I presented several years ago, he said, that a little over 1,000 years ago, outer visitors came down to Earth and took a sliver of our Earth away with them. All of you found the proposition comical, but I arrived at my conclusion by isostatic and eustatic analysis carried out minutely. There is no doubt that it happened. One of our slivers is missing, said Aloysius Shiplap. You guessed the sliver taken at about 10,000 square miles in area and no more than a mile thick at its greatest. You said you thought they wanted to run this sliver from our Earth through their laboratories as a sample. Do you have something new on our missing silver? I'm closing the inquiry, Gregory said. They brought it back. It was simple, really. Jack Vastesquero, gypsy simple. It is the Gajo, the non-gypsies of the world, who give complicated answers to simple things. They came and took our country away from us, the gypsies had always said, and that is what had happened. The outer visitors had run a slip under it, rocked it gently to rid it of nervous fauna, and then taken it away for study. For a marker, they left an immaterial simulacrum of that high country as we ourselves sometimes set name or picture tags to show where an object will be set later. This simulacrum was often seen by humans as a mirage. The outer visitors also set simulacra in the minds of the superior fauna that fled from the moving land. This would be a homing instinct, inhibiting permanent settlement anywhere until the time should come for the resettlement. Entwined with this instinct were certain premonitions, fortune showings, and understandings. Now the visitors brought the slice of land back, and its old fauna homed in on it. What will the, patronizing smile on my part, outer visitors do now, Gregory?
Aloysius Shiplap asked back at the Institute. "Why take another sliver of our Earth to study, I suppose, Aloysius," Gregory Smirnoff said. Low-intensity earthquakes rocked the Los Angeles area for 3 days. The entire area was evacuated of people. Then there was a great whistle blast from the sky as if to say, "All ashore that's going ashore." Then the surface to some little depth and all its superstructure was taken away. It was gone, and then it was quickly forgotten. From the 22nd Century Comprehensive Encyclopedia, Volume 1, page 389. Angelinos. See also automobile gypsies and prune pickers. A mixed ethnic group of unknown origin, much given to wandering in automobiles. It is predicted that they will be the last users of this vehicle, and several archaic chrome-burdened models are still produced for their market. These people are not beggars. Many of them are of superior intelligence. They often set up in business, usually as real estate dealers, gamblers, confidence men, managers of mail-order diploma mills, and promoters of one sort or other. They seldom remain long in one location. Their pastimes are curious. They drive for hours and days on old and seldom used clover leafs and freeways. It has been said that a majority of the Angelinos are narcotics users, but Harold Freelove, who lived for some months as an Angelino, has proved this false. What they inhale at their frolics, smog crocs, is a black smoke of carbon and petroleum waste laced with monoxide. Its purpose is not clear. The religion of the Angelinos is a mixture of old cults with a very strong eschatological element. The paradise motif is represented by reference to a mystic sunset boulevard. The language of the Angelinos is a colorful and racy argot. Their account of their origin is vague. "They came and took our diz away from us," they say. Afterward, by Gregory Frost. In 1967, Harlan Ellison's Dangerous Visions was first published by Doubleday. I, in high school in Iowa and already devouring the likes of Frederick Brown, Bradbury, Heinlein, Asimov, Zelazny, and Dick, might as well have been the target Harlan put in the crosshairs. In retrospect, we peer through many great annual best-of anthologies, edited by Gardner Dozois, David Hartwell, Ellen Datlow, Terry Wendling, Kelly Link and Gavin Grant, Terry Carr, etc., and we forget how monumental was Harlan's lashing together of what he termed 32 soothsayers. I'm near Philadelphia now, and so I think of Harlan as the Albert Barnes of science fiction. Barnes' collection of impressionists is an extraordinary thing, and to be fair, there are a few disappointing works hanging among the Matisses, Van Goghs, Gauguins, Picassos, and Renoirs, lesser paintings by artists who faded into obscurity, though obviously Barnes thought he saw something in them. Dangerous Visions really is the Barnes collection of science fiction. A few what happened to pieces, but otherwise breathtaking. Dangerous Visions proved to be my gateway into the worlds of Raphael Aloysius Lafferty through the story Harlan selected, called Land of the Great Horses. I did not know at the time how extraordinary that would prove to be, just as I didn't know that Lafferty himself was a fellow Iowan, born in the southwestern town of Neola, Iowa. If anyone from Neola is reading this, you need to put up at least a plaque, for heaven's sake. As Lafferty stories go, this one is short and seemingly simple, but oh, by the end it has shape-shifted on you more than once. It can be read, in a way, as a companion story to another tale of his called Narrow Valley, also concerned with unreliable topography. It is also exemplary of the way Lafferty entered stories sidewise, producing a text that dives straight into a situation already in motion and seems to be about one thing, yet turns out to be about something else. And then when you think you have its measure, the author adds a punchline you never saw coming. Here we begin with a sort of dictum. They came and took our country away from us, the people had always said, but nobody understood them. What country and what people we must read to discover. We are then introduced to two Englishmen, Richard Rockwell and Cyrano Smith, driving across the Tar Desert, which is to say the Great Desert of India. They approach and behold a famous mirage called the Land of the Great Horses, or Disborograi. It's what they've come to see. Things immediately start to go wrong. In this extremely barren desert, they hear the sound of thunder from an approaching storm, and then find their mirage shot with lightning. The improbable climatic event seems to transform Cyrano Smith. He suddenly and inexplicably knows the names of places, a draw called Kuti Tavdavi, Little River. He bursts into song in tongues he does not speak. When asked how by Rockwell, he explains that he has only to remember these tongues to sing, and that they all cluster around the Borojib itself. Smith seems to be leading this great life out of nowhere. He confesses to Rockwell that he speaks all languages in play, the so-called Seven Sisters, but Smith names only 6. Rockwell notices and finally requests the name of the missing language, Deep Romany. Rockwell tries to head back, but Smith refuses and calls him Sarishan, or English, as if they are suddenly foreign to each other, and then begins to scale the heights that until moments ago were part of the mirage. The story shifts then to various small scenes of people speaking various dialects of Romani, Punjabi, Hindi. In each, it's clear that someone with Romani blood is feeling the pull of Disborograi. Some are Romani Rai, gypsy gentlemen, some are Dokarin women, that is, fortune-tellers, some perhaps Atinganoi, considered to be the ancestral tribe of the Roma. And so it goes as various people with some percentage of gypsy blood pull up stakes and head home because the res has risered and it tugs at them, smells like rain, cannot be ignored. Home is the land of great horses, which became a mirage for thousands of years, but now is no longer. To reveal more would be to spoil the story for the reader. Suffice it to say that once you understand what is going on, Lafferty still has a coda to deliver, one that plays on the diz of Disborograi and diz in a newly coined dialect that refers in all probability to Disneyland. In Narrow Valley, where Michael Swanwick tells me Lafferty is having his little joke with the Pawnee language, here he effortlessly tosses off terms and phrases in various Romani dialects, all of which leads to a final signature jape that can only exist because of his skill with those dialects. As so often happens in a story by R.A. Lafferty, you are turned and turned and turned again, but always within the framework of the remarkable story itself. As a reader, I'm agog. As a writer, I'm forever asking, how does he do this? Eurema's Dam. Introduction by Robert Silverberg. This is a story about a schlemiel, to use a word probably not too often heard in Raphael Aloysius Lafferty's hometown of Tulsa, Oklahoma. The schlemiel story is a genre I always thought I'd avoid if I were an editor, for it has seemed to me that stories about schlemiels, losers, twerps, dullards, or schnooks would be of interest only to an audience of schlemiels, losers, twerps, dullards, or schnooks at best, and no such people would be reading anything I edited. Well, never mind all that. R.A. Lafferty was a cunning and tricky writer, and as can quickly be seen, the schlemiel he created for us here is of an extraordinary sort. Eurema's Dam won a Hugo in 1973 at Toronto. I am not all that awed by stories that win awards, nor all that scornful of those that don't, but Lafferty's feat of winning a Hugo for Eurema's Dam deserves some commemoration. Virtually all Hugo-winning stories then were first published in science fiction magazines or in paperback anthologies easily available to a wide segment of the electorate. But my anthology, New Dimensions 2, had appeared only in an expensive hardcover edition that had sold perhaps 6,000 copies. How, given that handicap, Lafferty's story had ever reached enough people to get the required number of votes, I have no idea. Yet it won, beating out, among other things, A Story of Mine. I will not pretend that I would not have preferred it the other way around, but I was undilutedly delighted that so fine and special a writer as Lafferty had carried off his first trophy with a story I had published. Eurema's Dam. He was about the last of them. What? The last of the great individualists? The last of the true creative geniuses of the century? The last of the sheer precursors? No. He was the last of the dolts. Kids were being born smarter all the time when he came along, and they would be so forevermore. He was about the last dumb kid ever born. Even his mother had to admit that Albert was a slow child. What else can you call a boy who doesn't begin to talk till he is 4 years old, who won't learn to handle a spoon till he is 6, who can't operate a doorknob till he is 8? What else can you say about one who put his shoes on the wrong feet and walked in pain, and who had to be told to close his mouth after yawning? Some things would always be beyond him, like whether it was the big hand or the little hand of the clock that told the hours. But this wasn't something serious. He never did care what time it was. When, about the middle of his 9th year, Albert made a breakthrough at telling his right hand from his left, he did it by the most ridiculous set of mnemonics ever put together. It had to do with the way a dog turns around before lying down, the direction of whirlpools and whirlwinds, the side a cow is milked from and a horse is mounted from, the direction of twist of oak and sycamore leaves, the maze patterns of rock moss and of tree moss, the cleavage of limestone, the direction of a hawk's wheeling, of a shrike's hunting, and of a snake's coiling, remembering that the mountain boomer is an exception, and that it isn't a true snake, the lay of cedar fronds and of balsam fronds, the twist of a hole dug by a skunk and by a badger, remembering pungently that skunks sometimes use old badger holes. Well, Albert finally learned to remember which was right and which was left, but an observant boy would have learned his right hand from his left without all that nonsense. Albert never learned to write a readable hand. To get by in school, he cheated. From a bicycle speedometer, a midget motor, tiny eccentric cams, and batteries stolen from his grandfather's hearing aid, Albert made a machine to write for him. It was small as a doodlebug and fitted onto a pen or pencil so that Albert could conceal it with his fingers. It formed the letters beautifully as Albert had set the cams to follow a copybook model. He triggered the different letters with keys no bigger than whiskers. Sure, it was crooked, but what else can you do when you're too dumb to learn how to write passably? Albert couldn't figure at all. He had to make another machine to figure for him. It was a palm-of-the-hand thing that would add and subtract and multiply and divide. The next year, when he was in the 9th grade, they gave him algebra, and he had to devise a flipper to go on the end of his gadget to work quadratic and simultaneous equations. If it weren't for such cheating, Albert wouldn't have gotten any marks at all in school. He had another difficulty when he came to his 15th year. People, that is an understatement. There should be a stronger word than difficulty for it. Albert was afraid of girls. What to do? "I will build me a machine that is not afraid of girls," Albert said. He set to work on it. He had it nearly finished when a thought came to him. "But no machine is afraid of girls. How will this help me?" His logic was at fault, and analogy broke down. He did what he always did. He cheated. He took the programming rollers out of an old player piano in the attic, found a gear case that would serve, used magnetized sheets instead of perforated music rolls, fed a copy of Wormwood's Logic into the matrix, and he had a logic machine that would answer questions. "What's the matter with me that I'm afraid of girls?" Albert asked his logic machine. "Nothing the matter with you," the logic machine told him. "It's logical to be afraid of girls. They seem pretty spooky to me, too." "But what can I do about it?" "Wait for time and circumstances. They sure are slow, unless you want to cheat." Yes, what then?" "Build a machine that looks just like you, Albert, and talks just like you, only make it smarter than you are and not bashful. And Albert, there's a special thing you'd better put into it in case things go wrong. I'll whisper it to you. It's dangerous." So Albert made little Danny, a dummy who looked like him and talked like him, only he was smarter and not bashful. He filled little Danny with quips from Mad Magazine and from Quip, and then they were set. Albert and little Danny went to call on Alice.
"Why, he's wonderful," Alice said. "Why can't you be like that, Albert? Aren't you wonderful, little Danny? Why do you have to be so stupid, Albert, when little Danny is so wonderful?"
I don't know," Albert said.
He sounds like a fish with the hiccups," little Danny said. "You do, Albert, really you do," Alice screamed. "Why can't you say smart things like little Danny does, Albert? Why are you so stupid?"
This wasn't working out very well, but Albert kept on with it. He programmed little Danny to play the ukulele and to sing. He wished that he could program himself to do it. Alice loved everything about little Danny, but she paid no attention to Albert, and one day Albert had had enough. What do we need with this dummy?" Albert asked. "I just made him to make you laugh. Let's go off and leave him."
"Go off with you, Albert?" Alice asked. "But you're so stupid. I tell you what, let's you and me go off and leave Albert, little Danny. We can have more fun without him." "Who needs him?" little Danny asked. "Get lost, Buster."
Albert walked away from them. He was glad that he'd taken his logic machine's advice as to the special thing to be built into little Danny. Albert walked 50 steps, 100. "Far enough," Albert said, and he pushed a button in his pocket. Nobody but Albert and his logic machine ever did know what that explosion was. Tiny wheels out of little Danny and small pieces of Alice rained down a little later, but there weren't enough fragments for anyone to identify. Albert had learned one lesson from his logic machine: never make anything that you can't unmake. Well, Albert finally grew to be a man, in years at least. He would always have something about him of a very awkward teenager, and yet he fought his own war against those who were teenagers in years, and he defeated them completely. There was enmity between them forever. Albert hadn't been a very well-adjusted adolescent, and he hated the memory of it, and nobody ever mistook him for an adjusted man. Albert was too awkward to earn a living at an honest trade. He was reduced to peddling his little tricks and contrivances to shysters and promoters. But he did back into a sort of fame, and he did become burdened with wealth. He was too stupid to handle his own monetary affairs, but he built an actuary machine to do his investing, and he became rich by accident. He built the damned thing too good, and he regretted it. Albert became one of that furtive group that has saddled us with all the mean things in our history. There was that Punic who couldn't learn the rich variety of hieroglyphic characters, and who devised the crippled short alphabet for Wanwits. There was the nameless Arab who couldn't count beyond 10, and who set up the 10-number system for babies and idiots. There was the double Dutchman with his movable type who drove fine copy out of the world. Albert was of their miserable company. Albert himself wasn't much good for anything, but he had in himself the low knack for making machines that were good at everything. His machines did a few things. You remember that anciently there was smog in the cities. Oh, it could be drawn out of the air easily enough. All it took was a tickler. Albert made a tickler machine. He would set it fresh every morning. It would clear the air in a circle 300 yards around his hovel and gather a little over a ton of residue every 24 hours. This residue was rich in large polysyllabic molecules, which one of his chemical machines could use. "Why can't you clear all the air?" the people asked him. "This is as much of the stuff as Clarence deoxyribonucleiconobus needs every day," Albert said. That was the name of this particular chemical machine. "But we die of the smog," the people said. "Have mercy on us." "Oh, all right," Albert said. He turned it over to one of his reduplicating machines to make as many copies as were necessary. You remember that once there was a teenager problem? You remember when those little buggers used to be mean? Albert got enough of them. There was something ungainly about them that reminded him too much of himself. He made a teenager of his own. It was rough. To the others it looked like one of themselves, the ring in the left ear, the dangling side locks, the brass knucks, and the long knife, the guitar plucked to jab in an eye. But it was incomparably rougher than the human teenagers. It terrorized all in the neighborhood and made them behave and dress like real people. And there was one thing about the teenage machine that Albert made. It was made of such polarized metal and glass that it was invisible except to teenager eyes. "Why is your neighborhood different?" the people asked Albert. "Why are there such good and polite teenagers in your neighborhood and such mean ones everywhere else? It's as though something had spooked all those right around here." "Oh, I thought I was the only one who didn't like the regular kind," Albert said. "Oh, no, no," the people answered him. "If there is anything at all you can do about it." So Albert turned his mostly invisible teenager machine over to one of his reduplicating machines to make as many copies as were necessary, and set one up in every neighborhood. From that day till this, the teenagers have all been good and polite and a little bit frightened. But there is no evidence of what keeps them that way, except an occasional eye dangling from the jab of an invisible guitar pluck. So the two most pressing problems of the latter part of the 20th century were solved, but accidentally and to the credit of no one. As the years went by, Albert felt his inferiority most when in the presence of his own machines, particularly those in the form of men. Albert just hadn't their urbanity or sparkle or wit. He was a clod beside them, and they made him feel it. Why not? One of Albert's devices sat in the president's cabinet. One of them was on the High Council of World Watchers that kept the peace everywhere. One of them presided at Riches Unlimited, that private public international instrument that guaranteed reasonable riches to everyone in the world. One of them was the guiding hand in the Health and Longevity Foundation, which provided those things to everyone. Why should not such splendid and successful machines look down on their shabby uncle who had made them? "I'm rich by a curious twist," Albert said to himself one day, "and honored through a mistake in circumstance. But there isn't a man or a machine in the world who is really my friend. A book here tells how to make friends, but I can't do it that way. I'll make one my own way." So Albert set out to make a friend. He made Poor Charles, a machine as stupid and awkward and inept as himself. "Now I will have a companion," Albert said, but it didn't work. Add 2 zeros together and you still have 0. Poor Charles was too much like Albert to be good for anything. Poor Charles. Unable to think, he made a... But wait, a moleskin-gloved minute here, Colonel. This isn't going to work at all. He made a machine... But isn't this the same blamed thing all over again? He made a machine to think for him and to... Hold it. That's enough. Poor Charles was the only machine that Albert ever made that was dumb enough to do a thing like that. Well, whatever it was, the machine that Poor Charles made was in control of the situation and of Poor Charles when Albert came onto them accidentally. The machine's machine, the device that Poor Charles had constructed to think for him, was lecturing Poor Charles in a humiliating way. "Only the inept and deficient will invent," that damned machine's machine was droning. "The Greeks in their high period did not invent. They used neither adjunct power nor instrumentation. They used, as intelligent men or machines will always use, slaves. They did not descend to gadgets. They who did the difficult with ease did not seek the easier way. But the incompetent will invent, the insufficient will invent, the depraved will invent, and knaves will invent." Albert, in a seldom fit of anger, killed them both, but he knew that the machine of his machine had spoken the truth. Albert was very much cast down. A more intelligent man would have had a hunch as to what was wrong. Albert had only a hunch that he was not very good at hunches and would never be. Seeing no way out, he fabricated a machine and named it Hunchy. In most ways, this was the worst machine he ever made. In building it, he tried to express something of his unease for the future. It was an awkward thing in mind and mechanism, a misfit. Albert's more intelligent machines gathered around and hooted at him while he put it together. "Boy, are you lost," they taunted. "That thing is a primitive. To draw its power from the ambient. We talked you into throwing that away 20 years ago and setting up coded power for all of us." Someday there may be social disturbances and all centers of power seized," Albert stammered. "But Hunchy would be able to operate if the whole world were wiped smooth." "It isn't even tuned to our information matrix," they jibed. "It's worse than poor Charles. That stupid thing practically starts from scratch." "Maybe there'll be a new kind of itch for it," said Albert. "It's not even housebroken," the urbane machines shouted their indignation. "Look at that. Some sort of primitive lubrication all over the floor." "Remembering my childhood, I sympathize," Albert said. "What's it good for?" they demanded. It gets hunches," Albert mumbled. "Duplication," they shouted. "That's all you're good for yourself, and not very good at that. We suggest an election to replace you as, pardon our laughter, the head of these enterprises."
"Boss, I've got a hunch how we can block them there,"
the unfinished Hunchy whispered.
"They're bluffing," Albert whispered back. "My first logic machine taught me never to make anything that I can't unmake. I've got them there, and they know it. I wish I could think up things like that myself."
"Maybe there will come an awkward time and I will be good for something," Hunchy said.
Only once, and that rather late in life, did a sort of honesty flare up in Albert. He did one thing, and it was a dismal failure, on his own. That was the night of the year of the double millennium when Albert was presented with the Finnerty-Hockman Trophy, the highest award that the intellectual world could give. Albert was certainly an odd choice for it, but it had been noticed that almost every basic invention for 30 years could be traced back to him or to the devices with which he had surrounded himself. You know the trophy. Atop it was Eurema, the synthetic Greek goddess of invention, with arms spread as if she would take flight. Below this was a stylized brain cut away to show the convoluted cortex, and below this was the coat of arms of the academicians, ancient scholar rampant, argent, the Anderson analyzer sinister, gules, the Mondman space drive dexter, vare. It was a fine work by Groban, his 9th period. Albert had a speech composed for him by his speech-writing machine, but for some reason he did not use it. He went on his own, and that was disaster. He got to his feet when he was introduced, and he stuttered and spoke nonsense. Only the sick oyster produces nacre," he said, and they all gaped at him. What sort of beginning for a speech was that? "Or do I have the wrong creature?" Albert asked weakly. "Eurema doesn't look like that." Albert gawked out and pointed suddenly at the trophy. No, that isn't her at all. Eurema walks backward and is blind, and her mother is a brainless hulk." Everybody was watching him with pained expression. "Nothing rises without a leaven," Albert tried to explain, "but the yeast is itself a fungus and a disease. You be regularizers all, splendid and supreme, but you cannot live without the irregulars. You will die, and who will tell you that you are dead? When there are no longer any deprived or insufficient, who will invent? What will you do when there are none of us defectives left? Who will leaven your lump then?" "Are you unwell?" the master of ceremonies asked him quietly. "Should you not make an end to it? People will understand." "Of course I'm unwell. Always have been," Albert said. "What good would I be otherwise? You set the ideal that all should be healthy and well-adjusted. No! Were we all well-adjusted, we would ossify and die. The world is kept healthy only by some of the unhealthy minds lurking in it. The first implement made by man was not a scraper or celt or stone knife. It was a crutch, and it wasn't devised by a hale man." "Perhaps you should rest," a functionary said in a low voice, for this sort of rambling nonsense talk had never been heard at an awards dinner before.
"Know you," said Albert, "that it is not the fine bulls and wonderful cattle who make the new paths. Only a crippled calf makes a new path. In everything that survives there must be an element of the incongruous. Hey, you know the woman who said, 'My husband is incongruous, but I never liked Washington in the summertime'?" Everybody gazed at him in stupor. "That's the first joke I ever made," Albert said lamely. "My joke-making machine makes them a lot better than I do." He paused and gaped and gulped a big breath. "Dolts!" he croaked out fiercely then. "What will you do for dolts when the last of us is gone? How will you survive without us?" Albert had finished. He gaped and forgot to close his mouth. They led him back to his seat. His publicity machine explained that Albert was tired from overwork, and then that machine passed around copies of the speech that Albert was supposed to have given. It had been an unfortunate episode. How noisome it is that the innovators are never great men, and that the great men are never good for anything but just being great men. In that year, decree went forth from Caesar that a census of the whole country should be taken. The decree was from Cesare Panebianco, the president of the country. It was the decimal year proper for the census, and there was nothing unusual about the decree. Certain provisions, however, were made for taking a census of the drifters and decrepits who were usually missed, to examine them and to see why they were so. It was in the course of this that Albert was picked up. If any man ever looked like a drifter and decrepit, it was Albert. Albert was herded in with other derelicts, set down at a table, and asked tortuous questions, as, "What is your name?" He almost muffed that one, but he rallied and answered, "Albert." "What time is it by that clock?" They had him in his old weak spot. Which hand was which? He gaped and didn't answer. "Can you read?" they asked him. "Not without my—" Albert began. "I don't have with me my— No, I can't read very well by myself." "Try." They gave him a paper to mark up with true and false questions. Albert marked them all true, believing that he would have half of them right, but they were all false. The regularized people are partial to falsehood. Then they gave him a supply the word test on proverbs. Blank, 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 blank is the best policy didn't mean a thing to him. He couldn't remember the names of the companies that he had his own policies with. Blank, 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 blank in time saves 9 contained more mathematics than Albert could handle. There appear to be 6 unknowns, he told himself, and only one positive value, 9. The equating verb saves is a vague one. I cannot solve this equation. I am not even sure that it is an equation. If only I had with me my— But he hadn't any of his gadgets or machines with him. He was on his own. He left half a dozen other proverb fill-ins blank. Then he saw a chance to recoup. Nobody is so dumb as not to know one answer if enough questions are asked. Blank, 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 blank is the mother of invention, it said. Stupidity, Albert wrote in his weird, ragged hand. Then he sat back in triumph. I know that Eurema and her mother, he snickered. Man, how do I know them? But they marked him wrong on that one, too. He had missed every answer to every test. They began to fix him a ticket to a progressive booby hatch where he might learn to do something with his hands, his head being hopeless. A couple of Albert's urbane machines came down and got him out of it. They explained that while he was a drifter and a derelict, yet he was a rich drifter and derelict, and that he was even a man of some note. He doesn't look it, but he really is, pardon our laughter, a man of some importance, one of the fine machines explained. He has to be told to close his mouth after he has yawned, but for all that, he is the winner of the Finnerty-Hockman Trophy. We will be responsible for him. Albert was miserable as his fine machines took him out, especially when they asked that he walk 3 or 4 steps behind them and not seem to be with them.
They gave him some pretty rough banter and turned him into a squirming worm of a man. Albert left them and went to a little hideout he kept. "I'll blow my crawfishing brains out," he swore. "The humiliation is more than I can bear. Can't do it myself, though. I'll have to have it done." He set to work building a device in his hideout. "What you doing, boss?" Hunchy asked him. "I had a hunch you'd come here and start building something." "Building a machine to blow my pumpkin-picking brains out," Albert shouted. "I'm too yellow to do it myself." "Boss, I got a hunch there's something better to do. Let's have some fun." "Don't believe I know how to," Albert said thoughtfully. "I built a fun machine once to do it for me. He had a real rebel till he flew apart, but he never seemed to do anything for me." "This fun will be for you and me, boss. Consider the world spread out. What is it?" "It's a world too fine for me to live in any longer," Albert said. "Everything and all the people are perfect and all alike. They're at the top of the heap. They've won it all and arranged it all neatly. There's no place for a clutter-up like me in the world. So I get out." "Boss, I've got a hunch that you're seeing it wrong. You've got better eyes than that. Look again, real canny at it. Now what do you see?" Hunchy, is that possible? Is that really what it is? I wonder why I never noticed it before. That's the way of it, though, now that I look closer. 6 billion patsies waiting to be took. 6 billion patsies without a defense of any kind. A couple of guys out for some fun, man, they could mow them down like fields of Albert improved concho wheat. "Boss, I've got a hunch that this is what I was made for. The world sure had been getting stuffy. Let's tie into it and eat off the top layer. Man, we can cut a swath." "We'll inaugurate a new era," Albert gloated. "We'll call it the turning of the worm. We'll have fun, Hunchy. We'll gobble them up like goobers. How come I never saw it like that before? 6 billion patsies." The 21st century began on this rather odd note. Selenium Ghosts of the 1870s. Introduction by Kelly Robson. I live in the future. In 1978, when Selenium Ghosts of the 1870s was first published, I was 10 years old. My family lived in the forest fire-prone foothills of the Canadian Rockies, in the echo path of wolf howls and coyote yips. That close to the mountains, radio signals aren't reliable. Aside from the telephone, our only connection to the outside world was the TV. And oh boy, did we love it. We had one channel, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. The CBC's programming wasn't particularly inspiring, mostly homegrown shows like The Beachcombers and Front Page Challenge, with a few American shows like MASH scattered like jewels across primetime. We were always disappointed when the shows went into repeats because we had no alternative. But we were kids. We would watch anything. My brother earned the nickname Pattern Watcher because when the channel got knocked off the air, he would literally stare at the static pattern. I would too, from time to time. Occasionally, if I stared long enough, I'd see things in there. Selenium Ghosts of the 1870s is an alternate history of television. The narrator is an unnamed historian, probably amateur, who describes the television shows produced by Aurelian Bentley in 1873. These Selenium slow-light dramas are transmitted to television receivers that will repeat anything they receive. Thrillingly, because of the quirks of slow light, the more the receivers repeat the dramas, the better they become. They evolve and grow. The picture becomes clearer. The once silent productions begin to develop sound. They also develop meta-commentary, breaking the fourth wall and letting us into the inner workings of the wonderful world of Aurelian Bentley. What a thrilling science-fictional concept. My brothers and sisters and I would have embraced this technology in 1978. We would have watched those slow-light dramas until they became so real we could have walked into their world. This is Lafferty at his most delightful, playing with words and images to build a multi-layered story within a story, that seems real despite its stylized melodramatic trappings. I try to forgive Lafferty the use of troubling racial epithets. Should I? Even though they throw me out of the story. In 1978, no, there was no excuse, because he touches my world to his. Lafferty makes me remember my entertainment-starved youth, where we would have done anything for a TV show that changed and even got better in repeat. And he makes me appreciate anew the wonder of this future I live in, where I carry in my pocket a receiver that will bring me, at a moment's notice, all the television anyone could ever want. Selenium Ghosts of the 1870s. Even today, the invention of television is usually ascribed to Paul Nipkow of Germany, and the year is given as 1884. Nipkow used the principle of the variation in the electrical conductivity of selenium when exposed to light, and he used scanning discs as mechanical effectors. What else was there for him to use before the development of the phototube and the current-amplifying electron tube? The resolution of Nipkow's television was very poor due to the slow light characteristics of selenium response and the lack of amplification. There were, however, several men in the United States who transmitted a sort of television before Nipkow did so in Germany. Resolution of the images of these even earlier experimenters in the field, Aurelian Bentley, Jesse Polk, Samuel J. Perry, Gifford Hudgens, was even poorer than was the case with Nipkow. Indeed, none of these pre-Nipkow inventors in the television field is worthy of much attention, except Bentley, and the interest in Bentley is in the context of his transmissions and not in his technical ineptitude. It is not our object to enter into the argument of who really did first invent television. It was not Paul Nipkow, and it probably was not Aurelian Bentley or Jesse Polk either. Our object is to examine some of the earliest true television dramas in their own queer, slow-light context. And the first of those slow-light or selenium, moonshine dramas were put together by Aurelian Bentley in the year 1873. The earliest art in a new field is always the freshest and is often the best. Homer composed the first and freshest and probably the best epic poetry. Whatever caveman did the first painting, it remains among the freshest as well as the best paintings ever done. Aeschylus composed the first and best tragic dramas. Euclid invented the first and best of the artful mathematics. We speak here of mathematics as an art without being concerned with its accuracy or practicality. And it may be that Aurelian Bentley produced the best of all television dramas in spite of their primitive aspect. Bentley's television enterprise was not very successful despite his fee of $1,000 per day for each subscriber. In his heyday, or his hay month, November of 1873, Bentley had 59 subscribers in New York City, 17 in Boston, 14 in Philadelphia, and 1 in Hoboken. This gave him an income of $91,000 a day, which would be the equivalent of about $1 million a day in today's terms. But Bentley was extravagant and prodigal, and he always insisted that he had expenses that the world wotted not of. In any case, Bentley was broke and out of business by the beginning of the year 1874. He was also dead by that time. The only things surviving from the wonderful world of Aurelian Bentley are 13 of the slow-light dramas, the master projector, and 19 of the old television receivers. There are probably others of the receivers around somewhere, and persons coming on to them might not know what they are for. They do not look much like the television sets of later years. The one we use for playing the old dramas is a good kerosene-powered model which we found and bought for $18 2 years ago. If the old sets are ever properly identified and become collector's items, the price on them may double or even triple. We told the owner of the antique that it was a chestnut roaster, and with a proper rack installed it could likely be made to serve as that. We bought the master projector for $26. We told the owner of that monster that it was a chicken incubator. The 13 dramas in their canisters we had for $39 total. We had to add formaldehyde to activate the dramas, however, and we had to add it to both the projector and the receiver. The formaldehyde itself came to $52. I discovered soon that the canisters with their dramas were not really needed, nor was the master projector. The receiver itself would repeat everything that it had ever received. Still and all, it was money well spent. The kerosene burner activated a small dynamo that imposed an electrical grid on the selenium matrix and awakened the memories of the dramas. There was, however, an oddity in all the playbacks. The film fix of the receiver continued to receive impressions, so that every time a slow light drama is presented, it is different because of the feedback. The resolution of the pictures improves with use and is now much clearer and more enjoyable than originally. The librettos of the first 12 of the 13 Bentley dramas are not good, not nearly as good as the librettos of the Jesse Polk and the Samuel J. Perry dramas later in the decade. Aurelian Bentley was not a literary man. He was not even a completely literate man. His genius had many gaping holes in it, but he was a passionately dramatic man, and these dramas which he himself devised and directed have a great sweep and action to them. And even the librettos from which he worked are valuable for one reason. They tell us, though sometimes rather ineptly and vaguely, what the dramas themselves are all about. Without these outlines, we would have no idea in the world of the meaning of the powerful dramas. There was an unreality, a ghostliness, about all the dramas, as though they were made by sewer light underground, or as if they were made by poor-quality moonlight. Remember that the element selenium, the metal that is not a metal, the chemical basis of the dramas, is named from Selene, the moon. Bentley did not use moving pictures of quickly succeeding frames to capture and transmit his live presentation dramas. Although Muybridge was in fact working on the zoopraxiscope, the first moving picture device, at that very time, his still incomplete work was not known to Aurelian Bentley. Samuel J. Perry and Gifford Hudgens did use moving picture techniques for their primitive television dramas later in the decade, but Bentley, fortunately perhaps, did not. Each of Bentley's 30-minute live dramas, however it appeared for the first time in the first television receiver, was recorded in one single matrix or frame, and thereafter that picture took on a life and growth of its own. It was to some extent independent of sequence, an effect that has been attempted and failed of in several of the other arts, and it had a free way with time and space generally. This is part of the ghostliness of the dramas, and it is a large part of their power and charm. Each drama was one evolving moment outside of time and space, though mostly the scenes were in New York City and the Barrens of New Jersey. Of course, there was no sound in these early Bentley dramas, but let us not go too far astray with that particular of course. Slow sound as well as slow light is a characteristic of selenium response, and we will soon see that sound did in fact creep into some of the dramas after much replaying. Whether their total effects were accidental or by design, these early television dramas were absolutely unique. The 13 slow light dramas produced by Aurelian Bentley in the year 1873, the 13th of them, The Mysterious Pettifoggers of Philadelphia, lacks Bentley's seal of production, and indeed it was done after his death, and yet he appears as a major character in it, were these. 1. The Perils of Patience, a Damnable Chase. In this, Clorinda Calliope, who was possibly one of the greatest actresses of American or world drama, played the part of Patience Palmer in the title role. Leslie Whitemansion played the role of Simon Legree. Kirbach Fouet played the part of the Whip, a sinister character. Paul McCoffin played the role of the Embalmer. Jaime del Diablo played the Jesuit, one of the most menacing roles in all drama. Torres Malgre played the Slaver, who carried the forged certificate showing that Patience had a shadow of black blood and so might be returned to slavery on St. Croix. Inspiro Spektralski played the Panther. Is he a man? Is he a ghost? Who is the embodiment of an evil that is perhaps from beyond the world. Hubert St. Nicholas played the part of the Guardian, who is really a false guardian. This damnable chase is really a galloping allegory. It is the allegory of good against evil, of light against darkness, of inventiveness against crude obtuseness, of life against death, of openness against intrigue, of love against hatred, of courage against hellish fear. For excitement and intensity, this drama has hardly an equal. Time and again, it seemed that the embalmer, striking out of the dark, would stab Patience with his needle full of the dread embalming fluid, and so trap her in the rigidity of living death. Time and again, it seemed that the whip would cut the flesh of Patience Palmer with his long lash with viper poison on its iron tip that would bring instant death. At every eventuality, it seemed as though Simon Legree or the slaver would enslave her body, or the Jesuit or the panther would enslave her soul. And her mysterious guardian seems always about to save her, but his every attempt to save her has such reverse and disastrous effects as to cast doubt on the honesty and sincerity of the guardian. A high point of the drama is the duel of the locomotives that takes place during a tempestuous night in the West Orange switching yards. Again and again, Patience Palmer is all but trapped on railroad trestles by thundering locomotives driven by her adversaries. The West Orange switching yards seem to consist almost entirely of very high railroad trestles. Patience finally gets control of a locomotive of her own on which to escape, but the locomotives of her enemies thunder at her from every direction, so that she is able to switch out of their way only at the last brink of every moment. The embalmer attempts to stab her with his needle full of embalming fluid every time their locomotives pass each other with double thunder and only inches to spare. The whip tries to lash her with his cruel lash with its poisoned tip, and the slaver threatens her with the outreached forged certificate of color, and only by fantastic cringing can she cringe back far enough to keep from being touched by it as their locomotives roar past each other in opposite directions. It seems impossible that the racing locomotives can come so close and not hit each other, with their dazzling switching from track to track. And then, oh God save us all, the panther, is he a man, is he a devil, has leaped from his own locomotive to that of Patience Palmer. He is behind her on her own locomotive, and she does not see him. He comes closer, but the climax of the perils of Patience is not there in the West Orange switching yards. It is at a secret town and castle in the Barrens of New Jersey, a castle of evil repute. In this place, the enemies of Patience were assembling a gang of beaters, slack-faced fellows with their tongues cut out, and they were readying bloodhounds to hunt Patience down to her death. She somehow obtains a large wagon piled high with hay and pulled by 6 large high-spirited horses. With this, she boldly drives, on a stormy night, into the secret town of her enemies and down that jagged road. There was a lightning storm going on that made everything seem jagged, at the end of which was the castle itself. The bloodhounds leap high at her as she passes, but they cannot pull her from the wagon. But the panther, is he a man, is he a beast, has leaped onto her hay wagon behind her, and she does not see him. He comes close behind her, but Patience Palmer is already making her move. Driving unswervingly, carrying out her own intrepid plan, at that very moment she raises a key in her hand very high into the air. This draws the lightning down with a stunning flash, and the hay wagon is set ablaze. Patience leaps clear of the flaming hay wagon at the last possible moment, and the blazing, hurtling inferno crashes into the tall and evil castle to set it and its outbuildings and its whole town ablaze. This is the flaming climax to one of the greatest chase dramas ever. This final scene of the perils will be met with often later. Due to the character of the slow light or selenium scenes, this vivid scene leaks out of its own framework and is superimposed, sometimes faintly, sometimes powerfully, as a ghost scene on all 12 of the subsequent dramas. 2. Thirsty Daggers, a Murder Mystery. This is the second of the Aurelian Bentley television dramas of 1873. Clorinda Calliope, one of the most talented actresses of her time, played the part of Maud Trenchant, the girl detective. The actors Leslie Whitemansion, Kirbach Fouet, Ex Paul McCoffin, Jaime del Diablo, Torres Malgre, Inspiro Spektralski, and Hubert St. Nicholas played powerful and menacing roles, but their identities and purposes cannot be set exactly. One must enter into the bloody and thrilling spirit of the drama without knowing the details. More even than the perils of patience does Thirsty Daggers seem to be freed from the bonds of time and sequence. It is all one unfolding moment, growing always in intensity and intricacy, but not following a straight line of action. And this, accompanied by a deficiency of the libretto, leads to confusion. The libretto cannot be read. It is darkened and stained. Chemical analysis has revealed that it is stained with human blood. It is our belief that Bentley sent the librettos to his clients decorated with fresh human blood to set a mood. But time has spread the stains, and almost nothing can be read. This is, however, a highly interesting drama, the earliest murder ever done for television. It is nearly certain that Maud Trenchant, the girl detective, overcomes all the menaces and solves all the crimes, but the finer details of this are lost forever. 3. The Great Bicycle Race, the third of the Bentley television dramas, has that versatile actress Clorinda Calliope playing the lead role of July Meadowbloom in this joyful and allegorical journey into summertime. It is in The Great Bicycle Race that sound makes its first appearance in the Bentley dramas. It is the sounds of all outdoors that are heard in this drama, faintly at first, and more as time goes on. These are country and village sounds. They are county fair sounds. Though the sounds seem to be an accidental intrusion, another ghostly side play of the Selenium response magic, yet their quality lends itself to the evidence that the full and original title of this drama was The Great Bicycle Race, a Pastoral. But there are other sounds, sometimes angry, sometimes imploring, sometimes arrogant and menacing. More about them in a bit. Sheep and cattle sounds are all through the play, goat and horse and swine sounds, the rattle of ducks and geese, all the wonderful noises of the countryside. There are birds and grasshoppers, windmills and wagons, people calling and singing. There are the sounds of carnival barkers and the chants of gamblers and shills. There are the shrieks and giggles of young people. And then there are those intrusive sounds of another sort, the separate overlay. These seem to be mostly indoor sounds, but sometimes they are outdoor grandstand sounds also, bristling talk in the reserved shadows of crowd noise and roaring. No, I'll not be had. What sort of a girl do you think I am? All these things I will give you, Clary. No one else would give you so much. No one else would ever care so much. But now is the time for it. Now is the summer of our lives. Now we cut hay. Let's just see the price of a good hay barn first, Ori. Let's just get some things down on paper right now. We are talking about a summertime check that is as big as all summer, and we are talking about a much larger settlement to back up the other seasons and years. Don't you trust me, Clary? Of course I trust you, Bentley, baby. I trust that you will get that trust fund that we are talking about down on paper today. I am a very trusting woman. I believe that we should have a trust fund to cover every condition and circumstance. Odd talk, that, to be mixed in with the sound of the Great Bicycle Race. The race was in conjunction with the Tri-County Fair, which counties were Camden, Gloucester, and Atlantic. The bicycle racers rode their 20-mile course every afternoon for 5 afternoons, and careful time was kept. There was betting on each day's race, but there was bigger betting on the final winner with the lowest total time for the 5 days, and the kitty grew and grew. From the great fairground grandstand, one could see almost all of the 20-mile course that the riders rode, or could follow it by the plumes of dust. The grandstand was on high ground, and the whole countryside was spread out before it. Cattle and mules were paraded and judged in front of that grandstand, before and during and after that daily race. Then the race, for the approximate hour that it took to run it, was the big thing. There were 7 drivers in the race, and all of them were world famous. 1. Leslie Whitemansion drove on a von Sauerbrunn special of fine German craftsmanship. This machine, popularly known then as the Whizzer, would get you there and it would bring you back. It was very roadworthy and surprisingly fast. 2. Kirbach-Fouet was on an Ernest Michaud Magicien, a splendid machine. It had a socket into which a small sail might be fitted to give greater speed on a favorable wind. 3. Paul McCoffin was on a British Royal Velocipede. There are two things that may be remarked about the British Royal. It had solid rubber tires, the first rubber-tired bicycle ever, and it had class. It had that cluttered austerity of line that only the best of British products have. 4. Jaime del Diablo was on a Pierre Lallemand bone shaker with its iron-tired wooden wheels, the front one much larger than the rear. 5. Torres Malgre was on an American-built Richard Warren Sears Roadrunner, the first all-iron machine. The only wood is in the heads of its detractors was an advertising slogan used for the Roadrunner. 6. Inspiro Spektralski, is he a man, is he a cannonball, was riding a McCracken's Comet. This Comet had won races at several other county fairs around the state. 7. Hubert St. Nicholas had a machine such as no one in the state had ever seen before. It was a French bicyclette named the Supreme. The bicyclette had the pedals fixed to drive the back wheel by the ingenious use of a chain and sprocket wheel, and so was not, strictly speaking, a bicycle at all. The true bicycles of the other 6 racers had the pedals attached directly to the front wheels. There was one syndicate of bettors who said the bicyclette had a mechanical advantage and that Hubert would win on it, but other persons made jokes about this rig whose back wheel would arrive before its front wheel and whose driver would not arrive before the next day. It was on these great riders that all the 6-shot gamblers around were wagering breathtaking sums. It was for them that sports came from as far away as New York City. Clorinda Calliope played the role of Gloria Goldenfield, the beauty queen of the Tri-County Fair in this drama, but she also played the role of the masked alternate rider number 7. All the racing riders had their alternates to ride in their places in case of emergency. And Clorinda also played a third role, that of Rakesley Rivertown, the splurging gambler. Who would ever guess that the raffish Rakesley was being played by a woman? The author and director of the Great Bicycle Race did not know anything about Clorinda playing these latter 2 roles. The grandstand, the bandstand, the pleasures of a country carnival in the summertime, and the slow smells of the selenium-directed matrix just becoming ripe and evocative now. Smell of sweet clover and timothy hay, or hot horses pulling buggies or working in the fields, smells of candy and sausage and summer squash at the eating places at the fair, smells of dusty roads and of green money being counted out and thumped down on betting tables for the bicycle race. And then again there was the override of intrusive voices breaking in on the real summer drama just by accident. "Clary, I will do handsomely by you in just a day or so. I have placed very, very heavy bets on the bicycle race, and I will win. I am betting against the wildest gambler in this part of the country, Rakesley Rivertown, and we will have the bet up to a cool $1,000,000 with one more raise. He is betting the field against number 7, and number 7 will win." "I have heard that this Rakesley Rivertown is about the sharpest gambler anywhere, and that he has a fine figure and makes an extraordinary appearance." "A fine figure? Why, the fraud is shaped like a girl. Yes, he is a sharp gambler, but he doesn't understand mechanics. Number 7, the Supreme, has a rear-wheel drive with gear ratio advantage. Hubert St. Nicholas, who is riding number 7, is just toying with the other riders so far to get the bets higher, and he can win whenever he wants to. I will win $1,000,000 on the race, my love, and I will give it to you if you act a little bit more like my love." "Surely your love for me should transcend any results of a bicycle race, Ori. If you really loved me, and if you contemplated making such a gift to me, you would make it today. That would show that your appreciation and affection are above mere fortune. And if you can't lose, as you say that you cannot, you will have your money in the same amount won back in 2 days' time, and you will have made me happy 2 days longer." "All right. I guess so then, Clary. Yes, I'll give it to you today, right now. I'll write you a check right now." "Oh, you are a treasure, Ori. You are a double treasure. You can't guess how double a treasure you are." The wonderful Tri-County Fair was near its end, and its great bicycle race with it. It was the last day of the race. Hubert St. Nicholas on number 7, the Supreme, the French bicyclette with the mechanical advantage, was leading the field by only 1 minute in total elapsed time going into that last day's racing. There were those who said that Hubert could win any time he wanted to, and that he stayed so close only to keep the bets a-growing. And the bets did grow. The mysterious gambler with the fine figure and the extraordinary appearance, Rakesley Rivertown, was still betting the field to win against number 7. And a still more mysterious gambler, working through agents, was betting on number 7 to place, but not to win. These latter bets were quickly covered. Number 7 would win unless some terrible calamity overtook that entry, and in the case of such terrible calamity, number 7 would not finish second, would not finish at all, most likely. The 7 intrepid racers were off on their final mad 20-mile circuit. Interest was high, especially with moneyed gamblers who followed the riders from the grandstand with their binoculars. At no place was the winding circuit course more than 4 miles from the grandstand, and there were only 3 or 4 places, not more than 300 yards in all, where the racers were out of sight of the higher tiers of the grandstand. One of those places was where Little Egg Creek went through Little Egg Meadow. Something mysterious happened near Little Egg Creek Crossing that neither the libretto nor the enacted drama itself makes clear. Hubert St. Nicholas, riding the French bicyclette, number 7, the Supreme, with the rear-wheel drive and the mechanical advantage, was unsaddled from his mount and knocked unconscious. The racemaster later and officially entered this incident as a careless rider knocked off his bicycle by a tree branch, though Hubert swore that there wasn't a tree branch within 100 yards of that place. "I was slugged by a lurker in the weeds," Hubert said. "It was a criminal and fraudulent assault, and I know who did it." Then he cried, "Oh, the perfidy of women!" This latter seemed to be an unconnected outcry. Perhaps Hubert had suffered a concussion. Fortunately, for whom, the alternate rider for number 7, the mysterious, though duly certified, masked rider, was in the vicinity of the accident and took control of the bicyclette, the Supreme, and continued the race. But number 7, though having a 1-minute lead ere the race began, did not win. Number 7 did come in second, though, in total elapsed time. The Great Bicycle Race is a quaint little drama, with not much plot, but with a pleasant and bucolic atmosphere that grows more pleasant every time the drama is played back. It is a thoroughly enjoyable journey into summertime. And there were a few more seconds of those intrusive ghost voices breaking into the closing moments of the pastoral drama. "Clary, I have been took bad for a big wad, and I don't know how it happened. There is something funny about it all. There was something funny and familiar about that masked alternate rider for number 7. I swear that I know him from somewhere. And there has always been something double funny and familiar about that gambler Rakesley Rivertown. I swear and be damned if I don't know him from somewhere." "Don't worry about it, Ori. You are so smart that you will have all that money made back in no time at all." "Yes, that's true, I will. But how can I write and produce and direct a drama and then get taken in it and not know what happened?" "Don't worry about it, Ori." I myself doubt very much whether Aurelian Bentley knew about the slow sounds from Nowhere Town that sometimes broke into the playing of his dramas, much less the slow smells which now began to give the dramas a character all their own. 4. The Voyages of Captain Cook was the 4th of the Bentley-produced television dramas of the year 1873. In this, Clorinda Calliope played the role of Maria Messina, the Queen of Polynesia. If The Great Bicycle Race was a journey into summertime, The Voyages of Captain Cook was a journey into tropical paradise. Hubert St. Nicholas played Captain Cook. Inspiro Spectralski, is he a man, is he a fish, played the shark god. Leslie Whitemansion played the missionary. X. Paul McCoffin played the volcano god. Torres Malgre played the god of the walking dead. Jaime del Diablo played Coco Moco, the bronzed surf boy and lover boy who was always holding a huge red hibiscus bloom between his white teeth. The people of the South Sea Islands of the Captain Cook drama were always eating possum and sweet potatoes and fried chicken, a misconception, and twanging on little banjos, another misconception, and talking southern U.S. darky dialect, but these ghost voices were not intended to be heard on the television presentation. The complete libretto for The Voyages of Captain Cook has survived, which makes us grateful for those that have not survived for several of the dramas. The story is replete. It is better to disregard the libretto with its simultaneous incurses invoked by the shark god, the volcano god, and the god of the walking dead, and to give oneself over to the charm of the scenery, which is remarkable considering that it was all filmed or selenium matrixed in the salt swamps of New Jersey. The anomalous intrusive voices are in this drama again, as they will be in all the subsequent dramas. A South Sea bubble. Yes, that's what I want, Ori. One that can't burst. Use your imagination. You have so very much of it. And your finances. You have so very much of those. And come up with something that will delight me. I swear to you, Clary, as soon as my finances are in a little better order, I will buy any island or group of islands in the Pacific Ocean for you. Do you hear me, Clary? I will give you any island or group you wish. Hawaii, Samoa, Fiji, name it, and it is yours. So many things you promise, but you don't promise them on paper, only on air. Maybe I will find a way to make the air retain the promises you make. Not on paper, not on air, Clary, but in real life. I will make you the real and living Queen of Polynesia. The essence of the South Sea appeal is just plain charm. It may be that this Bentley drama, The Voyages of Captain Cook, was the original charm bush whence many things bloomed. No, in things of this sort it is not necessary that a scion ever be in contact with its source or even know its source. Without the Voyages, would there ever have been a Sadie Thompson? Would there have been a Nellie Forbush? Would there have been a Nina, daughter of Almayer? Well, they wouldn't have been as they were if Clorinda Calliope hadn't, in a way, played them first. Would there have been a White Shadows of the South Seas if there hadn't first been The Voyages of Captain Cook? No, of course there wouldn't have been. 5. Crimean Days was the fifth of the Aurelian Bentley television dramas. In this, the multi-talented Clorinda Calliope played the role of Florence Nightingale, of Ekmek Kaya, a Turkish lady of doubtful virtue who was the number 4 wife and current favorite of the Turkish admiral, of Chiara Maldonado, a young lady camp follower with the army of Savoy, of Katya Petrova, who was a Russian princess as well as a triple spy, and of Claudette Boudin, a French lady journalist. Clorinda also masqueraded as Claudette's twin brother Claude, a colonel with the French forces, and as such she led the French to a surprising victory over the Russians at Eupatoria. The unmasqueraded Claude himself was played by Apollo Mont-de-Marsan, a young actor making his first appearance in the Bentley dramas. The Crimean War was the last war in which the field officers of all sides, Leslie Whitemansion was a British field officer, Kirbach-Fouet was a French, Jaime del Diablo was an officer of the forces of Savoy, Torres Malgre was the Turkish admiral, Inspiro Spektralski was a general of the Tsar, ex-Paul McCoffin was a special observer of the Pope. After their days of tactical maneuver and sometimes bloody conflict, would dress for dinner and have formal dinner together. And it was at these dinners that Clorinda Calliope, in her various guises, shone. There was a wonderful and many-leveled table intrigue, and I believe that more and more of it will come through every time the drama is replayed. And it was here in this drama that one of the most strange of the Bentley effect phenomena first appeared. There is unmistakable evidence that some of the sub-vocalizations, thoughts, of the people were now to be heard as slow sound, which was really selenium-triggered slow thought. Some of these manifestations were the role thoughts of the actors so strangely vocalized. Clorinda Calliope, for instance, could not speak or think in any tongues except English and her own Pennsylvania Dutch in normal circumstances. But in her triple spy roles we find her thinking out loud in Turkish and Greek and Russian. And other of the vocalizations are the real thoughts of the actors, the amazingly frank intentions of Leslie Whitemansion and of the new Apollo Mont-de-Marsan as to their lady loves of the evening after they should have received their $2 actor's fee for the day. It was a wonderful play and too intricate to be described. This one, above all, has to be seen. But again, there was the anomalous intrusion of voices that were not a part of the scenes of the play. Get rid of that Greek wop kid, Clary. I told him he was fired, and he said that he would stick around and work for nothing. He said he loved the fringe benefits. What are fringe benefits? I told him I'd run him off,
and he said that this was the free state of New Jersey and that no one would run him off. I won't have him around."
"Oh, Ori, there isn't any Greek wop kid. That was me playing that role, too. Am I not talented to play so many roles? And you will not fire me from this role. I will continue to play it, and I will be paid for it. It isn't the principle of the thing either. It's the $2.
"Yes, I understand that much about you. But you say that was you playing the part of that smart-mouth Apollo Dago Greek? That couldn't be. I've seen you both at the same time. I've seen you two together too many times. I've seen you smooching each other."
"Ah, Ori, that was quite an advanced technique and illusion, not to mention double exposure that I used there. What other actress could play both roles at once and get away with it?"
"Your techniques and illusions are becoming a little bit too advanced, Clary, and do not be so sure that you are getting away with it."
All through Crimean days, there was some tampering with history going on for dramatic effect. The Light Brigade, for instance, was successful in its famous charge, and it won a great victory, but the final outcome of the war was left in doubt. Aurelian Bentley had somehow become a strong partisan of the Russians, and he refused to show them being finally defeated by the Allies. 6. Ruddy Limbs and Flaming Hair is the sixth of the Bentley television dramas. In this piece, the dramatic Clorinda Calliope plays the part of Muotu, the maid of Mars, for the ruddy limbs and flaming hair are on the planet itself. There are some fantastic elements in this piece, as well as amazing scientific accuracy. There is, in fact, a technical precocity that is really stunning. Aurelian Bentley has foreseen circumstances that even the scientific community did not then see, and he has dealt with those circumstances. He posits, for instance, an atmosphere composed mostly of an eno-magnetized, digammated, attenuated form of oxygen. Being eno-magnetized, that atmosphere would naturally cling to its planet even though the gravity would not be strong enough to retain it otherwise. Being digammated, it would produce no line in the Martian spectrum, would have no corona or optical distortion effect, and could in no way be detected from Earth. And yet a human earthly would be able to breathe it freely. This was a good-natured utopian drama of total realization and happiness. The ruddy limbs and flaming hair apply both allegorically to the planet Mars and literally to the highly dramatic Clorinda Calliope as Muotu. Muotu displayed rather more of the ruddy limbs than were ordinarily shown on Earth, but it was explained that customs on Mars were different. Ruddy Limbs and Flaming Hair was the last of the dramas in which the apparently tormented and disturbed Aurelian Bentley still showed the strong hand of the master as scenarist, dramaturgist, director, and producer generally. After this we come to the 4 trough of the wave dramas, and then the 3 bewildering and hectic displays on the end of the series. 7. The Trenton train robbery is the 7th of the Bentley television dramas, and the first of the 4 trough plays where Aurelian Bentley and his effects are sunken in the slough of despond and have lost their brightness and liveliness and hope. We will pass through them quickly. In the train robbery, the peerless Clorinda Calliope plays Roxana Roundhouse, the daughter of the slain locomotive engineer Timothy Trainman Roundhouse. Armed with a repeating rifle, a repeating shotgun, a repeating pistol, and a few pocket-sized bombs, Roxana rides the rods of the crack Trenton Express in the effort to catch or kill the murderers of her father. These murderers have sworn that they will rob that very Trenton Express again. And Roxana Roundhouse does catch or kill all the murderers of her father. In spite of some good shots of landscapes rushing by, this is not one of Aurelian Bentley's best efforts. And again, the voices of unknown persons creep into the drama. "You've already flayed me, Clary, and scraped both sides of my pelt for whatever might cling to it. What more do you want from me? Go away with your lover and leave me alone." And then in a fuzzier voice, apparently the thought voice made vocal, the same person said or thought, "Oh, if only she would go away from me, then I might have a chance, for I will never be able to go away from her." "Grow more skin, Ori," the other voice said. "I'm not nearly finished fleecing you and flaying you. Oh, don't look so torn up, Ori. You know I could never love anyone except you. But a little token of our love is required now and then, and especially now, today. Yes, I know you are going to use your old line, 'I gave you $1 million last week,' but Ori, that was last week.
Yes, I know that you have expenses that the world wots not of. So do I. Believe me, Ori, I wouldn't ask for these tokens of affection if I didn't want them.
And then in a fuzzier voice, a thought voice, the same person said or thought,
I'll never get another fish like this one, and I sure can't afford to lose him.
But gentle handling doesn't get it all the time. When the hook in him shows signs of working loose a bit, it has to be set in again with a very hard jerk on the line. 8. Six Guns on the Border is the 8th of the Bentley television dramas. In this drama, Clorinda Calliope, is there no end to her versatility, plays the part of Conchita Alegre, the half-breed Apache and Mexican girl, on the Arizona border during the Mexican War. Conchita hates the American soldiers who are invading that area. She has them come to her secretly, with promises of love, and then she has them ambushed and killed. She kills many of them herself with her own 6-gun, and she makes antimacassars out of their skins. The sort of gentlemen that Conchita really likes use a lot of oil on their hair, so Conchita needs a lot of antimacassars at her house. But there are a few of the American officers so awkward and oafish that Conchita simply can't stand to have much to do with them, not even long enough to seduce them and have them killed. These horrible specimens are Captain James Polk, played by Leslie Whitemansion, General Zachary Taylor, played by Kirbach Fouet, Captain Millard Fillmore, played by Paul McCoffin, Captain Franklin Pierce, played by Jaime del Diablo, Captain James Buchanan, played by Torres Malgray, Captain Abraham Lincoln, played by Inspiro Spectralski, Captain Andrew Johnson, played by Apollo Mont-de-Marsan, Captain Sam Grant, played by Hubert St. Nicholas. There was a lot of historical irony in this play, but maybe it belonged somewhere else. There was a lot of comedy of manners stuff in it, but it falls a little flat, mostly because the 8 oafish officers spared by Conchita were too unmannerly to be in a comedy of manners. Aurelian Bentley came near the bottom of his form in this piece, but for the energy of Clorinda Calliope, she played 5 other parts besides that of Conchita, there would have been hardly any drama at all. And as always, there were those intrusive voices hovering over the playbacks. Clary, believe me, believe me, believe me! I will do all these things for you, I promise it. Yes, you promise it to the earless walls and to the earless me. Promise it to the pen and ink and paper here. Get rid of that Apollo kid first, Clary. You get rid of him. You have a lot of rough-looking men around. 9. Clarence Greenback, Confidence Man, was the 9th of the Aurelian Bentley television dramas. Hubert St. Nicholas played the role of Clarence Greenback, the casino owner. It was the first time that Clorinda Calliope had not played the lead role in a drama. Is it possible that Clorinda had somehow slipped? Or was this another instance of the left lobe of Aurelian Bentley having lost its cunning and casting badly? The talented prestidigitator of drama did not have his sure touch nowadays. Oh, sure, Clorinda played other roles in the drama, but she did not have the lead role. Clorinda played the role of Gretchen, the sweep-out girl at the casino. She played the role of Maria, the mounting block girl in the street outside the casino. She played the role of Elsie, the chimney-sweep girl. She played the part of Henshin, the scullery maid in the third and vilest kitchen of the casino. She played the part of Josephine, the retriever who had to gather up the shattered bodies of the suicides below Suicide Leap window of the casino and take them to East Potter's Field and dig their graves and bury them. Elsie made a good thing out of her job, from the gold teeth of the late patrons of the casino, but the dramatist and producer did not know about the good thing she had there. There were hazards in all these different roles. "No, of course we can't put out the fires for you to clean the chimneys," said Leslie Whitemansion, who was in charge of fireplaces and chimneys at the casino. "Clean them hot." And it was very hot working inside those tall chimneys with the fires roaring below, and Elsie the chimney-sweep girl suffered. For keeping a copper coin that she found while sweeping out the casino, the sadist Baron von Steichen, played by Paul McCoffin, had Gretchen hung up by her thumbs and flogged. And Maria, the mounting block girl, who had to stand in the muddy street outside the casino and bend her back for the gentlemen to step on her when they mounted or dismounted their horses, she had it worse on the muddy days. Oh, the great muddy boots of those men! Maybe they're trying to tell me something, Clorinda Calliope spoke, or thought, by slow talk thought. I do like subtle people. But a good actress can play any role, and Clorinda has her revenge today. Hardly anyone remembers the plot for Clarence Greenback Confidence Man, but everyone remembers the tribulations of those pretty little servant girls. And then there were those other intrusive voices of the overlay. It was almost as if they belonged in another sort of drama. Clary, this has to stop. Not counting the special gifts, and they're fantastic, I'm giving you 10 times as much as the President of the United States is making. I'm 10 times as good at acting as he is. And how about my special gifts? And they're fantastic. Why do you have all the private detectives running around the last couple of days? To spy on me? To spy on everything and everyone. To save my life. Frankly, Clary, I am afraid of being murdered. I have premonitions of being killed, with a knife, always with a knife. Like in Thirsty Daggers, a murder mystery? That one wasn't really very well worked out, and I believe it's one of the things bothering you. Your undermind is looking for a better solution, I believe, for a neater murder. It is seeking to enact a more artistic murder. I believe it will do it. I believe you will come up with quite an artistic murder for yourself. There are good murders and bad murders, you see. Clary, I don't intend to let myself be killed at all, not by either a good or a bad murder. Not even for art's sake. It seems it would be worth it for the perfect murder, Ori. Not when I'm the murdered one, Clary. Then, a moment later, the female person said or thought something further, in a slow thought voice. Sometimes persons have perfection thrust upon them in spite of themselves. An artful murder for Ori would make up for a lot of the mad art that he's been guilty of lately. 10. The Vampires of Varuma was the 10th of the Aurelian Bentley television dramas. This is the 4th and last of the Trough of the Wave dramas, which show Bentley's dramatic powers in almost complete decline and himself mightily disoriented. Yet in this bottoming out, there is a curious resurrection of his powers in a slightly different form. His sense of plotting and story movement did not return yet, but his sense of dramatic horror as motive force was resurrected to its highest pitch. Clorinda Calliope played Magda the peasant maid, Miss Cheryl Somerset, the governess from England, and the Princess Irene of Transylvania. All three of these had been traveling to Castle Kubov on rational errands by the regular coach of the road, and each of the three had seen all the other passengers dismount hastily, and had then experienced the coach horses being whipped ahead frantically by an invisible coachman, or by no coachman at all. And each of these ladies had arrived on successive days in the apparently driverless coach, not at Castle Kubov, but at the dread Castle Bedin. And inside the Castle Bedin were the 8 was written into the libretto in a weirdly different hand, insane counts in their Castle of Evil. These were Count Vladimir, played by Leslie Whitemansion, Count Igork, played by Kirbak Fouet, Count Lascar, played by Paul McCoffin, Count Chort, played by Jaime del Diablo, Count Sanguisuga, played by Torres Malgre, Count Letuchea, played by Inspiro Spektralski, is he a man, is he a bat? Count Olv, played by Hubert St. Nicholas. And then there is another one added in the libretto in that weirdly different hand, Count Prividen, played by Apollo Mont de Marsan. There is a slip-up here somewhere. Apollo is supposed to have been gotten rid of, to have shuffled off the mortal coil, and the sheriff's report said that he died of indigestion. But if Apollo has not been gotten rid of, then certainly money was paid in vain. The 7 or 8 evil counts are sometimes conventional counts in evening clothes and monocles, and sometimes they are huge bat-winged creatures flitting ponderously down the lightning-lit corridors of Castle Bedin. The castle, in fact, is the main character in the drama. It does not have formal lighting, as it is lit by lightning all 24 hours of every night. There is no daylight at Castle Bedin. The floors and walls howl and chains rattle constantly. The counts have sometimes conventional 6-inch-long eye teeth, and then suddenly they will have hollow fangs 18 inches long and deadly. And there is a constant lot of howling and screaming for what is supposed to be a silent television drama. A flying count will suddenly fold his bat wings and land on the broad bosom of one of the three maidens and have into her throat with his terrible blood-sucking fangs, and every time it happens there is a horrible flopping and screeching. The voice of Clorinda Calliope is heard loud and clear and real in a slow, angry sound. "Damn it, Aurelian, that's real blood they're taking out of my throat!" And came the suave voice of the master dramatist Aurelian Bentley, but the voices shouldn't be breaking in like this. "Right, Clary, it is on such verisimilitude that I have built my reputation as a master." Clorinda, in her three roles, seemed to lose quite a bit of blood as the drama went on, and she fell down more and more often, and the drama was a howling and bloody success, no matter that the storyline was shattered in 1,000 pieces, for each piece of it was like a writhing blood snake that gluts and gloats. And then, after the drama itself was ended in a spate of final blood, there came those intrusive voices that seemed to be out of some private drama. "Ari, if you are worrying about being killed, how about providing for me before it happens?" "I leave you half of my kingdom, estate, Clary, right off the top of it. My word is good for this, and stop falling down." "I'm weak. It took a lot out of me." "Yes, your written word is good on this, Ori, if it is written and attested to in all the right places. Let's take care of that little detail right now." "Clary, my spoken promise is enough, and it is all that I will give. I hereby attest that half of my estate off the top belongs to you. Let the eared walls of this room be witnesses to what I say, Clary. If the walls of this room will swear to it, then surely they will be believed. Now don't bother me for a few days. I will be busy with something else. And stop falling down, it's annoying." The female person then said or thought something in a fuzzy thought voice. "Yes, I believe I can make the walls of this room attest for me when the time comes. I might have to put in another amplifying circuit to be sure. And I believe that the attesting walls will be believed." The male person then said or thought something in a fuzzy thought voice. "I have Miss Adeline Adams now. Why should I care about this Calliope clown? It's irritating the way she keeps turning chalk white and falling down. I never saw anyone make such a fuss over 9 quarts of blood. But now I am on a new and more glorious dawn road. Is it not peculiar how a man will fall in love with one woman and out of love with another one at the same time?" 11. The Ghost at the Opera is the 11th of the Aurelian Bentley television dramas in the year 1873. The Ghost is based on Verdi's Il Trovatore, but Bentley's production is quite original for all that. The role of Leonora is played by Miss Adeline Adams, but the same role is also played by Clorinda Calliope, who was originally selected to play the role by herself. This business of having 2 different persons playing the same role creates a certain duality, one might almost say a certain duplicity, in the drama. The Ghost is the doubling. It is the inept and stumbling Clorinda trying again and again to sing parts of the Leonora role and failing in it totally and being jerked off stage by the stage manager's crook. And it is the beautiful and brimming genius Adeline Adams coming on and performing the same role brilliantly. This provides the cruel comedy that is usually lacking in Verdi, for without cruelty only a limited success is ever possible in opera. But Clorinda took some very bad falls from the stageman's crook jerking her off her feet, and besides, she was still weak and falling down from all the blood she had lost in her roles in The Vampires of Eurema. She was suffering. "Why do you go through with it, Clorinda?" Hubert St. Nicholas asked her once in an outside-of-the-play-itself voice. "Why do you allow yourself to be tortured and humiliated like that?" "Only for the money," Clorinda was heard to say. "Only for the actor's fee of $4 a day. I am clear broke and I am hungry. But if I can stick it out to the end of the opera, I will have $4 tonight for my wages." $4, Clorinda. The rest of us get only $2 a day. Are you playing another role that I don't know about?" "Yes, I am also playing the role of Wilhelmina, the outhouse cleaner." "But I thought that you had millions from that old tyrant, Clorinda." "It's gone, Hubie, all gone. I had expenses that the world wotted not of. I gave Apollo most of the money when I was in love with him, and I gave the rest of it to him to do a special favor for me." "You gave the money to him today, but he was buried yesterday." "Time seems to go faster as we get older, doesn't it?" Meanwhile, back on the opera stage, a new Verdi was being hammered out. Leslie Whitemansion was playing Manrico, ex-Paul McCoffin was playing Ferrando, Hubert St. Nicholas was playing Count de Luni, Apollo Mont-de-Marsan was playing the Ghost. But was there a ghost in the libretto besides the double ghost of the two females playing the same role? Yes, there was. There was a real ghost in the libretto. It was written in there in a queer other hand, really a ghostly hand, and it wrote that Apollo was playing the role of the ghost. So the merry comic opera went along almost to its end. It was just when Manrico was being led to the executioner's block and the evil Count de Luni was gloating in triumph, when everything was finally being shaped up in that drama that had some pleasure for everybody, that a horrible thing happened in one of the loges or boxes that overhung the stage. Aurelian Bentley was knifed there in his box at the opera. Oh God, this was murder. Your mind is looking for a better solution, I believe, for a neater murder. Oh, that had been the voice of another sort of ghost. But now to be slain by the ghost of a man dead only a day or two, and in the presence of several thousands of persons here, for it was possibly none other than Apollo Mont-de-Marsan who had been gotten rid of, who was getting rid of Aurelian Bentley. And again, there are good murders and bad murders, you see. It seems it would be worth it for art's sake for the perfect murder. Aurelian Bentley was stabbed to death in his box at the opera there, but even he had to admit with some appreciation as he went that it was done with art. And immediately, as the opera on stage came to its great conclusion, there welled up cries of, "Author! Author! Bentley! Bentley!" Then the dying, or more likely dead, man rose for the last time, bowed formally, and tumbled out of his box and onto his face on the stage, stark dead, and with the thirsty, now slaked, dagger twinkling between the blades of his shoulders. What other man had ever made such an exit from or on life's stage? That was theater. That was drama. 12. An Evening in Newport was intended to be the 12th of the Bentley television dramas, but it was never produced, possibly because of the death of its producer. It exists only as a libretto. There was a high society drama of manners, as Miss Adeline Adams knew it, as Aurelian Bentley with his quick mind and quick mimicry knew it from his brief brushes with it. But does not a drama or comedy of manners depend largely on the quip and the arch aphorism? How could it be done in silent presentation? By art, that's how it might be done, by the perfect art of the silent mimes, and Aurelian Bentley was master of that art, by the gestures, by the facial implications, by great silent acting this might be done. Was there any witticism that Adeline Adams could not express with her talented high society face? Was there any devastating riposte that she could not give with her autocratic hands? It was never tested, but Aurelian believed that she was pretty good. On the lower level, An Evening in Newport was a one-sided duel between Mistress Adeline Adams of Newport, playing the role of Mistress Adela Adams of Newport, and Clorinda Calliope, playing the role of Rosaline O'Keene, a low, vicious, ignorant, filthy, bad-mannered fifth parlour-maid newly arrived from Ireland. It was a stacked set in favor of Adeline Adela. On the higher level, the drama was the passionate portrayal of the total love of a beautiful and wealthy and intelligent and charming and aristocratic young lady, Adeline Adela, for a man of surpassing genius and ineffable charm, a man of poise and power and heroic gifts, a man the like of whom will hardly appear once in a century. The drama was supposed to take on a note of hushed wonder whenever this man was mentioned, or so the libretto said. The libretto does not identify this exceptional man, but our own opinion is that the librettist, Aurelian Bentley, intended this hardly once-in-a-century man, the object of the torrid and devoted love of Miss Adeline Adams, to be himself, Aurelian Bentley. But An Evening in Newport, intended to be the surpassing climax of that first and still unsurpassed television series, was never produced. 13. Pettifoggers of Philadelphia is the non-canonical apocryphal 13th apocalypse of the wonderful world of Aurelian Bentley, that first and greatest television series. There is no libretto to it. There is no formal production, and it does not carry the Bentley seal of production, but it does repose in one of the old television receivers, the one that was Aurelian's own control receiver, the one that was in Aurelian's own luxurious den where he spent so many hectic hours with Clorinda Calliope and later with Adeline Adams. It reposes there, and it may be seen and heard there. Though Bentley was already dead when these scenes were ordered and live presented, yet he walks in them and talks in them. The experience of hearing the thoughts and words of a hovering dead man spoken out loud and of seeing him as if in the flesh is a shattering but dramatic one. The setting and sole scene of Pettifoggers of Philadelphia is that same luxurious den of Aurelian Bentley's, first placed under court seal, but then opened for a meeting which, as one of the parties to it stated, could not validly be held anywhere else. A probate judge was present, and pettifoggers representing several of the parties and two of the parties themselves. It was a hearing on the disposition of the estate of Aurelian Bentley, of what might be left of that estate, he having died without having made a will. But one of the parties, Clorinda Calliope, insisted that Bentley had made a will, that the will was in this particular room and no other, that the will in fact was this room and the eared and tongued walls of it. There seemed to be several meetings in this room superimposed on one another, and they cannot be sorted out. To sort them out would have been to destroy their effect, however, for they achieved syntheses of their several aspects, and became the true meeting that never really took place, but which contained all the other meetings in one theatrical unity. The pettifogger of a second cousin once removed was there to present the claim of that distant person, as next in kin, to the estate of Aurelian Bentley. The pettifogger of Adeline Adams of Newport was there to present the claim of Adeline to the estate, claims based on an irrefutable promise. This irrefutable promise was the marriage license for Aurelian Bentley and Adeline Adams. It was not signed or witnessed, of course. The marriage, the pettifogger said, had been scheduled to take place on a certain night after the presentation of an opera that was contained in a television drama that was contained in a riddle. But Aurelian Bentley had been killed during that opera, which voided the prospect of marriage, but he did not void the promise. There were pettifoggers there for the different creditors, and all the pettifoggers were from Philadelphia. And there was Clorinda Calliope representing herself, as Portia, she insisted, and not as a pettifogger, and she claimed rights by a promise too big and too intricate to be put on paper. There was the probate judge of the private hearing who ambled around the luxurious den, flipping a silver dollar in the air and humming the McGinty's saloon waltz. "Oh, stop flipping that silly silver dollar and get on with the matter of the probate," Miss Adeline Adams complained to that nitwit judge. "The silver dollar is the matter of the probate," the judge said. "The dollar is important. It is the soul and body of what this is all about." The piles of paper began to accumulate on the tables there. There were the documents and attestations of the distant next of kin, of Adeline Adams, and of the creditors in their severalty, and not one scrap of paper did Clorinda Calliope put forward. "Enough, enough," said the judge after the flood of paper had narrowed down to a trickle. "Stop the paper." But he didn't stop flipping that silver dollar or humming that McGinty's saloon waltz. "All a see that's going a see, Miss Calliope. It is time you laid a little evidence on the table if you are to be a party to these hearings." "My evidence is too large and too living to lay on the table," Clorinda said. "But listen and perhaps look. Due to the magic of the selenium slow response principle, and to the walls of this very room being wired parallel to the receiver in this room, we may be able to bring to you a veritable reconstruction of past words and avowals and persons." And pretty soon the voice of the once-in-a-century man began, ghostly at first, and then gradually taking on flesh. "Oh, Aurelian," Adeline Adams squealed, "where are you?" "He is here present, in this room where he spent so many wonderful hours with me," Clorinda said. "All right, Aurie, baby. Talk a little bit clearer and start materializing." "All these things I will give you, Clary," came the voice of Aurelian Bentley, and Bentley was there in shadow form of himself. "No one else would give you so much. No one else would ever care so much. Trust me, Clary." Aurelian Bentley was standing there solidly now. It was a three-dimensional projection or recreation of him, coming into focus from all the eared and eyed and remembering walls of the room that was wired in parallel to the television receiver. Aurelian stood in the midst of them there in his own luxurious den. "Clary, I will do handsomely by you. $1 million, my love, and I will give it to you." Oh, these were startling and convincing words coming from the living ghost there. "I swear to you, Clary, I will buy any island or group of islands in the Pacific Ocean for you. Hawaii, Samoa, Fiji, name it and it's yours." What man ever made such tall promises and with such obvious sincerity? "Not on paper, not on air, Clary, but in real life. I will make you the real and living queen." If they will not listen to one risen from the dead, whom will they listen to? "Clary, believe me, believe me, believe me. I will do all things for you. I promise it." How are you going to top something like that? "I leave you my kingdom, estate, Clary. My word is good for that." It was all in the bag, and the drawstring was being tightened on the bag. "I hereby attest that my estate belongs to you. Let the eared walls of this room be witness to what I say, Clary. If the walls of this room will swear to it, then surely they will be believed." The image of Aurelian Bentley disappeared, and his sound was extinguished with a sharp snipping sound. Adeline Adams was putting a scissors back into her handbag. "I've meant to find out what that wire there was for several times," she said. "That sort of shuts it all off when the wire is cut, doesn't it?" "Here, you are guilty of destroying my evidence," Clorinda Calliope said. "You can go to prison for that. You can burn in fire for that." A sudden flaming hay wagon with a wild woman driving it rushed into the room and seemed about to destroy everyone in the room. Everyone cringed from it except Clorinda and the probate judge. The flaming hay wagon did crash into all the people of the room, but it did them no damage. It was only a scene from one of the earlier plays. You didn't think that Clorinda had only one circuit in that room, did you? But several of the persons were shaken by the threat. "Good show," said the probate judge. "I guess it wins what there is left to win." No, Adeline cried. "You can't give her the estate." "What's left of it, sure," said the judge, still flipping the silver dollar. "It isn't the principal either," said Clorinda. "It's the dollar." She plucked the silver dollar out of the air as the probate judge was still flipping it. "This is the entire residue of the estate, isn't it?" she asked to be sure. "Right, Calliope, right," the judge said. "That's all that was left of it." He continued to flip an invisible coin into the air, and he whistled the last sad bars of the McGinty's Saloon Waltz. "Anybody know where a good actress can get a job?" Clorinda asked. "Going rate's $2 a day per role." She swept out of the room with head and spirits high. She was a consummate actress. The other persons fade out into indistinct sounds and indistinct shadows on the old kerosene-powered television receiver. The prospects of retrieval and revival of the first and greatest of all television series, The Wonderful World of Aurelian Bentley, recorded and produced in the year 1873, is in grave danger. The only true and complete version of the series reposes in one single television receiver, Aurelian Bentley's own control receiver, the one that he kept in his own luxurious den where he spent so many happy hours with his ladies. The original librettos are stored in this set. They are, in fact, a part of this set, and they may not, for inexplicable reasons, be removed to any great distance from it. All the deep and ever-growing side talk, slow talk, is in this set. All the other sets are mute. All the final drama, Pettifoggers of Philadelphia, is recorded on this set and is in none of the others. There is a whole golden era of television recorded in this set. I bought this old kerosene-burning treasure from its last owner. He did not know what it was. I told him that it was a chestnut roaster for $18. Now, by a vexing coincidence, this last owner has inherited 40 acres of land with a fine stand of chestnut trees, and he wants the chestnut roaster back, and he has the law on his side. I bought it from him, and I paid him for it, of course, but the check I gave him for it was hotter than a selenium rectifier on a shorted circuit. I have to make up the $18 or lose the receiver and its stored wealth. I have raised $13.50 from 3 friends and 1 enemy. I still need $4.50. Oh, wait. Here is 98 cents in pennies brought in by the Children for the Wonderful World of Aurelian Bentley Preservation Fund. I still need $3.52. Anyone wishing to contribute to this fund had best do so quickly before this golden era of television is lost forever. Due to the fussiness of the government, contributions are not tax-deductible. It is worth preserving as a remnant of that early era when there were giants on the earth. And if it is preserved, someday someone will gaze into the old kerosene-powered receiver and cry out in astonishment in the words of the greatest bard, "What poet race shot such cyclopean arches at the stars?" The Primary Education of the Camiroi. Introduction by Samuel R. Delany. R.A. Lafferty was a gadfly. Paradoxically, he was never a writer I liked, and even today I think of him as someone I am always being asked to write about. Because he's so smart, it's always a compliment. The first time, decades ago, Terry Carr asked me to blurb his novel Past Master, I felt that same way. His works are wryly humorous, though I always realize, moments after the laughter, I am the butt of the joke. I never met him. He was from Oklahoma and lived his life in Tulsa with his sister, while tales of his alcoholic excess at SF conventions filtered up through the SF community. The Primary Education of the Camiroi is, among other things, a story about linguistic drift as human society spreads more and more widely over more and more diverse landscapes. Among the surprises the story offers is a fictive revelation that the flowering of ancient Greek civilization was an incursion, an invasion, of the Camiroi centuries ago. Camiroi children have to learn to read more and more slowly rather than faster and faster. Lafferty's tale was written in the 1950s when a nationwide craze for speed reading courses swept the Anglophone world, among the most popular, one from Evelyn Wood. I was a slow reader. I was someone who wondered if I would not profit by taking an Evelyn Wood course. Every once in a while, in their topsy-turvy world, a familiar idea swims by. Can you imagine a person so sick that he would desire to hold high office for any great period of time? One of the reasons I wanted to be a writer in the first place is so that I could observe the effects of politics without being directly responsible for them. This is in a section of text on education that ends with our learning that the Camiroi children design and construct their own school buildings. Lafferty had his enthusiasm. The Choctaw Indians of his local area, whom he championed in the mythic novel Oklahanali, 1972, published by University of Oklahoma Press, sadly not a book I have read, though it comes with high praise from writers on the topic such as D. Brown. Diogenes the Cynic is the philosopher who suggested, during the time of Plato, that perhaps education would go better if the teachers were beaten when their students did poorly. This is the tradition Lafferty's tales emerge from, and one has a far better understanding of this after one has been a teacher and perhaps retired from the position than before. The last half-dozen pages of the Camiroi's Primary Education are a list of courses, decided up by year, which end with a comment on what this progression might accomplish if it were constituted on Earth. The comment contains 3 recommendations as to how to accomplish these ends. Since they include kidnapping, book burning, and the murdering, judicious hanging, of certain malingering students, the tale is both witty and troubling in the tradition of Swift's modest proposal. And that is where a good bit of Lafferty's satire originates. One of my favorite Lafferty anecdotes, I only discovered it on Wikipedia minutes ago, comes from David Langford in the magazine SFX, 2002. Once a French publisher nervously asked whether Lafferty minded being compared to G.K. Chesterton, a Catholic author whose distributism got him compared favorably to Marx, and there was a terrifying silence that went on and on. Was the great man hideously offended? Eventually, very slowly, he said, "You're on the right track, kid," and wandered away. Even while I still find the stories unsettling, Lafferty seems on the right track. The primary education of the Camiroi. Abstract from Joint Report to the General Dubuque PTA concerning the primary education of the Camiroi, subtitled Critical Observations of a Parallel Culture on a Neighboring World and Evaluations of the Other Way of Education. Extract from the Daybook. Where, we asked the information factor at Camiroi City Terminal, is the office of the local PTA? Isn't any, he said cheerfully. You mean that in Camiroi City, the metropolis of the planet, there is no PTA? Our chairman Paul Piper asked with disbelief. Isn't any office of it, but you're poor strangers, so you deserve an answer even if you can't frame your questions properly. See that elderly man sitting on the bench and enjoying the sun? Go tell him you need a PTA. He'll make you one. Perhaps the initials convey a different meaning on Camiroi, said Miss Munch, the first surrogate chairman. By them we mean parent-teachers apparatus, of course. Colloquial English is one of the 6 Earthian languages required here, you know. Don't be abashed. He's a fine person, and he enjoys doing things for strangers. He'll be glad to make you a PTA. We were nonplussed, but we walked over to the man indicated. We are looking for the local PTA, sir, said Miss Smyce, our second surrogate chairman. We were told that you might help us. Oh, certainly, said the elderly Camiroi gentleman. One of you arrest that man walking there, and we'll get started with it. Do what? Asked our Mr. Piper. Arrest him. I have noticed that your own words sometimes do not convey a meaning to you. I often wonder how you do communicate among yourselves. Arrest, take into custody, seize by any force physical or moral, and bring him here. Yes, sir, cried Miss Hanks, our third surrogate chairman. She enjoyed things like this. She arrested the walking Camiroi man with force partly physical and partly moral, and brought him to the group. It's a PTA they want, Meander, the elder Camiroi said to the one arrested. Grab 3 more and we'll get started. Let the lady help. She's good at it. Our Miss Hanks and the Camiroi man named Meander arrested 3 other Camiroi men and brought them to the group. 5. It's enough, said the elderly Camiroi. We are hereby constituted a PTA and ordered into random action. Now, how can we accommodate you, good Earth people? But are you legal? Are you 5 persons competent to be a PTA? Demanded our Mr. Piper. Any Camiroi citizen is competent to do any job on the planet of Camiroi, said one of the Camiroi men. We learned later that his name was Telarium. Otherwise, Camiroi would be in a sad shape. It may be, said our Miss Smyce sourly. It all seems very informal. What if one of you had to be world president? The odds are that it won't come to 1 man in 10, said the elderly Camiroi. His name was Philoxenus. I'm the only one of this group ever to serve as president of this planet, and it was a pleasant week I spent in the office. Now to the point. How can we accommodate you? We would like to see one of your schools in session, said our Mr. Piper. We would like to talk to the teachers and the students. We are here to compare the 2 systems of education. There is no comparison, said old Philoxenus, meaning no offense, or no more than a little. On Camiroi we practice education. On Earth they play a game, but they call it by the same name. That makes the confusion. Come, we'll go to a school in session. And to a public school, said Miss Smyce suspiciously. Do not fob off any fancy private school on us as typical. That would be difficult, said Philoxenus. There is no public school in Camiroi City, and only 2 remaining on the planet. Only a small fraction of 1% of the students of Camiroi are in public schools. We maintain that there is no more reason for the majority of children to be educated in a public school than to be raised in a public orphanage. We realize, of course, that on Earth you have made a sacred buffalo of the public school. Sacred cow, said our Mr. Piper. Children and earthlings should be corrected when they use words wrongly, said Philoxenus. How else will they learn the correct forms? The animal held sacred in your own Near Orient was of the species Bos bubalus rather than Bos bos, a buffalo rather than a cow. Shall we go to a school? If it cannot be a public school, at least let it be a typical school, said Miss Smythe. That again is impossible, said Philoxenus. Every school on Camiroi is in some respect atypical. We went to visit an atypical school. Incident. Our first contact with the Camiroi students was a violent one. One of them, a lively little boy about 8 years old, ran into Miss Munch, knocked her down, and broke her glasses. Then he jabbered something in an unknown tongue. "Is that Camiroi?" asked Mr. Piper with interest. "From what I have heard, I supposed the language to have a harsher and fuller sound." "You mean you don't recognize it?" asked Philoxenus with amusement. "What a droll admission from an educator. The boy is very young and very ignorant. Seeing that you were Earthians, he spoke in Hindi, which is the tongue used by more Earthians than any other. No, Zypete, they are of the minority who speak English. You can tell it by their colorless texture and the narrow heads on them."
"I say, you sure do have slow reaction, lady," the little boy Zypete explained. "Even subhumans should react faster than that. You just stand there and gape and let me bowl you over. You want me analyze you and see why you react so slow?" No. "You seem unhurt in structure from the fall," the little boy continued. "But if I hurt you, I got to fix you. Just strip down to your shift and I'll go over you and make sure you're all right." No.
"It's all right," said Philoxenus. "All Camiroi children learn primary medicine in the first grade, setting bones and healing contusions and such."
No, I'm all right. But he's broken my glasses." "Come along, Earthside lady, I'll make you some others," said the little boy. "With your slow reaction time, you sure can't afford the added handicap of defective vision. Shall I fit you with contacts?" "No, I want glasses just like those which were broken. Oh, heavens, what will I do?" "You come, I do," said the little boy.
It was rather revealing to us that the little boy was able to test Miss Munch's eyes, grind lenses, make frames, and have her fixed up within 3 minutes.
"I have made some improvements over those you wore before," the boy said, "to help compensate for your slow reaction time."
"Are all the Camiroi students so talented?" Mr. Piper asked. He was impressed. "No, Zypete is unusual," Philoxenus said. "Most students would not be able to make a pair of glasses so quickly or competently till they were at least 9.
Random interviews.
"How rapidly do you read?"
Miss Hanks asked a young girl.
120 words a minute, the girl said.
"On Earth, some of the girl students your age have learned to read at the rate of 500 words a minute, Miss Hanks said proudly.
"When I began disciplined reading, I was reading at the rate of 4,000 words a minute, the girl said. They had quite a time correcting me of it. I had to take remedial reading, and my parents were ashamed of me. Now I've learned to read almost slow enough."
"I don't understand," said Miss Hanks.
"Do you know anything about Earth history or geography?"
Miss Smythe asked a middle-sized boy.
"We sure are sketchy on it, lady. There isn't very much over there, is there?"
"Then you have never heard of Dubuque?"
"Count Dubuque interests me. I can't say as much for the city named after him. I always thought that the Count handled the matters of the conflicting French and Spanish land grants and the basic claims of the Sauk and Fox Indians very well. References to the town now carry a humorous connotation, and schoolteacher from Dubuque has become a folk archetype."
"Thank you," said Miss Smythe. "Or do I thank you?"
"What are you taught of the relative humanity of the Earthians and the Camiroi and of their origins?" Miss Munch asked a Camiroi girl. "The other 4 worlds, Earth, Gia, Kentauron Micron, Dahe, and Astrobe, were all settled from Camiroi. That is what we are taught. We are also given the humorous aside that if it isn't true, we will still hold it true till something better comes along. It was we who rediscovered the 4 worlds in historic time, not they who discovered us. If we did not make the original settlements, at least we have filed the first claim that we made them. We did, in historical time, make an additional colonization of Earth. You call it the incursion of the Dorian Greeks."
"Where are their playgrounds?" Miss Hanks asked Telarium.
"Oh, the whole world. The children have the run of everything. To set up specific playgrounds would be like setting a table-sized aquarium down in the depths of the ocean. It would really be pointless.
Conference. The four of us from Earth, specifically from Dubuque, Iowa, were in discussion with the 5 members of the Camiroi PTA.
"How do you maintain discipline?" Mr. Piper asked.
"Indifferently," said Philoxenus.
"Oh, you mean in detail. It varies. Sometimes we let it drift, sometimes we pull them up short. Once they have learned that they must comply to an extent, there is little trouble. Small children are often put down into a pit. They do not eat or come out till they know their assignment."
"But that is inhuman," said Miss Hanks.
"Of course, but small children are not yet entirely human. If a child has not learned to accept discipline by the 3rd or 4th grade, he is hanged."
"Literally?" asked Miss Munch.
"How would you hang a child figuratively? And what effect would that have on the other children?"
"By the neck?"
Miss Munch still was not satisfied. "By the neck until they are dead. The other children always accept the example gracefully and do better. Hanging isn't employed often. Scarcely one child in 100 is hanged."
"What is this business about slow reading?" Miss Hanks asked. "I don't understand it at all."
"Only the other day there was a child in the 3rd grade who persisted in rapid reading," Philoxenus said. "He was given an object lesson. He was given a book of medium difficulty, and he read it rapidly. Then he had to put the book away and repeat what he had read. Do you know that in the first 30 pages he missed 4 words? Midway in the book there was a whole statement which he had understood wrongly, and there were hundreds of pages that he got word perfect only with difficulty. If he was so unsure on material that he had just read, think how imperfectly he would have recalled it 40 years later."
"You mean that the Camiroi children learn to recall everything that they read?"
"The Camiroi children and adults will recall for life every detail they have ever seen, read, or heard. We on Camiroi are only a little more intelligent than you on Earth. We cannot afford to waste time in forgetting or reviewing, or in pursuing anything of a shallowness that lends itself to scanning."
Would you call your schools liberal?" Mr. Piper asked.
"I would. You wouldn't," said Philoxenus. "We do not on Camiroi, as you do on Earth, use words to mean their opposites. There is nothing in our education or on our world that corresponds to the quaint servility which you call liberal on Earth."
"Well, would you call your education progressive?"
"No. In your argot, progressive of course means infantile."
"How are the schools financed?" asked Mr. Piper.
"Oh, the voluntary tithe on Camiroi takes care of everything. Government, religion, education, public works. We don't believe in taxes, of course, and we never maintain a high overhead in anything."
"Just how voluntary is the tithing?" asked Miss Hanks. "Do you sometimes hang those who do not tithe voluntarily?"
"I believe there have been a few cases of that sort," said Philoxenus.
"And is your government really as slipshod as your education?" Mr. Piper asked. "Are your high officials really chosen by lot and for short periods?"
"Oh, yes. Can you imagine a person so sick that he would actually desire to hold high office for any great period of time? Are there any further questions?"
"There must be hundreds," said Mr. Piper, "but we find difficulty putting them into words."
"If you cannot find words for them, we cannot find answers. PTA disbanded."
Conclusion A. The Camiroi system of education is inferior to our own in organization, in buildings, in facilities, in playgrounds, in teacher conferences, in funding, in parental involvement, in supervision, in in-group, out-group accommodation adjustment motifs. Some of the school buildings are grotesque. We asked about one particular building which seemed to us to be flamboyant and in bad taste.
"What do you expect from 2nd-grade children?" they said. "It is well built, even if of peculiar appearance. 2nd-grade children are not yet complete artists of design."
"You mean that the children designed it themselves?" we asked.
"Of course," they said. "Designed and built it. It isn't a bad job for children."
Such a thing wouldn't be permitted on Earth. Conclusion B. The Camiroi system of education somehow produces much better results than does the education system of Earth. We have been forced to admit this by the evidence at hand. Conclusion C. There is an anomaly as yet unresolved between Conclusion A and Conclusion B. Appendix to Joint Report. We give here, as perhaps of some interest, the curriculum of the Camiroi primary education. First-year course, playing one wind instrument, simple drawing of objects and numbers, singing, this is important, many Earth people sing who cannot sing. This early instruction of the Camiroi prevents that occurrence. Simple arithmetic, hand and machine, first acrobatics, first riddles and logic, mnemonic religion, first dancing, walking the low wire, simple electric circuits, raising ants, EAMPs, not earth ants. Second-year course, playing one keyboard instrument, drawing faces, letters, motions, singing comedies, complex arithmetic, hand and machine, second acrobatics, first jokes and logic, quadratic religion, second dancing, simple defamation, spirited attacks on the character of one fellow student with elementary falsification and simple hatchet job programming, performing on the medium wire, project electric wiring, raising bees, Galilea, not earth bees. Third-year course, playing one stringed instrument, reading and voice. It is here that the student who may have fallen into bad habits of rapid reading is compelled to read at voice speed only. Soft stone sculpture, situation comedy, simple algebra, hand and machine, first gymnastics, second jokes and logic, transcendent religion, complex acrobatic dancing, complex defamation, performing on the high wire and the sky pole, simple radio construction, raising, breeding, and dissecting frogs, caracoli, not earth frogs. Fourth-year course, history reading, Camiroi and galactic, basic and geological, decadent comedy, simple geometry and trigonometry, hand and machine, track and field, shaggy people jokes and hirsute logic, simple obscenity, simple mysticism, patterns of falsification, trapeze work, intermediate electronics, human dissection. Fifth-year course, history reading, Camiroi and galactic, technological, introverted drama, complex geometries and analytics, hand and machine, track and field for fifth form record, first wit and logic, first alcoholic appreciation, complex mysticism, setting intellectual climates, defamation in 3 dimensions, simple oratory, complex trapeze work, inorganic chemistry, advanced electronics, advanced human dissection, fifth form thesis. The child is now 10 years old and is half through his primary schooling. He is an unfinished animal, but he has learned to learn. Sixth-year course, re-emphasis on slow reading, simple prodigious memory, history reading, Camiroi and galactic, economic, horsemanship, of the Petrushko, not the earth horse, advanced lathe and machine work for art and utility, literature, passive, calculi, hand and machine pancration, advanced wit and logic, second alcoholic appreciation, differential religion, first business ventures, complex oratory, building scaling. The buildings are higher and the gravity stronger than on Earth. This climbing of buildings like human flies calls out the ingenuity and daring of the Camiroi children. Nuclear physics and post-organic chemistry, simple pseudo-human assembly. Seventh-year course, history reading, Camiroi and galactic, cultural, advanced prodigious memory, vehicle operation and manufacture of simple vehicle, literature active, astrognosy, prediction and programming, advanced pancration, spherical logic, hand and machine, advanced alcoholic appreciation, integral religion, bankruptcy and recovery in business, conmanship and trend creation, post-nuclear physics and universals, transcendental athletics endeavor, complex robotics and programming. 8th year course. History reading, Camiroi and Galactic, Seminal Theory, Consummate Prodigious Memory, Manufacture of Complex Land and Water Vehicles, Literature, Compendious and Terminative, Creative Book Burning following the Camiroi thesis that nothing ordinary be allowed to survive, Cosmic Theory Seminal, Philosophy Construction, Complex Hedonism, Laser Religion, Conmanship Seminal, Consolidation of Simple Genius Status, Post-Robotic Integration. 9th year course. History reading, Camiroi and Galactic, Future and Contingent. Category invention, manufacture of complex light barrier vehicles, construction of simple asteroids and planets, matrix religion and logic, simple human immortality disciplines, consolidation of complex genius status, first problems of post-consciousness humanity, first essays in marriage and reproduction. 10th year course. History construction active, manufacture of ultra-light barrier vehicles, pan-philosophical clarifications, construction of viable planets, consolidation of simple sanctity status, charismatic humor and pentacosmic logic, hypogyroscopic economy, penentaglossia, the perfection of the 50 languages that every educated Camiroi must know, including 6 Earthian languages. Of course, the child will already have colloquial mastery of most of these, but he will not yet have them in their full depth. Construction of complex societies. World government. A course of the same name is sometimes given in Earthian schools, but the course is not of the same content. In this course, the Camiroi student will govern a world, though not one of the first aspect worlds, for a period of 3 or 4 months. 10th form thesis. Comment on curriculum. The child will now be 15 years old and will have completed his primary education. In many ways, he will be advanced beyond his Earth counterpart. Physically more sophisticated, the Camiroi child could kill with his hands an Earth-type tiger or a Cape buffalo. An Earth child would perhaps be reluctant even to attempt such feats. The Camiroi boy or girl could replace any professional Earth athlete at any position of any game and could surpass all existing Earth records. It is simply a question of finer poise, strength, and speed, the result of adequate schooling. As to the arts, on which Earthlings sometimes place emphasis, the Camiroi child could produce easy and unequaled masterpieces in any medium. More important, he will have learned the relative unimportance of such pastimes. The Camiroi child will have failed in business once, at age 10, and have learned patience and perfection of objective by his failure. He will have acquired the techniques of falsification and conmanship. Thereafter, he will not be easily deceived by any of the citizens of any of the worlds. The Camiroi child will have become a complex genius and a simple saint. The latter reduces the index of Camiroi crime to near 0. He will be married and settled in those early years of greatest enjoyment. The child will have built, from materials found around any Camiroi house, a faster-than-light vehicle. He will have piloted it on a significant journey of his own plotting and programming. He will have built quasi-human robots of great intricacy. He will be of perfect memory and judgment and will be well prepared to accept solid learning. He will have learned to use his whole mind, for the vast reservoirs which are the unconscious to us are not unconscious to him. Everything in him is ordered for use, and there seems to be no great secret about the accomplishments, only to do everything slowly enough and in the right order. Thus they avoid repetition and drill, which are the shriveling things which dull the quick apperception. The Camiroi schedule is challenging to the children, but it is nowhere impossible or discouraging. Everything builds to what follows. For instance, the child is 11 years old before he is given post-nuclear physics and universals. Such subjects might be too difficult for him at an earlier age. He is 13 years old before he undertakes category invention, that intricate course with the simple name. He is 14 years old when he enters the dangerous field of pan-philosophical clarification. But he will have been constructing comprehensive philosophies for 2 years, and he will have the background for the final clarification. We should look more closely at this other way of education. In some respects, it is better than our own. Few Earth children would be able to construct an organic and sentient robot within 15 minutes if given the test suddenly. Most of them could not manufacture a living dog in that time. Not one Earth child in 5 could build a faster-than-light vehicle and travel it beyond our galaxy between now and midnight. Not one Earth child in 100 could build a planet and have it a going concern within a week. Not one in 1,000 would be able to comprehend pentacosmic logic. Recommendations: A. Kidnapping 5 Camiroi at random and constituting them a pilot Earth PTA. B. A little constructive book burning, particularly in the education field. C. Judicious hanging of certain malingering students.